Still wonder where you are. If you're gonna call me in the dark, 'cause I need your love and I need your soul to make me feel whole, to make me feel. forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. I wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. Should've known better, yeah, yeah, yeah. You said forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
A box.
There could be anything in there.
Why are you hiding?
Anytime you clock a butterfly, keep your eyes on me. 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 Keep your eyes on me.
Oh my god.
Keep your eyes on me.
Whoa.
Keep your eyes on me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, keep your eyes on me.
I thought it was gonna scare me more.
Are those butterflies?
Dang. Or Clove, huh?
That's right, folks. Clove is ready to make their debut on stage, and the timing couldn't be better. We're ready to kick off 5 straight days of matches. Hello, folks, and welcome back to day 1 of the VCT Americas Super Week. We're coming to you hot and live from the Riot Games studio here in Los Angeles, California. I'm Uber here. I'm on the desk today with Ender, Mimi, Athena. How are we feeling? Clove makes their debut, makes their landing in VCT.
It's going to be so exciting. I think a lot of our teams here are teams that people have been expecting. We've seen our very first match, maybe TENS playing the agent. It's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see how this switches up everything. I feel like Clove can be a multitude of things, and I'm just excited to see how it goes in play.
But also, like, how many teams have had time to practice with Clove in scrims, right? Because this is coming in the middle of the season, week 3 right here as well. So we might see teams maybe come in on some of their first reps of Clove if they want to play it.
And this is the week where we're really going to start to get the playoff picture in order of the teams who are expected to make it. So a change-up coming right before this critical juncture could really switch things up for our team.
We had teams in Madrid as well working on that patch, of course, maybe with less time to sit, watch tape and prepare to bring Clove into their lineups. We've got 10 matches over the next 5 days, and a lot is at stake for our teams. Let's have a little listen to see what some of the pros had to say about what Super Week means for them.
Super Week, we got to play 2 matches in 1 week. Usually it's 1, but this time it's 2. It's going to be more difficult because you have less preparation for both teams. You know, got to grind it out on that week. And, you know, it's just a little less preparation. Luckily for our team, we kind of just always play our own game and don't really think too much about them, so it's not the biggest thing for us to think about. We should be fine.
The closest thing to Super Week for us was honestly Kickoff, just because a lot of games were like back-to-back or close to each other. So we kind of got a bit of exposure to a close format like that at the beginning of the year.
Creo que la Super Week, o sea, va a ser cansadora. Creo que va a ser el momento clave de la liga para todos los equipos, para saber si ya están como clasificados en los playoffs o no están clasificados.
I think the teams that do good preparation will do well in that week.
Después de que estamos entrenando demasiado fuerte, sabemos el nivel que tenemos, les acabamos de ganar a los campeones.
We have Oxy, so we don't have to think that much other than that.
Confiante no nosso trabalho, a gente teve bastante tempo aí, tipo, off, né, sem jogar campeonato para poder se preparar. Eu sinto que a gente chega preparado, é só acertar alguns detalhes mesmo para poder se provar.
Estamos preparados como equipo, venimos entrenando súper bien, venimos súper bien y hay solo seguir manteniendo el ritmo y mejorando unos pequeños errores y se nos va a dar bien, yo creo, en Super Week.
Me and I know my team, we love just competing. So having like matches close to each other is going to be such like a week of fire. Like we got to prepare for this. You know, we got 2 big matches coming up.
Most teams can pretty much lose to any team. I think a lot of people say that like the bottom 6 teams can't beat the top 2 teams and stuff like that. I don't think that's true. Lev, which is a team that beat Sen, right? Like I think anyone can really beat anyone still.
All right, so now we've set the stage for this oncoming Super Week. Let's have a look at our current standings, because the Omega Group has taken an utter shellacking in the first 2 weeks. Here's how it all plays out. Of course, Leviathan, a bright spot for them, of course. We're very impressed with what they were able to do against that Sentinels roster, but in general, it's looking a little rough out there.
Yeah, the Alpha teams are preying on the downfall of everyone in Omega, hoping that 3 teams don't get those 2 wins. Because if it sticks with Omega getting shellacked the whole season, that means that the Alpha teams get that extra spot. And that group, I think, is incredibly stacked when you compare it with the competition in Group Omega.
Yeah, to just clarify, it is you must get at least 2 wins in your group in order to have a chance of qualifying for playoffs. If you don't, you're done. So.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of like a pivotal moment. And you kind of mentioned this earlier, but also looking at it when you're on that team, seeing that perspective of like, okay, are we going to be able to push past this obstacle? Are we going to be able to make it to playoffs? I feel like having that momentum towards that is really important. And going 0-2 at the very start is going to be a little bit of a momentum downer.
But you heard the players mention it in that video. This is something that these teams are accustomed to. It's a lot more similar to that kickoff format that we had early on, where you're playing back-to-back matches. You know, a team like Sentinels is going to be ready for that after their tough run at Madrid. But it is definitely very different than the normal week-by-week play.
Yeah, and even Rooney kind of saying, wow, we kind of don't really think about it at this point. We've got games to play.
Not thinking. That's my favorite thing.
It's very true. I mean, they do all the thinking for Roxy, and even that is not that much, apparently. But here's what is coming up today. We're starting Super Week off with Sentinels versus MIBR. And, of course, as we just mentioned, later it's Cloud9 taking on Loud. And let's shift our focus a little bit to the context around some of these games here. We've talked about how important they are. They are pivotal in this Super Week. There's a lot to get through. You don't want to be sleeping this week and come out the other side wondering what the heck went wrong. We're currently on patch 8.07, though, and the big headline is that Clove is now playable on stage. So let's get a bit of an idea of what our players think of Valorant's new death-defying agents.
Bueno, la forma en que yo jugaría Clove sería full W.
Definitely won't be meta changing, but I think Clove will be played a lot.
I think Clove is going to be very good for the controller players that like are low-key duelist players.
Eu tinha ouvido que Clove é um agente não binário, então eu acredito que representa bem a diversidade, já que ali na função de controlador tem jeito mais agressivo.
The movement you get, like when you use the C, gives you like a stim overheal. You get the movement speed as well. Like you don't have to look at the body to press the ability, so it's like it'll give you that edge of when you want to peek again.
Even the explosive decay, like bomb thing is insane. Like it just instantly does 90 damage, so entering with that piece of utility is very strong.
Creo que es difícil de adaptar a los equipos porque lo estuve probando y por ejemplo sus rangos de humo son un poco cortos, entonces no podría reemplazar en algunos mapas a un humo de Omen, un humo de Astra que abarcan todo el mapa. Pero sí para nuevas composiciones donde pueden haber dos humos, creo que viene bastante bien.
E dá pra fazer várias jogadas agressivas, né? Por mais que exerça a função de controlador, você consegue reviver depois que você morreu, você consegue smocar depois que você morreu, então bem bacana.
The ultimate is not dead yet, where if you die, you have a small, short time to activate it, to come back to life, get your revenge, come back into the game, and start fragging again.
I would say the biggest weakness that Clove will have in pro play is they don't have a lot of utility for their teammates. The Omen has Paranoia, Brimstone has Molly, Stim Beacon. They don't really have anything that helps set up their teammates, and I think that's going to be something that limits them in the pro setting.
Vai ter uma mudança no meta em vários mapas, provavelmente vão usar no lugar do Omen ou da Astra, então provavelmente vai rolar uma mudança em várias composições porque Clove é bem forte.
When you get a kill and you use the speed boost, if you have Brimstone also throw a stim on the floor, you're like faster than Neon with your gun out. So you're literally just flying across the map. So make sure you lock Clove and Brimstone in your ranked games and try that out.
I do think the addition of Clove has made Valorant all really fun for me recently, just because I've been learning the new character and being able to just experiment with everything is really fun. And I think Clove in general is a really fun character.
Now, we got to hear Valen mention it briefly, Mimi, but you still think that the speed buff from Pick Me Up is actually kind of slept on by many still?
Yeah, I think it's sick. I've been exclusively playing Clove in my rank games since they came out, because I'm the problem. And every time you get a kill, you can disrupt timings like crazy with that ability. And I think, like the players were saying, for people who already play a very aggressive controller style, like Ten's there, if you kind of have the agency to int, it'll unlock some crazy potentials, because you have to think about the game in a very different way, that dying means so much less when you're playing Clove.
Yeah, I mean, I literally was thinking about it in terms of the playstyles for all of these teams. They can genuinely switch up their playstyle and change up the whole meta to just be this kind of like YOLO, hold W swag kind of team where their controller, it literally doesn't matter if they die, exactly like you said. But again, I do want to touch up a little bit on the cons, which is just like, kind of mentioned in that preview that Clove doesn't have that much util for their teammates.
Some defining weaknesses.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is if you're replacing them with Omen in a comp, you're losing your line control ability, which is one of the big reasons that Omen gets so much play. That Paranoia is super powerful, and you lose out that supportive util like Vanity was talking about.
Also, it's harder to lurk, right? You can't sort of set up smokes across the map.
The radius is very small.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, so the low-hanging fruit here is, obviously tens. There are probably quite a few players that we hope at least are going to pick up Clove, but we'll table that for now and jump into today's first match. Of course, let's talk Sentinels. They get 2-0'd by Leviathan. Everyone is pretty shocked. Aspas, over the course of that series, is 68 kills. He breaks a kill record on Lotus. It is a marathon of a match. What happened here for Sentinels? Kaplan was not pleased with his squad.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Sentinels, at the beginning, it looked like they were just losing like these small little mistakes that caused them to lose these rounds. But it also felt like a really big mixture between Lev just absolutely dominating. I feel like Aspas had such a big impact that we cannot overlook it. A lot of people say that when it comes to these duelists, these fraggers, you can't just kind of plan a whole team around them. But at the same time, I think Sentinels, just small mistakes was what they picked up on really fast.
Absolutely, and I think as well for Leviathan, they were playing to a level that we haven't seen from the team yet, right? Aspas was ridiculous. I think they had some great reads on their attacking side in particular. That first half for Lotus wasn't even just Aspas dominating. It was some really good mid-round plays, and they were playing forward, disrupting these Sentinels retakes. They really just got off on the wrong foot, and it was such a tough game to recover when you're against such a hot player like Aspas.
Yeah, the thing I genuinely wonder, though, too, is if Lev watched these VODs and pinpointed those weaknesses and kind of put their kind of aggressive stances more towards it, because that's a really big thing when it comes to pro play, is watching these VODs, making sure that they can kind of see exactly what they can abuse. And Sentinels kind of letting off the gas a little bit, I think that.
I mean, we heard from Kaplan. He said, I think our Lotus is getting a bit readable.
Yeah.
We're going to have to go back and come up with something a little bit new. But after the loss, Sentinel's social media decided to honour the bet. They made a bet with Leviathan, of course, around this game. Sentinel's incredible salespeople, but a bet is a bet. Now they're shilling the Leviathan banner, which kind of speaks for itself, I'd like to think. But nice to see them get involved with marketing for a rival team.
I mean, this is a Josh Wilkinson classic. Unable to give a compliment without backhand. Like, oh, yeah, you should definitely buy this bundle. Also, it's because you have one player who carried the entire game.
I expect nothing less from Sentinels. I mean, nothing though. I mean, there was a loss here, and we know all the Sentinels fans, they often have a lot to say, and the social media kind of blew up after this. Nothing really gets people going on social media like a big Sentinels L. And a lot of these reactions, again, are, like people quite surprised, right? But, I think we all were too.
Yes. I want to say, Sentinels fans, this is the exception. Make Rob Moore put away the paper shredder. We're not making any changes. My hope is that this is a good thing for Sentinels, because when you've won a tournament, when you're on top of the world, I think it can sometimes be hard to remember how close all the teams are. And I'm not saying they've gotten complacent. I'm just saying a win like this, it'll light a fire under your ass. You're going to go out there. You are going to focus so much harder on fixing all those little details that might not have been exposed unless you lost this game. In the grand scheme of the season, that match, obviously a win's a win, but Sentinels is going to likely make playoffs anyways. I think this is a great learning opportunity for them to really focus now that we're about halfway through the stage.
Yeah, I mean, and with Clove coming out, it could be a complete kind of utter fire, like you said, under them to kind of change up their meta, to kind of change up their play style a little bit, because now they know that all these teams have been watching them. They were so successful, and now they're going to change maybe, hopefully, a little bit up. Maybe we do see 10s on that Clove.
The workload is serious for this team because, again, they might want to go and revolutionize some of their approaches to maps. They've also got to tighten up the issues that they had with Leviathan. And Coach Kaplan, the one who will be leading that charge, did not mess around when we spoke to him about the state of things after that map one, that Lotus loss. Check this out.
Yeah, we just got to look at why did we lose that map. Number one, we just didn't care for a half, and that's not okay. So we basically played without a half. And then number two, I think our Lotus is catching up to us a bit. We were a bit readable, especially on defense. Need to mix things up for the future. So looking at Icebox, number one, we're already awake. We're not going to make that mistake again in a half. And two, we really worked on it this week. We're going to show some different stuff. And basically just, hey, the reasons we lost that aren't going to be reasons we lose this game. They're just not in the picture for Icebox, and run it back.
Obviously, pretty shocking to see Sentinels find 3 rounds on defense. So much fighting over Mound as well, over that C site. They really couldn't find any edges. But in that match, there wasn't one single player underperforming necessarily. The entire team went negative. And this is over quite a long game run. Let's have a look at these stats here. I think John QT looked fantastic in multiple clutch moments here, but some of the usual suspects were off the boil for the Sentinels.
Yeah, in that overtime, John was ridiculous. He's the only reason that it really made it to overtime, that match stayed so close. It's a testament to the individuals that that happened. But across the board, yeah, they were getting rolled. You mentioned that like mountain control they kept going for. It was those Leviathan constant late round re-clears with Osmos being set up incredibly well. They was just running Sen over. And they were so much slower to adapt, to come up with that new plan on the defense compared to what we're used to from this team.
I mean, it kind of touches up on what you said as well about Leviathan kind of playing a whole new game that we haven't seen before. And I think that was so good to watch, because that level of aggression is what we normally see out of Sentinels. And so it kind of like flipped the switch onto them.
Sure.
And their reaction was kind of like, yeah, they went to OT. Yeah, it's kind of close. Yeah, monkey together strong, you know? Like, sure,
I'm sure that's exactly what they were saying their call.
Verbatim. Together strong.
I mean, all right, Sen City, you've had your stern talking to. I think you guys know what maybe needs to change coming into this game. But we need to talk about their opponents. MIBR do not have an easy road ahead of them. I mean, this is brutal for a team in their position. They're going to go up against a lot of these matchups. This is what it takes, by the way, to beat Sentinels. Aspas going absolutely hog wild. Who do MIBR have they can lean on to pull this off, or does it have to be something completely different?
I don't think they have a player who can do this. Osmos is a top 3 player, not just in VCT Americas, but in the world. For MIBR, they have players who will have moments. RGL is good in the clutch. Sometimes FRZ will step up and have a game or two, but they pound for pound, I don't think have a superstar that on paper you're putting above their opponent on Sentinels.
Do they need one?
Yeah. Because this team specifically, they've been really good at being like a stable rock all around each other, but you need to have that star player. The reason why is because when you want to win games, you have to play to win, and that means taking these risks that necessarily the other team won't expect, or taking aggressive peaks that you cannot be afraid to lose, and it felt like at a certain point they just couldn't set up for that properly.
That's exactly it for me. MIBR is a team that is very safe. I think it's the best way to describe it. They're playing for their trades. They're setting each other up well, but they're also not taking those risks that you're saying they need to. On top of that, they're playing very old comps. Sentinels is one of the teams leading the meta right now with stuff like the Gecko KO compositions and kind of getting ahead on that. I imagine they're a team that is going to be playing Clove, if not today, soon. And on the other hand, MIBR is still playing Solo Sky on most of their maps. They're honestly a team who seems very focused on their fundamentals, which is kind of what you need for a new team. But in a lot of ways, they're being left behind by some of the other squads in our league.
And of course, we magnanimously at the VCT desk want to lend our brain power to the MIBR mega mind. So for a closer look at what they need to do, Ender has got some illustration for us.
That I do. And to me, I think it all comes down to the fundamentals for MIBR. That is typically a point where they have shown gaps in their past. And I want to look at 3 of their rounds from their series last week up against Crew, where they showed some pretty good mid-round ideas, but lost in the fundamental game. So first things first is a attack-sided half for MIBR is always based around some kind of 1-3-1 idea, where they're setting up to get 3 players and lurk into some mid-space to enable their star, Artazine, to find some kills. So early in this round, what do? They play for that early mid space. They also get FRZ into B main, and they note that it's a cipher on the B side of the map. So the decision making from MIBR is to go into mid, spam for any turret or tripwire in top mid, and set up to open up some lanes of attack, right? So as they break that turret, all of a sudden the rotation comes through from Crew, right? They think that, hey, it might be a finish over into the B site, but MIBR are still playing things relatively quietly. And here's where they reset inside of the round. So now that they've cleared away B main, they know there's no forward information for Crew over there. They also know that this door is still broken, so there's very likely no one in market. This tells them it is now time to fake an attack into market. So what do? They wait this one out and eventually start to break down this door. They'll send a Sky Flash, an Omen Smoke, and a Raze dash into market. Here it goes, no dash, sorry, but we clear on in there with the Sky. And what this does is it pulls Crew now, it pulls them over here, and it opens up this lane of attack. And as 3 players go through mid, they're also going to start creeping up into elbow. It's a nice idea here to get this, slick little creep going in, and they see Klaus, they force him back. But here's where the fundamentals take over and the problems start to come. Hold on, what's our Spike doing? Spike hung out in mid while the rest of the team passed through this area. Now we know there are players right there, but no one holds to get this Spike across. So coming over with the Spike, RGL Meister just gets knocked down and we lose the Spike there. That happens a lot where teams will swing into lines and kill them when they scale forward. Now, looking forward into this next round, it's another cool mid-round idea. So in a very different style to the last round, they realize Crew is actually playing forward in B main. So what do MIBR do in this type of a situation? Well, instead of reacting and falling back into the A site, they choose to come back into B and push that Omen out of the area. Still putting pressure in mid, breaking the door, breaking a tripwire, putting a smoke in top mid, and they dive into this space to force the player away. It still gets pretty interesting after this, though, because it's not so simple for them, right? They dash in, they push him away, but they don't choose to accelerate into this site. Instead, they take the orb on Artazine. Now, Artazine is 2 awful right now. With this, he's going to be 1 off. So what the team chooses to do is they actually start rotating back over towards B. They are going to threaten picking up that orb there and execing into A. And they make it with 2 sets of footsteps. Now a Skydog is going to go in towards that side of the map. And also, that Omen ult fake out is pretty sweet there, too. Do you see that? Going over to, sorry, it's about to come here over into spawn. The Omen ult fake into spawn right there. Right? They're threatening going into A, and then they get a walk into the B site. So it's all about this misdirection coming after putting a lot of pressure in the mid and pulling players into that area. This round looks good for them. But here's where, again, it falls apart, because what happens after 2 rounds of slow playing mid? The enemy team is going to run at you. It's an eco as well, and MIBR cannot deal with any form of mid-aggression, right? Like, players are swinging through smokes, and they keep going in this round, hunting down players outside of A main now, and getting those kills. But this is not just an eco round thing. This is a very consistent issue of MIBR's, where they do not respond to either full aggro pieces in mid like that, or remember back to the first game, or the first round, it's just swinging into lines. They're not holding their teammates through, and that was a big, big issue when they played up against Sentinels back in Kickoff. That is something they're going to have to fix, and we'll send it back to the desk for more.
Thank you very much, Christy. Yeah, look, to be fair, it's pretty classic crew on an eco just to buy pistols and run into mid. But that was, like, it's quite elaborate what we're seeing from MIBR, but it's riddled with holes and gaps that could be exploited.
Yeah, and that's the thing for me, right? This is a team that fundamentally understands how to play this game. There's a reason they're playing at this level. They get the basic, they get the fundamentals, but these late round gaps in execution, forgetting about a little thing, for, you know, not being a step ahead of your opponent's adaptation, that's what's getting them game after game. And that's why I'm afraid they're going to continue to be a fine team and not a team who can really show up and beat our best.
Yeah, we mentioned about creativity as well, and that's another thing is all these teams are accustomed to playing against these metas, against these comps. Every single one of these teams understands how to fundamentally play this game. It's just a matter of who is more creative. And unfortunately, right now for MIBR, I don't really feel it.
I mean, we can even zoom out here and sort of ask a question about our Brazilian teams at large, right? Because they are still without a win here in this stage, just kind of pointed out with that lower third. MIBR, probably the one that a lot of people are looking at going, hey, wake up, do something, make it happen.
Poking them with a stick.
Yeah.
Come on, MIBR. I don't think this is going to be the match. I think the reason that Loud steps above all the rest of these Brazilian teams is, one, they have the superstars. They have a player like Les who steps up and is ridiculous. You don't see that same star power in MIBR. And 2, it's the spice. It's the willingness to take risks, to try different comps, to try different ideas. And Sadak is an IGL being ahead of the curve. MIBR is very much in the center of the bell curve.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. And for more, of course, on today's particular matchup, let's head over to Elizabeth, who caught up with assistant coach Frod for some words.
Frod, if I have a quick word with you, please. This season has been up and down for MIBR. Generic question about the boys. What has been the biggest challenge for them outside of the server to overcome?
You know, just being away from family. I think that was probably the biggest thing. You know, everyone's so far away. We don't have really opportunities to speak to them as often as we like or see them as much as we like. But, you know, we're in this together. So I feel like through those sacrifices and stuff like that, we become stronger and hopefully build confidence and just focus on our training and just the guys in our group.
Well, good luck today.
So we're thinking about San, MIBR. We're also thinking about regions, how they're performing in general. We got together with Mimi and Athena before the show to ask them to create an unbeatable all-star roster that would smite any opponent. It's time to check out their Super Week.Teams. You can pitch and present them. Let us know.
So it's funny because both words have the word super in them.
Yeah, no, I got it. I figured it out, actually.
That's crazy.
Pitch me your team.
You want me to pitch you my... Oh, it is me.
I'm
going to pitch my team. Show my team. This team, it's good. And here's who I picked. I went out and I decided to pick some of the best and brightest. I also gave myself a little limitation. Only 1 player per team. That was just a little extra bit of fun. We're starting off with an all-star IGL. Sadak has led more different players to international events than pretty much anyone else in the world. You then go over to your star. You know I had to get Aspas reunited with his boy Sadak in the controller role. we've got 10s. He's been electric. The guy was ridiculous in Madrid. He's been good in Americas as well. He's an X factor for our team. Now we need consistency. We bring in Crash. He's one of the best initiator players that has been at the top level of VCT for so damn long. And you close out the roster with Leaf, a guy who can play on Sentinel, be a more passive player, but also add a little voice to the team when
A
you
secondary
need,
caller,
and
right?
have some crazy moments when he needs to as well.
Okay.
Damn, that's fair. I mean, you cooked up some stuff, but I think...
Oh, hang on, the glasses are on?
The glasses won it.
I won, guys. No, for me. Okay, hear me out. Zekin as duelist. This is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm picking up.
Ooh,
Do I need
this
to
is
say
spicy.
more?
You've a lot of
Zekin.
duelists on this team.
No,
Wait, hold on.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Controller.
An ex-duelist.
King. IGL. Controller. Goes crazy. Also can frag out. Potentially, you know, really good. Sentinel. Victor. Come on. It's Victor. Like, he's been insane. His performance has been putting up numbers. Probably one of the best Sentinels so far in Stage 1. For the Initiator, we saw an insane performance from Heat last week, and I think that that can just say less. Say less, fam. You can go on KO. You're good.
I mean, you're
And then
pitching, so
this-
maybe say a little more.
Are you sold on Heat off of 1 week?
Yes.
Really?
He
But what
was
about
so
last season?
good.
What? Is he,
No,
what
no,
happens,
he's
though?
performed. He's
Is he going to
performed.
blow this team up?
Anyway, my flex is Aspas. You know why? He can duelist.
You're gonna
He can
put
go crazy.
She's gonna sign off
Sorry.
and put him on
Hear me out.
flex.
He can go on controller on
No.
Clove
No!
and basically
What
be
are
a duelist.
you're literally telling like the thing Lev did on Ascent 2 weeks ago, where they have the best Sova and Jet players in the world, and then they just don't put them on Jet and Sova. Like, come on.
They can go double duelist, and Aspas can go crazy. You know what
But
I'm saying?
Aspas just smoked for people.
This is not real.
Right, Twitch.
Trust me.
Twitch,
Trust me.
who has the best team? You guys
I'll
can spam your vote in chat right now while we continue to argue. But we're pretty much... Okay, we haven't spent much time reacting to your team, to be fair.
Here's what I want to do. So the litmus test of Valorant is Ascent.
Okay.
What is your Ascent comp with that team? And who's on what?
Hear me out.
Okay.
Aspas on Clove.
It's a bit unhinged, but that's one of the maps that it's
Aspas
somewhat
on Clove.
reasonable.
All right, Heat, KO.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, Senti Victor, he can do whatever he wants. Honestly, low-key, he can do whatever he wants. He's cool.
Say less.
He's locking Sage.
He's like,
No Sage. It's
Okay.
a Killjoy. We're gonna lock in Killjoy.
King, he can play Brim.
What?
Brim Clove?
Rim Clove.
Play
Trust
Viper.
me.
No?
Stim, you know how fast your team's
Oh, yeah,
gonna
you're
be?
zooming.
my. Okay.
The
Molly's
speed,
aside.
that's not
smoke, you know how
real.
it is? And then Zekin can just fly in.
Can you look at that number on the screen for me, Myrna?
I do. Okay, so I will give you.
5 to 5. Are you kidding?
Look, I think what I'll give you is you may have drafted the best pug team in the history of Valorant. Like, if I wanted a team to go out and play in Premier, that's the team I would draft. But if I wanted to win VCT, I'd go Mimi.
I see the future of your team. 2 weeks in, you've lost 2 matches. You put out a tweet, you sit down. Hello, Myrna Team City. We are dropping Ospots for role issues.
Team City.
And your
Yo!
team dismantles.
Okay, Twitch chat has officially spoken, and on the other hand, Sentinels and MIBR are minutes away from taking to the stage. So let's jump headfirst into map select here. It's definitely something that's got us sitting up in our seats because we've kind of got a little bit more information about, Sentinels map pool, and they've already said, hey, like our Lotus, for example, a little bit dodgy. Let's see what they end up going for now in our map select.
Hey guys, welcome. As you know, teams were decided via coin flip. Sentinels is Team A, MIBR is Team B. Sentinels, you have first map ban.
Ban Breeze.
Sentinels ban Breeze. MIBR, what would you like to ban?
Split.
MIBR ban Split. And what would you like to pick?
Pick Lotus.
Sentinels pick Lotus. And would you like attack or defense on that?
Attack. Attack.
MIBR select attack. And what map would you like?
Bind.
MIBR select bind. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
Sentinels select attack. And you have 1 map ban.
Ban Ascent.
Sentinels ban Ascent. And what would you like to ban?
We ban Icebox.
MIBR ban Icebox. Decider map will be Sunset. And you have side select.
Defense, please.
Sentinels select defense. All right, boys, best of luck today.
Thanks.
There you have it. Lotus Bind, Sunset coming out of the picture. Let's get some quick predictions from our desk.
Haha, Sentinels 2-0. That's the prediction. But I want to say that I don't like what you said about MIBR.
What don't you like?
I don't like it.
You're
You
looking
said,
at me,
you
but you're
said
pointing at me
they've
now.
got to be creative. No, I was over there doing the telestrator, and you're like, they've got to be creative. And I don't want this team to be creative. I just want this team to go back and work on their protocols, their scaling protocols. What are you doing?
You got buzzed.
I actually think
Go next.
MIBR's mid-round calling is so creative, and I love their ideas. I think that where they fall completely apart is individual, like the trust and scaling and watching like every corner. Because the amount of times I saw, not just in that game versus Crew, but also in their series versus Sentinels back in Kickoff, Sentinels just swing into lines and own MIBR. That's why they're losing. It's not deeper than
Okay, literally, brothers taking up all that time. Give me your team. Give me your
I
friend.
think playing Solo Sky on as many maps as they do throttle their mid-round calling and the options they have.
Disagree.
2-0 Sentinels.
All right, thank you very much. We're 5 days of matches
she's
ahead. Let's
right.
get it started. Sentinels MIBR, Cloud9 versus Loud. VCT Americas starts right now.
Towards the back of the side. There's that first swing. Second shot coming through. Underdogs on Tutti, and it worked!
Fake TP. E agora vem socão. Ele perdeu. E que beleza, Rebele!
Eu acho que não é loucura falar que a Sentinels hoje é o melhor time do mundo, até pelo que eles fizeram no Masters. Eles são um time que estão com um jogo muito sólido, um jogo individual também muito de destaque, principalmente do Ziken e do Tens. Então é um jogo que a gente está preparado, mas a gente sabe que vai ser muito difícil.
Both of them pinned towards the back of the side. There's that first swing. Second shot coming through. Underdogs on Tutti, and it worked! Laying down the law, John Tutti saves the round for Sentinels.
Absolute cinema.
I think MIBR had a decent showing in the Kickoff. They got second in the playing group stage. Brazilian teams tend to play more aggressive.
I mean, if he sticks this plant, he is in so much trouble. The fault line will come through. He tries to get in front of it, but he can't. He knows there's jumping towards him. Tries to confuse it, maybe finds it. Somehow he finds it. RGL Meister in the clutch.
Com certeza eles vão voltar com sangue nos olhos pra poder voltar a vencer, né? Agora que eles perderam pro Leviathan.
Riot Games Arena, it is time for Super Week. Now I want to hear Sen City make some noise for your Sentinels!
Vivendo o sonho e em busca da vitória, MIBR!
Brasil original. Não leva a vida dura, mas sempre no alto astral. Mas admito, sou brasileiro, trabalhador que faz a luta. Não desiste, merecedor dessas conquistas. Nascidos para o mundo, trago o Brasil no meu peito. Em busca da vitória, responsa é com nós mesmos. Quando me perdi, me encontrei comigo mesmo. E tirei forças, eu não sei da onde. Amigos eu ganhei, perdi, são coisas da vida. O que me dói é a minha família longe. Torcedores vaiam, outros me motivam. Vou persistir nessa longa estrada da vida. Vencer a obrigação, derrota é uma lição. Desistir pra nós não é mais opção. Hoje mesmo busco.
Sentinels obviously a lot to prove, coming off a rough one against Leviathan, and MIBR still looking for that elusive first win, not just for them, but their region. Like we discussed, it's Lotus. Last time MIBR on this map, 10-13 with a loss, and you can see Frod really trying to get this team hyped up. They've seen Sentinels, still a scary team on this map. There'll be one to look out for.
It absolutely will. MIBR, really, I think back to what you were talking about in that telestrator, Chrissy, the question is on the execution at the end of the day. They're playing these really simple ideas, they're playing these old comps, but so often, after a good idea, a good setup, they're stumbling at the last yard, and I think a team like Sentinels is really going to push it to them. This is a squad that loves being proactive in that mid-round and punishing teams like this.
And literally, when Sentinels and MIBR faced off in Kickoff, that's what happened. Sentinels just kept sort of walking into mid. It wasn't even like elaborate dive setups. They just took the fight to MIBR, and MIBR could not handle it. And that's what I want to see today. I don't care win, loss, whatever. I want to see MIBR that is playing solid, fundamental Valorant and not being, victim to plays like that.
Yeah, I feel like especially on Lotus now, we've seen Sentinel kind of falter with their Lotus. They've mentioned how it's not 100% solidified set in stone yet, and I feel like if there was a map that MIBR could finally push themselves past that obstacle that they've been getting, it should hypothetically be Lotus. But again, I'm looking at Sentinels for that firepower to just kind of like shut it down.
And I'm looking at their comp. Will they pick Clove? Will Tens play Clove? That's the question.
Excited.
He's been playing it.
No.
In ranked. He's been trying it out.
Not on Lotus.
Not on Lotus. Give me the pitch. Why is it illegal?
Because if you don't pick Omen, then your only option on defense to leave a Rubble embed on top of Rubble is Raze. And that is so limiting in your comp. I think the way all teams have sort of adapted onto this map is leaving Omen to be the forward control over towards A. And Clove, you just simply can't do that. Also, the map is way too big. If you're dying in Rubble as Clove, you're not helping the team by smoking anywhere else on the map.
I was really trying to big it up as a possibility. But
nope,
not
right. On Lotus.
It probably won't happen. The teleport's big. On top of that, that paranoia for fighting space in Rubble or Mount is super important on this map when you are like never playing another line control agent.
Hear me out. I'm gonna cook one more time. Clove Omen. Let's go.
And no Viper? Are you out of your mind?
Zero lurk wall? That would be disastrous here.
Let's pick Astra too. 3 circles.
You know what? That sounds fun.
It's still good at challenges, all right?
Again,
Louder already getting
do
ideas.
not let her GM your team. We saw this segment before.
Please hire me.
There it is. Sky coming out for JGZ, a very familiar pick here.
So he's one of the last few players on this map that is playing solo Sky Lotus as your only initiator. And I think this can be an issue, particularly on their defensive side, because this is a map where you need aggression to get space early. They're oftentimes having to invest a lot of util in, which means their post plants in the late round are super weak. I'm looking to see how Sentinels are drawing out that Sky util, because once it's all gone, it's so hard to win a late round.
Yeah, exactly. And what really went wrong for Sentinels versus Lev when Sentinels were on defense were all those opening gambits. That's where it fell apart. So I think MIBR need to come in very strong, contesting that space, especially Mound. That's where Sentinels were crumbling. That should be the focus point of the attack side for MIBR.
Again, looked pretty good in the post-plant. Sentinels, bit of line-up Larry action there. Zelsis combining quite nicely, of course,
what a
with
nerd.
the Viper.
He won way too many rounds, and he should have been allowed on that Killjoy.
Yeah, true. Now, I think that both these comps, they have their pros and cons. I think this Fade pick is always going to be a little bit scarier, especially now Sky with that nerf from a while ago. I don't know, Sentinels with this Fade, I think it's going to be a lot more info gathering, a lot more pushing, a lot more aggression, kind of what we talked earlier. And I don't think they're going to give MIBR a chance to be able to push through and get that info that they're trying to get.
We saw really messy fights on sites. Lotus really hard to sort of play a post plant off the site in general, right? So a lot of it's going to get hot and heavy, very hectic during those retakes.
You need those rolling defenses, and Sentinels are expert at that. In particular, watch out the way that they'll play their C post. Second will fight forward, initially with that Fade util. About 25 seconds into that spike timer, they're falling back. They're activating that next layer with Zelsis and John on the mollies.
Yeah, and I think on this map too, John does a phenomenal job at calling rotates and being able to hold that defensive side down. I think that's one of his strengths as an IGL and as a Sentinel player on this map, and I think that he can, or as a Viper player on this map, and I think he can really put it out there, and that is something that I think is gonna kind of tip the edge and not allow the attackers to get rid of those rotations and punish that.
Well, John QT asked this question to his teammates after a big clutch against Leviathan on Lotus. It was, do you guys want it? They didn't. Not that day, but it is a new day, a different day. So it's time to get this match underway and head over to our casters. Backed by popular demand, it's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's get this one started here in the Super Week. Bit of a slow burn, Josh, honestly, for the opener here. Sentinels versus MIBR. But something with a lot to prove, I think, for a team like Sentinels. Because like the desk have been mentioning, they got off the back of that loss versus Leviathan. And they should have that fire lit underneath them, unfortunately, for MIBR.
Yeah, and it's a rough one for MIBR. This is Super Week. Our teams are playing much more than they usually would. And MIBR's schedule is to play against Sentinels and then NRG. Now, that is tough.
That's tough. That's like getting shoved in the locker. And then, I mean, NRG's coming knocking for the lunch money after. That's a rough one.
On the other side of that, if you want to cope for MIBR, Sen might not be prepping as heavy for this game because they have to balance it out between the 2 matches. Later on playing against EG.
Well, triple stack from Sen here on the pistol round. They got 3 players looking like they want to take a bit of a tumble and a tussle maybe here with a paranoia set up by TenZ.
These kind of setups, they're always a little risky because it relies on somebody taking contact on the defense side who could die early. FRZ is great with the shot.
Sassy just jiggling here. The season his hand actually misses, rebounds it back into him. Unfortunate there with a hitbox of it.
Quite good though. They don't commit the nade and the paranoia off the back immediately.
And
not wasting that util.
Open for the taking.
This is cute from MIBR.
Yeah, contacted all the way in here. John is feeling that pressure from the one-way. He knows that he has to give up the space now. At least he's got the awareness. He's watching at a slight and safe off angle. So can back away here, try and play for that. Retake a fight by Sentinels. They're forcing the issue forward, and the jump spot by TenZ almost a little bit risky, but the plant is down.
And the plant able to be committed because there was that pressure over towards Waterfall. It wasn't smoked off.
Scout destroyed.
MIBR choosing to fight it, and Sen find themselves in a 4v4 retake, both raises down. Remember that paranoia didn't get used early round from TenZ. He still has it.
Right, the kicking here with the smokes propped up here, dividing up the site. A little bit more palpable for them. Paranoia now finally gliding through. Big connection onto a multitude of targets, but again, there's no follow-up. The volleys are just delaying. How are Sentinels going to take this one with time of the essence? Sticking onto it, Sassy half already. Might have just earned them enough time here. Mazin all the way forward, spamming and tapping all the way. John just about gets it.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker from Mazin. MIBR also didn't buy very much post-plant utility. Mazin, I believe, didn't come into the round with those snake bites. Only 1 Nano Swarm available as well. Perhaps that could make the difference when we go forwards.
Dying here would be...
Look at this. John's like, just keep my head low, mate.
Yep, head tucked. Survives just long enough.
That's my general plan in life. Just keep your head down. hope things whistle past you. I want a small audio issue on stage, Ben, but I do want to talk about this a little bit, right? Because coming off the context of Sen losing to Leviathan, remember what Kaplan said? He said the 2 big reasons that they lost Lotus, they didn't come into it wanting it in the first half, yeah? Okay. But also, he said, our Lotus is starting to get readable, especially our defense side. Now, if that's the case, and you're going to put a lot of time into Lotus heading into the Super Week, how unusual is it that Sen then end up picking the map heading into here?
Yeah,
because wouldn't you want to leave that open and kind of wait as long as possible for another team to pick it, thinking it's a weakness, and you've actually worked on it? That to me is a bit interesting.
On paper, I would agree with you. I think most people will agree with you, but Sentinels are not a team that really operate like on paper. They love the reps.
I'm not going to lie, TenZ is crushing this game.
But they like the reps. They're a team that have proven that. I mean, we had the same kind of questions, I think, circling around teams that were going to be playing the most matches in a Kickoff qualifiers. Sentinels are one of them. We said, oh, it's going to be a disadvantage. Teams are going to read too much. Sentinels have thrived in that. I think they've honed their map pools over time. So I don't think they are the type of team to try and hide strategies away. Even in these long weekly formats, they want to be constantly iterating. And time for a bit of rest and relaxation, I suppose. Got time to think as well. I mean, you're going to be heading into an eco round if you are MIBR.
Yeah. Different approaches from both of the teams. Oh, no. Okay. Now Zekan's taking his moment to try to stimulate his brain, and now he's into full relaxation mode.
Yeah, a lot of trust being placed. Of course, listen, Secret Labs, fantastic chairs. They sponsor the show. But I will say, I always trust. Squeaky bum time when I'm leaning back in one, especially that far back. But hopefully getting this audio issue solved. Just with the yin-ears here.
Yeah. And as we progress later through this map, something that I'm going to be keeping a big eye on is Is there anything new on Sen's defense? Because if Kaplan's talked about that being a potential weakness, of it being too readable, have they brought new things to the table? Too early to know now, but that's going to be a focus for us heading later on.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Taking a close look at some of the map pools and what they've got prepped, and if they have innovated onto the loaders. I mean, they're already seeing early signs of it. Just at the beginning with that, trying to set play, I suppose, just dealing with the C's.
Certainly, yeah, that's not a pistol round that I remember seeing from Sen before on the defense side. To remind people what they were up to, they were mostly playing for mount control on defense, so that this guy here could send a paranoia through and help them on the B retakes, just fighting B on his own with the flash. You wouldn't believe it, but he can be sharp when he's in game and not snoozing.
Okay, well, in the meantime as well, while we get this setup ready, how did Aspas become Aspas? I know, a little bit, off tilt there in terms of the real topic here, but find out about his origin story in this clip from the latest episode of Common Ground.
Was that the transition for you? Like, did you get into gaming because your dad was gaming when you were a kid?
Yeah, when I was 3 years old, I started playing with my dad.
3? What game? I mean, what game are you playing at 3?
Oh, it was CS 1.6.
You were playing CS at a... No wonder. This makes so much more sense now.
Yeah, we have a really good bond because I started playing because of him, because he had the PC and he played, so I started playing together with him. If like I had a problem in the PC, I would just call him, and when he gets home, he would fix. And sometimes the mouse that I had some double-click problems. Yeah. And I would ask him, he would open the mouse and fix the problem as well.
Oh, that's amazing, dude. Yeah.
So if I had any problem, he would fix.
That's dope.
And my father, he stopped playing for some time because he had to like give the time. And then now he's playing VALORANT.
Is he?
Yeah, he's playing VALORANT when he finished work and he go back home at night. He plays some VALORANT.
Is he good? Well, that's probably not. That's not a fair question. We're talking about one of the best duelists in the world.
My chain, my watch, my wrist, my house, my rise and grind. I give away all this to see my dog just one more time.
But they're still currently working on it, as you can see from the players' positions. I mean, they're all well rested, sleeping.
Yeah, they are. You need to get your break. You need to get your break at the beginning of the Super Week. It is going to be grueling. It might not feel like it now because we've just started, but this is 5 days in a row. For the teams, it's multiple matches that you need to be preparing for. And for teams like Sen, where it's 2 teams you're expected to beat, actually, that can end up being a real trap that you fall into. We've seen that over in Pacific, I think, with some teams that have played multiple times throughout the week, just finding it so tough to get good enough prep for both.
It's a lot to really just prep for, like you said, 2 teams in the week with the Super Week. I mean, we won't comment on the Pacific schedule. They've been having a Super Week every week for some teams for some reason.
I think one of the big reasons that the Sen fans are excited about this game is that they're expecting a bounce back, right? The Sen fans seem excited despite the fact that Sen just lost to Leviathan because they're thinking, yeah, we got a dub here against MIBR. And I think, listen, if you're a Sen hater, you might want to tune in and just see if something crazy happens too at the beginning of Super Week, right?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, there was a bit of cope as well, I believe, on the desk as well in the pre-show talking about how this loss was good for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Because you don't want a team that's just winning everything and then they, get complacent and lose sight of what's actually real here, which is all getting those championship points and getting those wins that should be easy for you, that should be winning.
I was watching the Sen, the vlog series that they're doing on the YouTube channel, actually, which is excellent. Shout out to the people at Sen making those. And one of the things that Zelsis and John Cutie were talking about when they were inside kind of the shuttle to take them to the event, I think it was the game right before Lev, they were discussing like the aftermath of Madrid. And like, yeah, I have a trophy, but listen, it hasn't filled that hole in my heart. I've still got to keep competing. You know what I mean? Like when you're a player, you set your sights on that trophy. And then once you've lifted it, you have to actually reassess how you set those goals for yourself.
Yeah, you do.
You have to either think of a higher goal, like the Champs Trophy or winning here regionally or something like that. Or you have to try to find that satisfaction inside yourself of like, I just want to win every game that's in front of me. I want to get better as a player. Where you find that motivation from, it's super important for player mentality.
I completely agree. Yeah, and now I've heard that they need a few more minutes to actually set this one up. So there's 2 options here for the people at home.
Okay.
You continue to listen to us yap and get paid by the word.
Yeah.
Which I prefer. Listen, it's about 100 per word. So listen, it'll be earning a couple of bands at the end of this one, or we could send it to a break.
Okay. Well, let's go for rock paper scissors then.
Okay.
If they're doing rock paper scissors to open things in the tech pause, rock paper scissors.
Are we going on goal? Or 3, or like, how are we doing this?
This guy doesn't even know rock, paper, scissors,
How are we doing this? How are we doing this?
You do rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yeah. If you win, we go to break.
And then on shoot we go.
If you win, we go to break.
Okay, if I win, we go to break. All right, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Dude, we haven't planned this. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, there you go. The mind games that work. So we're going to break?
Yeah.
We're going to break. Okay, see you in a few.
Forever, I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. I wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. Should've known better. Yeah. You said forever. Yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you.
Okay, well, we're still dealing with it. I mean, I saw some cherry-picked comments from Twitch chat as well.
They weren't cherry-picked.
Yap has come back. I'm sure that was one out of thousands,
well,
to be honest. I honestly, Godspeed to production finding those ones here, but we are trying to get this one resolved, obviously, as soon as possible. We want the game to start as much as you guys do.
Yeah, and so do the 10 players as well.
Yeah.
Zelsis has been very vocal on stream before, talking about the fact that he had some audio issues recently and he was frustrated by the process. And, I mean, this is the other side of the coin, isn't it?
It is the other side of the coin.
You want to make sure that the players have the best situation possible, but John's got to struggle with something working. So they have been making progress and they are doing some final checks, but you know, you never know with the ghosts in the machine.
Yeah, you never know. You know, you just take a bit of a break from the gameplay and then someone's been chewing through the cables. Yeah, God knows who. We haven't caught them yet.
Yeah, entirely possible. Yeah, where are they at?
Yates are number 1. I mean, listen,
got a win today?
Haven't seen the Bleak game yet.
Got a win today?
They did get a win today.
Yeah, I was prepping for Americas, so I wasn't able to take a look over at Pacific, but there's definitely a VOD to review over there, for sure. And listen, maybe we'll get some wild upsets in this area too. I guarantee there's going to be some.
There's going to be some during the Super Week. I mean, it's an endurance test for almost all teams involved.
Yeah.
You've got 5 straight weeks of match, or 5 straight days of matches, not weeks.
I love, by the way, these faces on sticks that we have in the audience. They are so good.
Yeah, okay. Well, enough from us. Let's send it down to the professional yappers who really can fill some time. The desk, what's going on, guys?
You know, just vibing, learning how to play rock, paper, scissors from you guys. Thank you very much for the demo.
Paper.
No, I never really encountered that game.
International rock, paper, scissors?
No, I mean, in Australia, we just sort of settle our disputes with violence. So, I mean, this seems way better, to be honest. Yeah, I'm really down with that. I mean, look, we have the second line of yappers that have now stepped up. It's like, you know, it's like Civil War type stuff. We're now on the second line. We're going to test the brain power of our desk, all right? Because it hasn't really been utilised to its full potential today. We could have put the pistol round in the telly for this gentleman to yap over, but we decided to save that for a later time. We're going to play the game, Where Are You At? That's right, the rules are
Los
dead
Angeles.
simple. Yes,
You
presently.
won!
Ding, ding, yes, I did it!
No, you're
Wow.
wrong. Aren't we in Santa Monica? It's a different municipality.
No, we're in West LA. Baby, we're in West LA. Get owned. This isn't Santa Monica.
Yeah, what's next? Social Security? Going to rattle them out for everybody. The rules are very simple. We're going to see a very small portion. What? I'm misreading the rules. You can't beat me. We're going to a very small. Hello?
Can I try it?
Wait. Is he allowed to?
We'll see a very small portion of a map and have to guess which one it
Unbelievable.
is. Let's get this started and bring up our first one.
All right, small portion of the map. Show it to me.
Bring it up.
Bring it. Our first one.
What in the...
What? Is this the Louvre?
Oh, Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent.
Where?
Ascent
No,
is
In the
no.
gelato shop.
This is Pearl.
Ascent gelato shop.
Wrong. It's
I
Pearl.
think it's Ascent where the little guys are in wine.
I think it's in art in Pearl.
Are you gonna dig us when we get it right?
There's a reason it's called art.
Yes.
No, well, we're not going to dig us. I think we're going to see it. All right, let's see it. Don't expect me to guess. There's no way that's
I
happening.
want to dig.
I'm too busy looking through my teammates' POV when I play.
Why is that?
Because I'm dead. And when you get shot, you die.
Wait, we're slow zooming out.
Are we?
That is glacial.
Yeah, we're moving there.
Okay. They really wanted us to play this segment. Oh my God. Okay.
Hey! Oh, okay. You're actually insane. You're
You
insane.
overcooked, brother.
I overcooked. My bad.
Too smart. Too wise.
Okay.
And knowledgeable.
Oh,
What are you in?
Wait, there's more.
Yeah, but wait.
Congratulations.
There's
I only chewed on
more.
it slightly. All right, we got more. Let's try another one. Here's our second. Okay, a little control room, a little bit cartography station.
Oh, this is this is Bind, I think.
Icebox.
You might be right that it's Icebox.
Fracture.
It's either Fracture, Icebox, or
Wait,
Bind. It's
actually-
one of half of the map.
It's one of the Kingdom maps. I know that for sure.
How could this be Icebox?
There's a little office in Icebox.
There is a little
I feel like
office.
I've seen
Yeah.
it.
Whoa!
Hey!
Holy!
Do one of them
I'm
have
in
the
it.
answer?
Oh, I wanted
Can
to.
we get
All
some
right.
Subway Surfers?
So,
in there?
okay, so we think it's Icebox or Bind. We're gonna have to commit to one of these.
Wait, what is it? What is it?
Look at the
I
sticker.
think it's Icebox.
Isn't this where Cypher's hanging out?
Wait,
I'm
is
trying to
that
look.
really
There's a
on that
mini map.
screen?
This is
What
where
mini
they,
map is that?
Had Cypher sitting there on the
Do you see
computer.
it?
Wait, that's not a Valorant map.
That's not a Valorant.
Yes.
Leaked. They leaked a new map. That's
New map.
crazy.
Is this Bind?
No, wait. This is Icebox because that's the Yoru reveal thing in the
Yeah.
top right
It's
monitor.
Icebox,
Yeah.
I'm
You're
one-shotting
owning.
every one of these. I'm going to look like a fool if I'm wrong.
All right, that's it. There are our guesses. Which map is it? We're zooming out. It's Icebox.
Icebox.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Fair
Attack
enough.
and spawn.
The sticky notes sort of threw me for a loop there. All right, nicely done. We've got another one
Pass
here.
over to you.
Our third map. What do we think about this location here? It's a
Teddy bear
that's
mentioned.
Oh, it's Lotus.
Is that a cupcake?
It's Lotus up in the top of the ceiling of I think
Breeze
P
in the middle of the pillar.
This is on the ceiling?
What
Yeah.
are you guys just floating around in custom games looking at the
I
teddy
don't.
bears?
Is this
What
like-
is
are you fighting
happening?
one?
No, the real reason is I watch a lot of Pro Valorant, and the obviously.
Okay, you watch a lot of.
Sorry,
I don't. So, yeah.
But in like the freeze
I
time,
watched a lot of EMEA. So.
Someone got dinged.
But our observers love showing these things, and they're the ones who made this. Yeti made this, I think, probably. I don't know. I'm going to credit him.
Thank you,
And he's the guy who
Give
shows
us
them all.
Turtle.
Okay, Lotus.
Give us
I think so. The
Okay,
call was
one
on the
bit.
ceiling of
Right
Lotus,
there.
right?
On the ceiling of Lotus, like
Okay.
up in the skybox.
All right, it's time for the big reveal. Is it indeed?
Okay.
Oh my God.
what?
Dude.
Come on,
Okay.
that is. No one knows that.
Whatever.
No, apparently she does.
The observers show the teddy. They love the teddy bears.
Right.
There's only one thing observers like. It's teddy bears.
And turtles.
Right there.
They love turtles, Mimi.
Unbelievable. We got
Again,
one
one
more.
bit.
We have to embrace the turtle.
One more.
Actually, we might have five.
Mimi's in the
actually.
lead right
It
now.
might
Let's
be
do this
more.
one. All right,
Wait, I
come
need
on.
a one
This
hit
is the show where everything's made up and the points don't matter. Don't worry about it.
Fracture.
Okay, we have a control panel. Something's critical.
Fracture, I think.
What is going? I have not been to any of these. I thought we were going to go to real places on the map. We're going out of bounds. I feel like this is not fair.
But it is fair.
No, it's Sunset.
Why?
Because Dizzy reveal, top left corner, all the Easter eggs. Because this is where Riot put all the Easter eggs in, and Sunset came out around
See?
Dizzy.
There you go. You don't even have to watch
Time.
Pro Valorant. You just need to be right into the ARG
Sunset
content.
is this in?
I think he's actually right.
The
It's-
map.
I don't think it's Fracture, but I don't know what
Okay.
it is.
I like
I'm no
con-
longer smart.
No,
I
it
can use
has
some
to be
context,
Sunset.
please.
Sunset's the only map.
In the pool?
No, yes. I mean, according to our teams, everyone picks Sunset here in Americas.
All right, let's show
I'm
it.
down for Sunset.
Is this in fact Sunset, given the presence of Dizzy on the monitor? Bingo! Okay, now that one you don't even need to go out of bounds to see, to be fair. You just need to be...
Yeah, but when I'm holding in a post plant, I'm not looking into the wall. What are you doing?
It's your trophy. You won't hold it.
Congratulations, yeah, you're now the bearer of the...
I thought she was trying to kill me with two fingers.
No. I wouldn't in the... Nope.
No violence.
Anti-killing. Killing is bad, actually.
All right, okay, yes.
Unless it's in game.
Thank you very much for that ratification. Let's talk about our last little spot here. Where are we now for our 5th location?
Split.
It's
B-Heaven.
B-Heaven.
Yeah.
You look up, you see tower.
Okay.
Yep.
That one might be pretty quick and easy. We're locking in B-Heaven on Split.
Show the
Give it to
reveal.
us.
God, it's like I'm there right now.
I mean, great to see.
I have another game we can
Great
play.
suspense.
Do you want to play rock, paper, scissors with me? Come on, we go on shoot, okay?
Okay.
Come on, fair game, all right? Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I thought you were going to take it off.
Owned.
I thought you were going to take it off.
How do you lose? How do you lose?
I overcooked. Well, you see, I thought too much about it. We're still in a tech pause, unfortunately, but let's make the most of it instead. Turn this into a tech pause. That's P-A-W-S.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like pause, like pause.
I don't write it. Okay, yes. We want you to send us pictures of your Valorant loving pets with the hashtags VCT Americas or VCT, and we'll share them to everyone here. That's right, we're into pet content, folks. That is where we're at in this particular tech pause.
We have a wingman right here. That's our pet.
That counts, right?
That does count.
I can't believe you did that.
I'm
to me.
working.
How
did you lose rock, paper, scissors?
Because I just assumed there'd be something subversive going on. Like, you just rip it off.
No, see, I was playing like Oxy. Just don't think. Just, do.
I'm too jaded. Like, I could have just taken you at face value and had an easy dub. That's unreal.
That's funny.
We live in a society.
Phone on set.
truly
That's
are.
crazy.
Yeah, like,
I worked.
That's crazy.
I gave content.
You worked?
Did you see any pet pics?
No, but I tweeted one.
Oh, great.
Oh, let's get it up on the screen. I mean, as if we get it that fast.
We will at some point.
I can't wait to see how that sort of pans
Anyone
out.
willing to bark?
What?
What?
No.
What? Who said that? Who said that?
What? Who said that?
That's crazy.
What's wrong with barking? Is that not? I don't know. Is that not allowed? Or?
No, that's legal.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know. All right. Well, while we catch up with Mimi again, we'd love to see what you guys are up to during our tech PAWS. We'll be able to share them out as well.
rough.
And again, like, there can be action shots. They don't have to be pictures. They can be videos. We actually have the functionality to say that you're back. It was fine. I was just imitating a dog.
Live Sabine reaction. That's great.
Aww.
Yeah, that was quick.
Yeah, it's live.
That
Actually.
was fast.
That's
Is that
actually
in
crazy.
Was that in the drafts or like?
No,
That was wild.
I just have a lot of cat pictures in my
Oh, okay. Good
There's
heavens.
more though.
All right, we are ready for the game, believe it or not. We somehow bought just enough time treading water. We're ready for the game. Let's head back over to our casters. Brett and Josh, take us in.
We're back. We're ready. We hope we're ready. I think we're ready.
Don't say anything. No.
Okay.
This is going to work.
We've been told we're ready. And time to get into it.
I mean, John looks ready. They look focused.
Yeah, locked in.
The timer is ticking down. We're heading back into it.
Okay.
If you missed it, Sen won a retake happening
what is that?
over towards C. And Artazine has decided to force up. This is what C9 was doing. And actually, a couple of the China teams were doing this as well.
Yeah. Full armor. Rifle gets dropped for you. Only really available on the attack side. And you've got a bit more extra pocket money to spend here. With Mazin getting caught onto the mid lurk early.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Brent. Normally, this strategy, you want to be putting the player with the rifle that you've forced in position to take the fight. And you don't really want to be losing players early. Artazine's good. He's been one of the best new additions to MIBR. He looks like he's got chances of taking them across the line in some big rounds.
Just missing the timing, JCZ. Jumping up. It's the back of the cranium for Tens. It's going to be caught and catched on. Zelsis now is close and in danger. Spray down with the bullets here. Narrowly avoiding and spraying through. Two! But a nade overlapped. No damage, really no harm into the round overall. So with 3 surviving and that rifle picked up as well, a tasty little upgrade courtesy of the opposite team.
Yeah, and there's a big downside to going for this kind of thing. Whew. Especially when they're peaking at the beginning. I just don't really understand the way that FRZ and Mazin were playing that, when Artazine is actually the player that can make the difference. So you come into the next round and MIBR are not going to be able to afford a rifle on one of their players. TenZ still has the Outlaw. That can pick off 2 of the players on MIBR, Ardazine and RGL.
This off angle is a brutal one. Anti-flash position, look at it.
And there's Ardazine, he had light armor. He goes down in 1.
Full speed ahead though, with the door opening up, will force out that util, now that Prowler. Proactive by Sentinels. That was just to set Zekken up into this forward position. Look at him, sat there with the judge, and he could turn them into mincemeat at a moment's notice. FRZ, if he dies or goes down to a wide face, it's wide enough that he will survive to the solo single shot.
There's a little bit of a gamble involved there for sure. And
Spike dropped.
not bad damage, to be honest with you, because again, even though FRZ's been healed up, he dies to 1 shot from TenZ. And it makes it much easier for John QD and Sassy to get the kills too. This is nice though. Pressure towards the alarm bot on C as they start to work their way in on A.
One getting broken though. This is pressure on 2 fronts here by MIBR, so he's trying to sow a bit of deceit and chaos. See if they can pull some of these rotations, but Sen aren't being convinced.
Now they will be.
And now, chance and opportunity. Look at this, Mazine. Yeah. Strikes correctly and precisely the right moment.
The problem is for Sen, is that a lurker? Is that the full hit? Was it a fake? Or was Mazine just playing a very aggressive lurk on Viper? They're unsure. They don't know where to commit right now.
There's only 13 seconds left, pushing through the smoke. I mean, Jesus, they're taking that fight straight to them on an open A side. That has sown enough, at least chaos there, into the mix of the round. They have to deal with these stragglers. Jesus, hey, the stinger shot to the head. He's still alive and kicking though, and he is causing all sorts of distractions, isn't he? Leave it to TenZ here on the bonus. Just don't know where a lot of these players are. Single shot, there we go. Straight to the chest. One more in the chamber. Not enough though. That full armor just saving the day there for Mazine, but a 1v2 and potential chances here for Sassy, but time running short. You can start to hear it ticking and ticking away. Got to get a move on here if you want any sort of chance. One spotted, the tap, forcing them forwards, but here it is, MIBR. Follow through there and taking away a win there against the Sentinels bonus round.
And frankly, the way that Sassy was unable to get that final kill actually helps MIBR's economy a little. It's still a really devastating bonus though. A couple of moments where MIBR perhaps got away with it a little. You know, certainly the Prowler to set up Zekken on an aggressive angle could have benefited them. And MIBR are going to come into the next round. 2 people on light armor and a Bulldog. TenZ has another Outlaw.
Really prioritizing it.
Toxin screen down.
Deep horns and pressure applied here by Sentinels out towards A rubble. They want control of this area. Really only being postured off by Mazine as a paranoia exchange on either side out on the opposite section of the map with Mazine falling. A control now going to be going towards Sentinels, and all in the middle of all of this. Tucked to the corner, that's Zelsis here, and he's playing again, the bait and switch and a snap to the side. RGL Meister at least with the trade, but now he's just a solo player. One left standing, TP's up, and it's too predictable.
MIBR in the previous round playing both avenues of the map, creating pressure on C and A at the same time. Well, Sen just did it on their defense side. They made it feel like it was heavy pressure over towards Rubble when Mazine dies at the beginning of the round. And in fact, they've actually got a bait and switch set up over towards C as well. Now, there's a few things going on here strategically for MIBR. One is they're putting a heavy emphasis on trying to lurk into C if they're given mount control. The other is we've seen players just walk into B at like random mid-round timings. They've been heavily punished for that. So I would expect MIBR to not be trying to take those timings as much anymore.
We'll see if it instills that level of discipline. MIBR only sitting themselves here onto the half-by round. Ardazine with an ult and a Bulldog.
I have to spike.
Real tools at their disposal. See if they can apply some pressure. That one maybe with a pick. Might even think about offloading the ult, but for now, just farming them up.
FRZ getting 2 away. Thinking about the next rounds.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned earlier, I'm really paying attention to what Sen's defensive setups look like here, because that was the thing that Kaplan had identified in their match against Lev. Dropped down to 10 HP again there.
Lama saved it.
Yeah. Well, with the amount that Sen have been using the Outlaw, it doesn't seem like a bad idea to go for it.
Here.
The pressure now, we're going to be sending all of their players out towards C. Haven't actually got rid of any of this setup. The Nano Swarms, significant amount of damage there, but just offering the upgrade now with the kill. Found.
30 seconds
4v5. That will go down. Yes, it will. Might be a kill, though. Yes, with the util flushing RGL Meister out into the open. Straight into the rifle fire, but it's an exchange of hands here. Now the showstopper really being afforded to use.
They're trying to buy enough time for JCC to come around, and Sassy's watching for it.
It's the awareness by Sassy. Just expecting that could be a possibility. Of course, that noise was made a little bit earlier and prior. Haunt taken care of, but not enough there. Can't level the shots. So Sentinels, a really good win for them, in all honesty as well. I mean, 4 players surviving and getting some of those critical ults out of MIBR.
Yeah. And they even have the option with the defuse of whose ult they wanted to try to get up towards the end. They've chosen Zekken, so that showstopper's online for Sentinels, but they could have gone with Sassy just as easily. You can see that both of these teams are making micro-adaptations to each other. MIBR choosing to go with some more of the full armor, realizing that it's just ridiculous, the amount of the Tens and Zekken have got Outlaws pointing their way. But now we get to more of the real game, where things have started to stabilize in the economy, although this is an eco swing round for MIBR. But there is a bit of economic stabilization, and this is where ults are starting to get online. So now you get that extra layer of the mind games. And all of the things that MIBR are trying to do, there's only one that's really worked for them, and it's that smoke they're putting on C that's allowing them to get past the turret and creating pressure in that kind of way. Everything else, the walking in on B, the rubble fights, Sen have been very easily shutting down.
It's a little bit half-baked from MIBR.
Yeah, I think to give them as much credit as possible, to be as generous as possible, I think MIBR have probably looked at old footage of Sen playing Lotus, and I think in mid-round, or early mid-round, we can walk in B, because they just don't play people B. It's an alarm bot or a turret and the wall, and that's it. And now that Sen have started to mix things up, I think those harder reads are catching them and leading to MIBR players swinging through that Viper wall and going down. You know, normally these teams, they do actually have reasons that they do things, but it's based on either scrim reads or old VOD footage or something like that that teams have already adjusted. And especially considering Sen are trying to change how they play. I mean, here, for example, you specifically have the turret, but you also have Zekken on B. You know, 2 layers to that B defense.
Holding close with that showstopper just in case. So C's only the 1 connection. A rubble control will be conceded. So maybe ran to some of that ground. A couple of bullets there going just through the door before it fully closed up. Now they want to make another go of this here and over, but the snake might drop down at your feet. I mean, it's Arzine in no man's land.
That's not good enough at MIBR. You need way more pressure, and you also need to bait out that util.
Play towards the reactions here. The dog was that connection onto the stun as well. JCC seeking to capitalize. He is so fast onto the target now. Deciding what util he really wants to just offload here. Now to the Seekers, but that's going to be causing a paranoia to go flying. And MIBR, it's disjointed at best here, but now they're finally starting to gain some of that ground and scaling into the site. But they're going to remove these pesky players. Reinforcements arriving. Still, collection of kills out towards the back. Nana Swarm a little bit too shallow there. Doesn't connect, and a snap of the wrist from 10 certainly does, with Mazine dropping Spike out in the open, and the last one spotted, the solo player of FRZ, not a chance.
This. All right, I did.
Easy stuff from Sen. Great little play from Tens as well, a fake teleport. Just put in the middle of that after he'd already, you know, Sassy had already dropped the player that had the spike. MIBR, though, they're losing their entry player, trying to get in through tree, not really able to create enough pressure with utility. We've seen teams run Paranoia Prowler plays to do that, or fake a push towards the main site, or tap the door as you look like you're pivoting B to try to draw out utility. There's a lot of different ways of handling that. And now in this round, they will have FRZ's ultimate to be able to work with, but instead their economy kind of shot.
That's all over the place.
These mound fights were killing Sen in their game against Lev.
Yeah, they certainly were.
But that was on full buy rounds where the attacking team was using a smoke in a really nice position, just where these guys are pushing into here, to create a lot of aggressive pressure and deny information to the defenders.
I haven't been seeing it too much, though.
No.
Not at all.
It's an incredibly meta smoke to throw right now. MIBR, though, are playing this more like an eco, where they're just searching around the map, pushing people back, seeing if they can work picks. The problem, though, for MIBR is we're halfway through this attacking half for them. They haven't even forced out ultimates on the side of Sen. So this is looking dire.
Yeah, haven't forced out the ults. I mean, essentially generational wealth on the side of the Sentinels players. There are no risk of losing any of the economy, and looks like losing any fights either. Just don't have the weaponry for MIBR, and it's dire straits, really. Think about Lotus as a map. It's heavily attack-sided at this point. I mean, 6-1. Sentinels on their defense side. They have come out here with something to prove.
Yeah.
It was a slow beginning versus Lev when they sat on Lotus. They said it themselves. You could see it watching the game. They were out of sorts.
Yeah. And if you give enough credit to MIBR, that the ideas they're trying of the lurks through onto C, the early mid-round timings of just walking into B, that kind of thing. If you give them the credit that that's based on VOD footage, then you're seeing the dividends already from Sen.
Yeah.
Right? You change it up. You change it up, and suddenly other teams can't get that anti-strat advantage. Left. They have to just battle you with head-to-head. Big ultimates available here. This is MIBR's best chance of allowing the momentum to swing just somewhat in their direction. But again, I want to draw your attention. RGL using that one way over towards C. This is not the meta smoke right now. It's more to do with putting one on the floor to be able to get in. It's a little better for the attack side teams usually.
Protocols. You can see from Sentinels, I mean, Zelsis is just holding the lockdown. They're willing to give C mount control, expecting FRZ to use his over in that direction. Probably going to be used in response to that, but here we go. That pressure towards A. Holding onto the paranoia, using the horn, couple of bullets spraying through.
A nice additional layer to the protocol there from Sen. TenZ doesn't commit the paranoia unless there's noise, even after the Prowler catches contact.
Got to be cleaned over the movement.
This is one of the first rounds where MIBR actually have mount control and they're putting pressure towards A. So this feels a bit like when MIBR got that round by creating pressure on both sides of the map and confusing Sen. One of the issues is Sen have big ults to try to re-clear and hold their ground.
What a time to use the pit. It's going to be defended as well in this place. Drop down here. It's Celsius. He's going to try and watch the car. What is that?
30 seconds left.
Ozine just pre-firing up top there. That will remove the pit. And now Celsius, he is in a bit of danger here. Bullets going flying. FRZ.
This is a great pit.
Lockdown, Nightfall on top of it with the pit. It is a collection, cacophony of ultimates all offloaded here. Showstopper on top of it. And who will be the winner? Who will be the victor? It's Chaos thrown into the mix. And it feels like it's all Sentinels! Lot of bullets! Not enough to break the lockdown. 2 versus 2. Spike is down. Paranoia flying, gliding here, dropping down into main. Got to try and defend their positions and stop them from really getting themselves into position. FRZ holding it down inside of the smoke. And it leaves it to Sassy in that 1v2. 1v1 still now being found here, but here it is. Getting the time ticking, tap onto it, seeing if he can at least force that position out wide, but he doesn't have a clue where FRZ is, and the reposition is immaculate. So, the second one on the board here for MIBR. What did it take? Absolutely everything.
And even then, there was definitely an opportunity for it to slip away for them. Credit to MIBR, their understanding of what was happening here was lovely. That kill, bonkers, onto John Cutie.
I mean, off sound cues or what,
yeah,
I don't know.
But the pit that Mazine goes for allows them to challenge the lockdown. It's just that Zelsis ran in and killed the Viper, so Mazine ended up falling too. But at least MIBR there using their ultimates well, using the Viper's pit, using the lockdown to create pressure on Sen and putting it into a winnable scenario. Now there's another issue. TenZ with the off.
Pop flash through, actually, in through the one way. They want to disrespect this one, but as this was happening, Mazine again losing that battle out towards A Rubble. Feeling like he has to overexert himself ever so slightly, maybe. Connection there from Trailblazer. Will it signal the go button? Yes, it will, but they're being blinded up and just sprayed down.
MIBR don't seem to respect snake bites in the way that perhaps they should be, because Sen have got the follow-up every time behind it. Mazine's died on these aggro lurks a little too much. MIBR not waiting for the main portion of their fight to cause a distraction before getting the lurk in.
What a shot.
And it's just a catastrophe. Every block falling as MIBR capitulate. These snake bites have been perfectly timed from John Cutie, but there have just been so many moments where either he's picking up the kill or a teammate is picking up the kill on somebody who egos them. We saw Artazine fall to that over towards Tree. We're seeing it here on the C push.
30 seconds
I think
left.
MMBR can't really get a read on where the Viper is, perhaps.
Yeah.
Because Sen are mixing up how that defensive setup works.
You just try and disrespect, ego check through with the decay and the snake bites.
And that's going to work against worse teams. If you try to find holes in worse team setups, they're going to be there. The desk has talked about it all day, about some of the holes that are present in MIBR's game. But when you play against the top teams, they have minimized the amount of holes involved. And this is, you know, nice pathing from Artazine to be able to double blast back over the top of the snakebite, but no utility pressure on those players. Just holding the crossfire. Rough stations for MIBR, but Sen looking pretty.
Round 10 with the money not good. Horn doesn't get broken. Should be able to set up 10s with the operator deep onto the A line. FLZ getting spotted, but there's no follow-up after the Prowler.
And I like the fact that MIBR have more passive lurk players here from FRZ and Mazine. The problem is, this is an eco round where arguably you want to let them off the leash a little more.
Yeah.
Should probably be reversed. How do you cook up some kind of play to give yourself an advantage in this round? Are you relying on Artazine hitting a crazy sheriff shot? Because you don't really want to invest the showstopper 5v5. You want an advantage before you go for it.
Dogs heard. Sentinels want nothing to do with it, actually. I mean, there was an option there for Tens and Second to fight it. He was definitely in position to nade the close corner.
One of the first times we're seeing MIBR end towards B.
Oh, and the timing on that is just perfection. War goes down here, dropping a snakebite though. They can't really cross the line of scrimmage. Second one now, offloaded. And the swarm dealt with, so John QT can still hold his ground, and it's just ring around the roses. I mean, desperation is the way I would call it. With only 25 seconds left, they don't know which way to end.
No, but they've dragged out both snakebites and the Cs, so MIBR can get in a lot more easily now.
Shots aren't necessarily clean here. Showstopper. The fuse run out. It is buying him that crucial time. Rocket doesn't collect a kill, and nobody's looking towards the back end of it. They think it's clear. John QT, he will capitalize. Through now as the door rotates. Player position scattered into the post plant.
Yeah, post plant lineups though as well from Mazine and FRZ. And this is how Sen play their post plants here too.
When will Sen get a bit of a read on this one here? Because time is going to start to run short. Here it is, snakebite, Sen flying. Yes, the kills are being collected. Sassy with half onto the fuse, sticking it all the way. Where's the lineup landing? It missed. Onto the ceiling. Maybe Justin feeling a bit rushed and panicked, I suppose, into the round, but that was one of their best chances to get a win.
Yeah, to be honest, you normally see those clutches happening with a nano swarm lineup anyway, not a snakebite. There's not enough kill pressure there most of the time. But you see the desperation that's creeping into MIBR's play. They're in a 5v5, and they choose to use the showstopper just to kind of keep the flood defending back.
Yeah.
Did they have a chance? Yeah, but not a large one of making that round work. Heavy rubble fight here for Sen.
Again with a snakebite. This time they are just corralling, collected up. Seeing if they can take that gamble and that fight together. The Sentinels are the ones who are entirely favored, not willing to give up that space.
That's a utility combo again. Sen have not fought with 4 players over this side of the map. And they MIBR certainly not expecting Zelsus to be tucked under mound there. But yeah, Sen are really mixing up their defense side. They haven't gone for a heavy rubble fight. Playing with your food, perhaps?
Really getting fancy with it at least.
Spend everything. We keep nothing.
Tens and Zekken both got shut down in the game against Leviathan. They weren't really able to have that same star player impact you expect from them. And Aspas, as you said earlier, Brent, pushed them into the locker and stole their lunch money. And now they've come back and basically hurt people.
Yeah, they do. It's a cycle of misery, cycle of pain.
Tens and Zekken are like, right, well, we got bullied in the Lev game, so now we're actually going to bully MIBR.
It's the final round here, the first half of Lotus. Door shutting, slide opportunity for TenZ, but nobody peeks their way out. Everybody's grouped up though. And this does feel very much just like an all-in attempt by MIBR. Seeking to overwhelm TenZ's position. He's going to get us out of there. Interesting and unorthodox.
Op sight line?
Yeah, tucking away. He's worried about there being a slight gap here, but as the smoke fades, he might be able to get his eyes onto somebody, one player maybe, but not accounting. The close corner, pushing him. Uh-oh. Hello with the rocket at the feet, and Ardazine dealt with RGL. Quick to take up that space once more, and a deep flank all the way wrapped around. That's going to be causing distractions here. Paranoia flying through, blinded up. Kills need to be found here in a 3 versus 3, making a 3 versus 2. That might be trying to withstand this one. They are still in the post plant. Maybe there are still chances for them here in the post plant position with this door. Snake bite, Nana swarms.
So now they know the rough positions of both players.
They do. Maybe enough time pressure could be purchased. Spamming through half already. Purchased and bought. Maybe the backup plan. Zekken brought down. So 9-3 will be that final scoreline. Question is it enough for MIBR? Swapping halves are going to be going over to the defensive side of Lotus.
Yeah, Sen looking like they've got a pretty big advantage here, to be honest with you. But at least MIBR are able to convert that round. Good plant position. Players staying alive there from Mazine, from FRZ, playing the post plants, playing the spam lines. But that was only enough for 3.
Only enough for 3. Barely enough. I mean, it goes without saying, pistol round as we get into that next half will be a must-win. But let's send it down to the desk to hear them break it down so far.
And so a reckoning has been unleashed. Its name is Sentinels. What a way to bounce back after a disappointing result. But we talked about MIBR in the pregame, so there's actually some play to their mid-round. It can be elaborate at times. Doesn't seem so now with their A-lurker dies off the rip every time.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest issue of this half was MIBR constantly calling these kind of 3-on-1s as you're normally calling, heavy towards A or C on Lotus, and their one player, either on that A or C lurk, was just getting flushed out and punished every round. And that meant that, like, time after time, MIBR was having to call into the C site, which is stacked with both the Viper and the Killjoy mollies, and they were getting obliterated.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing as well that contributes to that is not only was the lurker dying a lot, they also couldn't punish any of the rotations. They couldn't pull any of the rotators off of their sites, and they also couldn't punish any of the solo aggressions. We saw TenZ just pushing up A by himself, and he was completely able to just take that space completely alone. At some point, it was even just Saucy as the fade, which technically shouldn't really be possible.
Yeah, and a big part of that was the proactivity from Zekken and TenZ, right? Those guys were so good, whether it was with the Outlaw or the Op or these kind of combined fights, to push those players on the extremities away.
Yeah, just as storm clouds start to gather, as we discussed, MIBR showing so far.
Something happened.
I want to remind you guys, we asked earlier for some pet photos. It wasn't just a nefarious device to buy time during a tech pause, although you're forgiven for believing it. We got some of these. You guys absolutely came through. Also with some puns. I appreciate that.
Look at the Jays are so cute.
That is
Is that a rabbit in a cowboy hat?
Wait, that is so cute.
I've never seen anything better in my life. Wait, these are some new.
How has this been staged on such short notice?
Oh, look at him. What a
That's me watching
then
the
Chungus enjoying the game.
Hey, yo.
Oh,
hey, yo.
Well, we've lightened the mood a little bit here, and hopefully in the MIBR camp, the same is happening right now because they've got a lot to do to start to make this game even competitive. Let's get that second half underway and head back to our casters.
Keep sending in the pet photos, man. I mean, never know when you're going to need them. Never know when we're going to need them. Never take pause segment. I love that. It's excellent. But it goes without saying, like we said, pistol round for MIBR is the sole focus here, really, to have any chance whatsoever. Crossfire set up by MIBR.
Yeah, it's a little similar to what we saw from Sen on their pistol. 3 players stacked over towards B, looking to try to play more of a crossfire rather than an aggressive trap setup, I think. But Ardazine was there with the nade. Now they're clearing out B, looking to move back over towards A. They're going to have a good read here of where Sen are finishing.
And a swarm will delay any sort of engagement out towards Tree, but guess what? Paranoia is dodged along the board at Util. The kills are at least being collected here. It's evened out on either side here. 3v3. Still no ground gained here to get a safe plant down, and there's a fast rotation from all the MIBR players up top here. It's a game of timings and chances, and RGL just doesn't win his out, not when he's up against 2.
Very nice there from John and Zelsis to just put a pause in there, double up, make sure that they could train out a player on site without any risk. But John is weak.
Yeah, and that opens up An opportunity maybe for Mazim, but he does need that one kill. Can he find the second attack from Celsius? Reveals the position, but matters not. To right-click there.
That is an unusual way of playing the 1v1, to go for the tap and give away where you are. Sen just styling on them at this point. And a pistol round. Okay, I like the macro from MRBR. They got the fact that it was going to be an A hit. They tried to flood defend in, but you see the difference there with how Sen approached clearing tree.
Yeah.
TenZ coming in through the other side of the map, throws a paranoia. They have a Seize in there. They have a Nano Swarm in there as well. They're using a lot of pressure onto any potential A side anchor.
Find you.
MRBR just trying to take that one with a bit of brute force. The util certainly helps with it.
Yeah, and
that was yeah.
The MIBR Classic. Go and get it in the shops now. What was that doing on RGL?
I know. That's crazy stuff. I think the nade as well, just forcing the Sen players out into the open. So they do actually have a player advantage here on the eco round.
Got themselves in a tidy spot that Sen are going to have to dig themselves out from.
This gun's probably not going to be retrievable. You can already hear them just being ferried back and away.
Dropping spike.
MIBR just sitting pretty on A. We're seeing a lot of these Sky Lotus comps either fading out or losing. And I suppose fading out being the apt comparison. Here we go, Clash.
Bot coming back.
Ooh, util out in the hands here now. Seeking to swarm and overwhelm. Wow, the flash actually didn't connect there onto Sassy.
Don't ask me why.
For whatever reason, I'm not too sure either. Now just seeing if they can funnel their way through, but it's a very, very narrow choke point.
That's massive.
And a lot of weaponry to get through.
God, that's so extraordinarily well done by Sen there. It might just look like they're mopping up ecos, and to be honest, they are. But the way in which they're fighting over the angles, allowing the first player in, swinging back onto the angle to catch the players afterwards, and then backing off as a teammate comes in to pick up the same line. Like, really nice micro coordination. Yeah, my Classic doesn't do that, actually.
Remaining.
And the spray from John just to finish it off. So even when you think MIBR have a chance to make something wild happen, it's just not theirs.
No. It's really not. A lot of rifles online here for Sen. Clean movement from second. What is that, man? I mean, just understands the angle, even though it's smoked off. Just spraying down. Position that players do like to play. Hello, might be getting a bit overzealous, but it is traded through. Hop in! And that's a bit of disrespect, isn't it? TenZ. Unlikely contender of the space, but he does eventually take it himself.
Yeah, we're getting the sloppiness in here now.
Oh, yeah.
Sen want to finish it out, you can tell. But they found themselves in a 2v2. Health disadvantage. No plant down just yet.
Snake bite. Celsius is low. It's going to be forced wide. Yeah, he's going to go down to it, in fact. Pick your poison in that spot. The post plant, though, TenZ can play this position. He just needs to isolate these fights! And they drop like flies!
Match point.
It's not a good day for Brazil.
It's really not.
Great day if you're a TenZ fan. But every time MIBR get into a spot where it looks like they should be, you know, I mean, this is so sloppy.
It is really sloppy.
It's supposed to jump the player through and then swing afterwards, but Sen, they're up so many rounds. They're just letting some of the small things slip, and still, player quality pushes them over the line. Ridiculous from TenZ, very similar. He had a similar clutch, actually, playing the post plant against Lev.
Yeah.
I mean, Sen against Lev, they were pulling out some wild individual moments. Here's that smoke that we were talking about, by the way. On the attack side for Sen, makes it very difficult for the defenders to fight over this area.
Wow.
And FRZ tries to swing off turret contact, doesn't realize there are two Sen players pressuring B instead of the more standard one lurker, and they get punished for it.
Liberty's being taken entirely by Sentinels. I think you're right.
It's the details,
yeah,
man.
The vibes from Sentinels right now, we're just being so loosey-goosey.
Yeah.
You can feel that they want to just try and put a stop to this map. Now, they have called a bit of a pause in the play here into this round after pressuring towards front B.
Here's the flash. Ooh, does actually catch info onto somebody. That's
Azine. I mean, he's set up wide here. Archie Master by his side. looking to take the fight there. Maybe expecting there to be only one player, but they fall. Anyway, two left to stand and pick up the pieces, maybe forge something of it for MIBR. Jay-Zay and Ardazine gonna need a miracle.
Yeah, I think have a little chat about Bind at this point. 2v5, 12-3. Sen.
Here.
I don't see how they lose this one, but it would start with JZZ getting a pick.
Paranoia is good, delaying and buying a bit of time. But they need way more kills where that came from. And how did they set it up? Flash. Connection. Zekken cleared. 3 left to stand, and TenZ is low. But now with the smoke popped up again, it just gets that much more difficult time working against them. And this is for the map as a reminder here. Crumbling beneath them. It will have to be heroics. But I don't think it's in order. Not for MIBR right now. Not for map 1. Full focus. Set your sights onto Pine. But the Sentinels, they've come straight back into this. As Uber said earlier, with a reckoning here. Biblically accurate Sentinels on display. Looking strong here early on, and at least in this series.
Yeah, they have smited MIBR on map 1. And MIBR are just going to have to go back, lick their wounds, try to focus on Bind. It was Sen's map pick. They showed us some new stuff on Lotus. It was interesting from that point of view, but not a close map at all.
Certainly not here. For MIBR will have to be that full focus onto map 2. There were some close moments, don't get me wrong here. Minor details, but making a difference in some of these rounds.
But so regular.
Yeah.
So many of the details going the way of Sen. Didn't really need the hero plays, but tossed a couple in there anyway.
Yeah, that player quality just really on full display. Well, we're going to step away, but of course, Uber and the analyst desk are going to be breaking it all down for map number 1, so do not go anywhere. You know you don't want to miss it.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Still wonder where you are. If you're gonna call me into talk, 'cause I need your love and I need your soul to make me feel whole, to make me feel.
Towards the back of the site. There's that first swing. Second shot coming through. Knocked on Cutie, and it
Fake TP. E agora vem socão. Ele perdeu. E que beleza, Rizeli!
Everyone, I'm here with Coach Kaplan of Sentinels. A pretty convincing map, I would say, in your favor. But I would agree too. You would say, you said before rather, that your Lotus is becoming readable. During map selection, you immediately picked Lotus. So is it safe to assume that you've cooked something up to bring that 12-3 in?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time watching back our own Lotus, talking about what we need to do differently, what we need to keep doing, but just do better. Little changes, big changes, how to hit the balance, and I think the whole team did a really good job participating in that. John really took the lead, especially, honestly, the whole map. Lotus has been his domain, so he really, shout-outs to him especially.
Well, best luck on map 2.
Well,
Why are you wearing sunglasses?
I mean, we talked about this, didn't we? We're like, hey, what do we do with the sunglasses? I don't know. Let's just pan away from Ender.
Yeah, you know, why
Not
not?
saying anything.
Look, I was asked to put them on, they stay on. Don't ask about the glass, I'm very insecure about them. Don't ask about them.
Okay, also you notice he's tucked his shirt in. Yeah, that's right. Ready for that one. Yeah? Your shirt's tucked in now.
I wonder why.
Talk about the game.
No,
What
I just don't
happened?
miss a beat. I mean, that was a pretty systematic deconstruction, I think, by Sentinels of MIBR. We talked about it a little bit in the halftime break, right? They want to, 3-1-1 in some sort of variation, but they get no penetration onto A at all. MIBR shut down. And then there's aggression here at Mound constantly from Sentinels. It just ruins MIBR.
Basically, no MIBR lurks ever worked, and especially like these contains over towards A. There were a couple of rounds where Mazine, like, he's going up to clear a haunt as he's swinging into the line and just instantly getting shot. That forward aggro into A main especially just shrunk the map completely because MIBR never were playing rounds where they had, like, control on multiple fronts of the map.
Yeah, I think the biggest change I noticed in this Lotus game versus previous Lotus games from Sentinels is the variety of ideas they had to control extremities. A lot of these walk pushes, then timed late with a haunt going in, was kind of different than what we've seen before. Buying the Outlaw, investing in the Operator a lot, that was also a bit of a change-up that I thought was really effective against MIBR, especially that Outlaw purchase in the early rounds on defense was one of the big reasons they built momentum. So Sen, these changes definitely paying off, even if it is just minor tweaks.
Yeah, minor tweaks for sure. And they actually ended up getting so much aggression towards it that the rotations ended up playing perfectly in their favor. Even Zelsis playing on that side, he did not have to move. And as an anchor, he did an absolute phenomenal job. But yes, the rotations did not move at all. They felt like they had no need. They weren't pressured enough to move off of their sides, give up any sort of loopholes within that map. And so it ended up being like this solo aggression was winning them these lines, and the rest of the team was just set. Like, their defense was solid.
Yeah, their movement, especially around the C site. You know, we saw the early rounds, there was like that trap in front of Mound that Zelsis was a part of. But then, once the execs are coming through and he's re-swinging through Viper orbs around that waterfall area, that site dance they did was really well coordinated.
Yeah, the way he dances with John QT on that site is really sick.
The waltz.
Yeah, they just have great synergy together on how they're timing their mollies, switching up their positioning on the site. It's the reason they were punishing MIBR, even when they were facing kind of those big number hits, like 4 players coming for them.
Now, there's a small chance here for our coaches to maybe look inward a little bit, and I'm very curious to hear about what MIBR's coach has to say ahead of this map number 2 after a brutal opening.
Everyone here with Coach Bazooka of MIBR. Obviously, that map did not go in your favor, but it was not your map pick. They ended up going into today's game, so the MIBR had a mountain to climb, defeating Sentinels. What's going to happen next map? How is MIBR going to win the next map and bring it to a map 3?
Just doing our stuff. I think we practiced a lot during this week, and we are ready for that.
Well, best of luck.
And I caught up with Fro this morning briefly, just in passing. He said we're looking inward a lot this week. Feel like that's maybe where a lot of our issues are sort of starting from. So I'm not surprised to get a pretty brief answer there from Bazooka. But we're headed to Bind here, right? A map which we've sort of seen Sentinels, they used to get that Yoru involved. They've moved away from that a little bit now, and they're undefeated on that map out of Madrid.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for MIBR, Bind is a map where their sort of desired playstyle works really well. I think this team works very well when they're separating in sort of like two little clumps, when they're, you know, playing to get a little bit more forward space slowly, as opposed to just going for full execs, right? This is a map where you can play, you know, both extremities of the map and teleport to rejoin later on.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they have some sort of plan kind of picked around this, especially because this is their map pick. Sentinels on every single section of their gameplay look like they had some sort of plan, whether it's aggression, retakes, protocols, anything that they wanted to do, even trap plays towards that door area. They were so set. And so for MIBR, I feel like I really want to see some sort of plan going into it. And maybe, I hope so, on Vine, they have some sort of creative. Yeah, maybe they have an actual plan that they all seem to be cohesive on, because that is something that I miss.
I think the trouble is, though, that Sentinels have a ton of different ideas of how to play this map. This double initiator comp they've been playing with the Gecko and the Sky in the mix gives them a ton of options, especially on their defensive side, for different areas when they're re-clearing, when they're going aggressive. I think the biggest issue is those re-clears. They're really going to be trying to kind of fight back into showers, fight back into long in these late rounds, and set up for these flood retakes that are really tough to deal with when that flash combo is coming at you.
And this is, again, where MIBR, the work they did this week, it has to be in the fundamentals, right? Especially, like, you know, Sentinels are going to be setting up to fight through your smokes, to fight into you very aggressively. This is where MIBR have to show some kind of resistance.
I want more aggression from them on their attacking side. In these post plants, I think they need to be proactive. If you're allowing Sentinels to go for set retakes with this same comp, which they are going back into, I think it can be pretty problematic for you. You're just going to get ran over on that side.
Yeah, aggression, and I think the most important part for me is confidence. Like, I feel like I want to see MIBR really pull into their own and push their form onto Sentinels instead of just being scared of these 1v1s that they might be kind of missing out on.
I want the confidence, but I also want awareness around spacing, right? Like, confidence and spacing, like, we got to mesh those together.
We don't know what round you're talking about.
Yeah, if we're going to have confidence, if we're going to fight forward for MIBR, I think they've made a good change for it. They've moved away from the Cypher. They've switched over to this double initiator. You have a lot more info, not just relying on those sky flashes, but having a lot of cross-map knives that can be really disruptive. I think this is a solid change for MIBR.
Yeah, moving away from the Gecko are MIBR. Let's find out if we can have a bit of a game here. Let's see if we can make it a map 3, ideally, and send it back to your casters. Glenn, me too, and Sideshow.
Yep, well, here we go. I mean, get into it. Bind is the map of choice. Already changes being made by MIBR with the compositions. I mean, listen, we can yap all you want about the compositions, and you will. Well, I know this guy, he will. That's what we pay him for. But yeah, I mean, double flashes for MIBR. Definitely can get proactive with it. Maybe he's talking about the mid-round information you can gather and gain from it.
Yeah.
But still, it's going to take more than just some creative ideas, I think, to get it over the line against a team like Sentinels when they're in this kind of form.
Yeah, and that's part of the issue. Your ideas have to be really good, and they have to be well executed, I think, to bridge what is clearly quite a big tier gap, actually, between where Sen and MIBR currently are at. So, taking a look at the pistol round buy, I do find it interesting that they've gone for Mazine going for full utility, and they're going to go for an early peek out onto Sand with one of his flashes. Nothing spotted. You see RGL bought the Ghost and 2 smokes here, not going for the molly, looking to try to play a slightly more aggressive variation of this B defense.
Got the info that they were wanting and hunting for here with a knife, smoke. It's all being used to dissuade and push back. Any sort of approach here, underhanded flash as well, seeking to refight, but it's just stray shots at least onto Zelsis. He was separated from all of that prior util.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a comms issue there. Zelsis thinking that they were going to commit to the site here. The rest of the team calling the cancel.
Hello. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, it's in! Time to fry. Time to farm as well with a spike drop down into his lap.
That is an amazing double kill there with the Ghost. Zekken almost walks backwards into JCZ, just dodges it. But this spike is down in an almost unretrievable spot. It should be MIBR getting off to a great beginning here.
Toxins going up.
Almost unfathomable that John and Zekken could recover this situation. Especially with such little time remaining, too.
Yeah, 30 seconds. I mean, he's poking around, seeing where this player is. The Artisan was
30 seconds
he's
left.
in forward position. He is. He's hidden in the TP. So, okay, Boombot opens the door. Wait, did it timing it? Oh, there we go. Revealed. Well off that Q. Artisan seeking to really do some damage and more. But a nail into the round. 10 into the board. That's a pistol round for MIBR. It's a good start for them.
Yeah, and MIBR with some good ideas there. Utilizing that KO and the double flash comp, they go for an early peek sand. All right, that doesn't get anything. But then they grab info with the flash from the sky over towards B-Long and then use double flashes again. Flash out through Hookah, and then a KO pop flash around Tube puts a huge amount of pressure onto Zelsis. He can't dodge them both. So this is what Sen are going to have to deal with. Their composition, of course, can combo the Flash Dizzies. But I think MIBR are going to be looking to go even more aggressive than Sen.
Double face for now. At least we'll push them back. FRZ. A bit of information here, but they have lost control of Showers.
I mean, for a moment, it looked like we were going to see some kind of Showers crunch there based on JCZ's position. But instead, just taking that information around the map. Neither of these teams playing with Sentinels, so flanks pushing out on defense is good.
Well, Dog as well, seeking to really just pop in and clear this one. Hello.
Don't let
Late delivery, little bro. He's getting away with it. But a flash maybe will contain it. That is just anarchy in the mix. MIBR, it's a 2v3. They got the planet in the midst of that. You are joking. You can't let it tumble like this. Please, MIBR.
They just couldn't get any momentum going on map one. It would be cruel to rip it away so early. But Sen are not in the mood to make friends.
No, not at all, man. That's a win on the eco. And it was just too much to deal with.
Do you think sometimes Wingman is like, mate, why have you brought me into this? You throw him out of his ball, and he's like, really? You expect me to get the plant down in this?
You don't have sight control.
Dodging
back
bullets.
sight control. Look, trying to take the fight forward, but it distracted as well. I mean, trying to spray down Wingman and prevent the plant. The flashes in their faces.
The rest of Sen all pushing forwards. If you expend too many bullets on little bro who's planting, the rest of Sen are going to get you.
That's incredible.
What a round. I mean, that's a funny one to kick us off to a 1-1 beginning. Sen looking to try to abuse this brim smoke at the bottom of Long. Sometimes you can get good angles over the top of this. It's well placed, but Zelsis is jump spotting over the top, seeing if anyone's greeding the orb, and then they can try to go for some spray through it. Sen are expecting aggression from MIBR on the other side, maybe anticipating a bit of frustration creeping into the Brazilian squad. Must just be devastating when you win a pistol like that so easily, with all of your ideas working so well, and then you fumble the follow-up. And now Ten's one away from his ult.
As you say, looking uncertain with the positioning that he wants to hold, but you're right. I mean, farming up the plants, the ult orbs, all prior. Ten's one away from the Thrash.
And it's not like it's probably going to be that important this round, but with a kill, with a plant, with a death, Ten's is going to have a massive ultimate for the next round. Can anybody from MIBR play disruption to this? Dog clears the path, smokes down. Ooh, flash over the top as well, just giving them an idea of where RGL is playing.
Disrespectful by Zekken. I mean, he's overstaying his welcome there. Spotted out.
Gets punished, and here comes the flank from FRZ as well.
Might make a difference, but he does miss the shot. Okay, ults have to be expended now. Ten's using that Thrash. Will he get some sort of connection? Detainment into the corner. No, it missed. It missed entirely. So the weapons are still online for these teams, but it comes down to whether or not you can get these kills. And Ten's, it is his job to seek to contain. Artisan forwards now close into the angle, but not watching for Showers at all. And eventually the players come together here. Sentinels doing the most to try and put a stop to that one, as dangerous as it might have seemed at times.
Honestly, from MIBR's perspective, there is a silver lining there. And it's that you actually forced the Thrash out. You did enough pressure. Partly due to this kill, partly due to the flank from FRZ that was coming down short. To the point where Tennis felt like he had to invest the Thrash. Just to avoid the Thrifty finding a win. So you've made this round way more winnable for yourselves. Hard to feel good about it, though.
Still, we'll see how it ends up going. Option a snake bite. All collected together now. Zekken, he's getting a move on. An injection of pace. Exactly what Sentinels ordered. The backside players might be struggling to really find some gaps to try and play off of. It's another handed nade, but it's a little bit too short of the mark. Shy of the mark, so plan will go off. Into the post plan we go. The positioning is good by Sentinels.
The dog there from JZZ gets broken, and that stops him from going for some kind of Showers crunch. He's moved way far away from it as MIBR tries to take space. Oh, brutal.
Wingman, Mr. Dizzy pointing forwards here with the rifles, trying to take the fight up close. And personal here. Second wave of all of that util. Great movement by John QT, just sidestepping all of the damage and the threats navigated. Excellent stuff here by Sentinels.
And a very simple round 2. They're doing the same kind of stuff. Wingman plants towards default. They path through, smokes, clear out front sight. They're not really aiming to fight for backside too heavily. There are additional layers to what Sentinels are currently doing. You can use that Flash Dizzy combo to then push backside and try to catch MIBR as they're going for the retake. But at the moment, they're just sticking to the basic execs and still coming out on top.
Yeah.
MIBR, I'd love to see some disruption in this round, potentially. Some kind of crunch here on Sand. And that's if Sen decide to go in that direction.
Toxin screen down.
Anytime you have short control, Sand crunches are a possibility.
Sen not sending any players towards that direction. Oh my god, what a perfect flash. FRZ, it wasn't no man's land.
Just out in the open.
Fully out in the open, and a movement. Bit of whiffage there from Zekken. It's all good. Another wingman plant and a pop flash play. JZC won't get away with much more than that still. 1 kill.
Back to me.
But still that player disadvantage. And they're playing full retake onto the B site.
Just want to point out good awareness here from John Cutie as well, who was watching the flank. MIBR have been going for a lot of flank retakes. And Sen just making sure that they're aware of that, even though it's not happening in this round.
Interestingly enough as well, holding very deep up onto Tube. Always potential as well for those guns that MIBR were holding to do some real damage, but it's all Sen again. Cleaning it up, offered into these post plants time and time again. I mean, there's no obstacle you can throw up if you're MIBR, it feels like, that Sen aren't able to navigate.
However, we haven't seen too many rifle rounds from MIBR, so don't write them off too quick here. They're just about to get some big ults online. The Showstopper, the Orbital Strike, both fantastic for MIBR to be able to deny plants or to stop sight hits from coming through. So yes, you're right. So far, we haven't actually seen any resistance from MIBR in terms of their ability to anchor or stop the floods through. But this could change things. The fact that MIBR now have rifles and ultimates to work with could be, and actually has to be, a difference maker, because listen, you're taking a timeout after 5 rounds. Things are looking very similar to Lotus. If you allow it to snowball out of control like Lotus did, I mean, you are not looking in a great spot. Listen, maybe MIBR did all of their prep this week for NRG.
Maybe, it's a possibility. Match they got coming up. Yeah, just huff on it, man. Just huff on it. It's either way you slice it, I mean, it is a pick your poison situation with Sentinels or NRG left to prep for. For MIBR, you're taking this time out to make a call here. So far, Sen are really just being afforded Showers control, belong control, once they wait out the initial util far too easily.
Yeah.
It's getting Sentinels into that post plant almost immediately.
I also don't really like the idea of taking timeouts right before big ult rounds. I think it gives too much time for your opponents to think of a way to throw you off. So I'm expecting Sen here to come out with something slightly different, or at least, I mean, look at the positioning, anticipating early, showstopper play.
Yeah. Even picking out onto the map.
Yeah, they know that this could be a possibility. They're set up for it. You've given them a lot of time to think about that kind of stuff. Great snipe back there. We've seen that lineup thrown many, many times. John from Market allows the rest of his team to take some B-long control. And now that they know there was no short aggression at the start of the round, at least not an explosive short take, they can start to work back through the center of the map here. They're not as worried about, for example, that sand crunch.
Yeah. Knife tags too. Addison is in a close position. He's tucked, and well, hearing that sound, no way! Satchel over the top! Second takes him out.
Was he in midair when those bullets were coming out?
I believe so. I mean, we'll see it on the replay.
I don't know whether I want to see it on the replay, Brent.
Absolutely disgusting stuff.
Well,
JCC.
Here comes Zekans as well.
Got to be the stalwart defender of this one. Rocket. No kills found. That was just from the spray of JCC, seeking to make something of the moment, but still, it's got to be another save round. I mean, everything was pushed into this round.
Brent,
got to back away with the rifles.
What's catastrophic about that from MIBR as well is that they just suppressed Zekan around that area.
Yep.
They knew that he was there, and they also knew that Zekan was just about to have his abilities back online. But the timing that they're taking is after the Dizzy goes down. So TenZ throws the Dizzy, and then Artazine is hiding inside the smoke, and once he anticipates someone taking hookah control, he pops out. But that's after the suppressor's already worn off, and then Zekan has his utility back online. And you're tackling one of the best Raze players in the world and asking them not to dodge your ult.
His guns need to be saved here. FFC.
This, by the way, is where we find out whether the replay team has any empathy. Because, Lord, don't show me it.
I want to see it. No. He was in air. He was in mid-air, man. Look at this. Satchel. Avoid it. No! It's filthy. It's filthy, man.
Can we get some developers on that? Oh, what's happening? It's like, it's just brutal, man. MIBR don't need those kind of situations to go the other way.
No. Excellent movement from second, though, just to avoid all of that one. And this is a desperation, proactivity on display. Guess what? Protocols in place and ready for it. That's what Sentinels are. Nades, rebounding. If the rifle didn't do it, Util certainly would have.
There could not be a team more prepared for short aggression in the last couple of rounds than Sen. That's the defensive, the default protocol you're looking for. The flank's coming through fast here, though, from MIBR, actually.
Watched by Zelsis. Tuck close onto the corner. It's a bit of sound bait. Picking up the orbs. Yeah, Zelsis, there's one.
My ult's ready.
Expects a second and will get it. Players dropping all over the place here for MIBR.
It's not getting any prettier.
No, it's not.
But for Sen, you could not get a more resounding bounce back from their loss against Leviathan.
Yeah.
Both of these teams lost to the LATAM squads last week. But those LATAM squads are not exactly the same.
No.
So...
very different.
Yeah.
Ready.
This is a Sentinels with that fire beneath them again. No loose ends in any of these rounds. It is just pure, overwhelming aggression. And the protocols are so good on top of it. They're ready for it.
Could we see a showers crunch happening here?
So his chances doubled up, though. It looks like there's that hesitation. Lack of confidence to see if they can take that fight. I mean, second. Yeah, they're clearing it through with a boombox.
There also wasn't another player with JZZ.
Wait, are they trying to go for this? They're facing. This time they're making a call. They want to go for this one with the Trailblazer right behind it. And there it is. Okay. Two more kills going their way. Orbital strikes on orbital strikes. TenZ. It's in the middle of all of this one, and he is fried to a crisp. 6-1, but MIBR looking to put that second one on board. John QT just spotting, shoulder poking out, receives the one, but he's got more targets where that came from. MIBR shouldn't let that one slip, and they're not going to. So 6-2.
A reminder that one of the big rounds that they won on Lotus was by utilizing, I think it was round 12, by utilizing their ultimates really effectively.
Yeah.
And this is another example where MIBR, once they have ults online, they actually did a decent job of this. They found that timing to be able to refight over showers, got the punish there, took the abilities away from their opponent with the null command, pressured them with the orbital strike when they went for the plant. You know, the idea was there, and they executed it, and they found that confidence. The thing that Myrna was talking about on the desk, but the problem is it's happening like 1 out of 12 rounds. We need to see that from MIBR more often. They are capable of it.
But crucially, 7-1 avoided. That's important. That's important in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, how have you managed to slip that in when it's a 6-2? It's just
avoided.
Dreadful.
We are going to keep this one going, though. Got the rifles in their hands now. Standard take here from Sentinels, just with the boom bot, but the snake bite does well to push them back and away with the mollies. Oh, Zekan does not care about it, man. satchel straight over. Full disrespect here from the util. JZZ, far too much to deal with. Pop flash on Mazine. It wasn't quite set up for it, but he can't reset the aim. But a second follow through is perfection from Sentinels.
That's an immaculate take as well. There's actually a Brimstone molly from Zelsis that lands in elbow to keep JZZ trapped on site so he can't fall back there. So many layers to put pressure on somebody who's going to be playing around Garden and somebody playing around Hookah. So well played by Sen. A couple of teams are going to be stealing that.
Oh, yeah. So well timed with it, revealing everything. Well, the pit will drop.
That's big.
And RGR backs away here. Maybe some time. Space being purchased here from Artisan, but now reveals his position out, open. Now 1v1, but time starting to tick. And that forces the issue.
Unfortunate again for MIBR, they get into a decent position, but that on-the-fly thinking from Sen just a little bit too good. Smoke from Zelsis allows them a bit of spare space, and he doesn't smoke Garden, he smokes on-site, gives them a spot to play around. Cool idea from Zelsis as the pit drops. Look at this, though. The flash catches onto the Hookah player. At the same time, look at this. That molly in the corner. What can JCC do about that? He's stuck. He's flashed. He's flashed again by his own team. He gets one. Good work getting one in that spot. Beautiful stuff from Sen. They've put some serious time into this version of their bind comp.
And it's too many. Just little things added into these executes, into the takes to deal with for MIBR. You can't really prep for this. I mean, you saw it there in the wide shot. You know, when JZZ just couldn't withstand, you know, his ground. He couldn't retreat into elbow because of the molly. The supportive util of Mazine, he was throwing these long-range flashes in just to try and help out these players. But it's still not enough. The timing is just ever so slightly off onto it.
And also, Mazine's throwing the flash there, assuming that JZZ is going to be able to play inside a smoke at elbow, whereas he can't. And what I'd like to see, though, from MIBR a little more is, if you're getting isolated and picked off one by one, let's try to either add something aggressive in, so you re-clear B long, for example, with some of your utility, and try to find that mid-round timing to do a play like that, or you try to double up a little more. Don't just play one Hookah, one long. Try to double up into Hookah and really dominate that space, or double long and fight for it, instead of going for the re-clear. There are different ways of approaching this. Their default defensive setups, though, are getting picked to pieces.
Viper's Pit might hopefully offer them new lease of life here. Locks down the A short angle, and they are playing heavy towards B long as well, but they've given up showers as a result.
I actually think this could be, or could have been, another round where they could go for that showers crunch. You've got Artisan in a spot where he could go forwards, and they did have RGL and JCC with Seekers that could have popped through the TP, but they've decided not to go for that. Here, a long-range KO knife clears out clears out A, so they know there's nobody showers anymore. This is going to keep that three-player stack towards B, so MIBR got a good idea with their macro of where this is going to end. It's not the macro that's really been the difference maker, though.
This is a... Oh, they want to refight this. Call's being made. It's a dry swing. No, not quite. There's a left hook flash from Mazine, and it supports it up elegantly. Precision will lock that round away, and we just discussed it, Josh. We talked about it. That refight, you've got the double flash comp. It's the bread and butter. It's what the comp is good at.
Yeah.
And they put it on display.
I think that's a great call there by Bazooka to add in a different way of approaching B. Don't allow Sen to get into their exec space. Instead, fight them for it. And yeah, it was that re-clear. It wasn't actually perfectly executed, but listen, we won't talk about that. We'll take it. They peaked a bit before the KO flash came through, but it still blinded up all of the Sen players. And it got them the win.
10 seconds left.
And that's what MIBR were going for. Good read on the fact that it was going to end B. KO knife over towards Showers to confirm that fact. Kept the three players stacked. Nicely done.
Yeah.
The rounds that MIBR are getting on the board, they're playing well. It's just about getting more of them and not having to take 3 or 4 lost rounds to come up with one good one. There is a chance, though, that you can keep this at a competitive half if MIBR win the next 2.
Well, certainly. 7-5, and yeah, beautiful work there. Free camera shot, just catching that flash. And yes, the swing was a little bit too early, but still,
the idea was good.
The idea was good.
And the execution was good enough as well. 12 assists for Mazine, definitely playing that supportive KO, as you can see with his setup there.
Yeah. New beginnings into the round here for Sentinels, but Pretty standard stuff, to be honest. I mean, they've been 2nd and 10s just holding this ground.
They're actually going back to their old B setup here.
Yeah. Thrash this time to cleave its way all the way through Detainment. There it is, sitting duck, FRZ. There's no help, no respite, and that's because of that molly again, you see it. No chance of a pop flash player, anybody else that can support them through here. Zelsis now with the plant, and Zekken, extra weapon in his arsenal. It's that showstopper. Sitting ready and pretty, ready to be popped off at the first signs of life of MIBR. Trailblazer to be met here with the Thrash, leading the charge right into elbow. Detainment there, showstopper on top of it. It's all combined it. It's overwhelming at its core. You don't stand a chance.
So coming off the back of MIBR with an excellent re-clear of B-Long, we then go into the normal setup again. Yeah. And Senna just given too much space. They get a great combo off where they're able to get value out of Ten's ultimate. And it's game over. Once you allow Sen to get into these exits and the post plants, MIBR's retakes have not really stood a chance. They're just barreling over Mazine in heaven. And the economy's not too bad here for MIBR. They're still going to be able to get some guns online. But unfortunately, after winning the pistol, only 2 others have gone the way of the Brazilians.
My ult's ready.
That Brim Molly over towards elbow is cooking MIBR.
It's making all the difference. Normally, your Sky play, if you're trying to defend that position, they play inside the smoke, they play anti-flash, they flash themselves out to support and relieve that pressure from the anchoring player.
Same B setup again.
Yeah, no changes.
I mean, maybe Sen are going to mix it up at this point because they've been focused on B quite a bit. Ten's even picking up the AWP.
Yeah, final round of the first half, so you've got the extra pocket change to work with. Might as well make the purchase. He's probably got a rifle sitting somewhere nearby. MIBR doubled up into the smoke here. Surely you don't just contact your way through this one. It's being watched for, but sleep at a wheel ever so slightly there. Sassy not expecting it.
Yeah, and it's also difficult to place your crosshair well when there's a smoke there. Yeah. They can come out of it a few unusual positions. Orbital strike for RGL.
Okay.
I don't think they were expecting an op.
No. Posted up onto the position here, but the smoke up in their faces.
Right there.
It feels like a lot of these defense setups are based on where the KO is playing. They don't have as much proactivity on the other side of the map. RGL can't even find a timing to use the ult.
Does find a time for the kill, but his back's going to be open wide and open. Okay, eventually kill claim there for Zelsis.
And that's ult online. Post-plant molly. Zelsis is going to be able to delay this defuse for so long. MIBR need to get a move on here.
Tempo needs to be increased. First wave of that util, you can see it. Line up Larry. On for it now with the molly, dropping it down. That just buy them even more time. Bodies out in the open. Desperation. And a 9-3 half. Sen are going to be really pouring themselves towards here, but it wasn't really arduous, was it? I mean, looking quite clean all the way through.
Some great setups from Sen, but MIBR, I think, just not adapting well enough. They knew what the problem was, but they couldn't figure out enough solutions to it.
Absolutely well. That's the first half all wrapped up. We'll send it down to Elizabeth, who's down in the crowd.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now, here at the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, we're all about competition of all kinds. And I'm here with Sam, an MIBR fan, and Jen, a Sentinels fan. And we're going to do a little game. As you can see, as you can see, they have these small objects in their hand, and we have some nets ready to go, and they're going to compete and try to throw it into the other person's net. The catch is, it is on their head. We are all about competition, and I'm all about starting my casting career. So buckle up, because I'm from Jersey and I do not hold back my opinions. Yeah, New Jersey, baby! All right, are we ready? Oh, okay, yes, it's Couture, we love it. How are we feeling? Oh no, not Couture yet. Okay, warm up. How are you feeling right now, Sam?
I don't know, I got these balls. Oh, I got these,
That's what they are.
Yeah, I got these balls in my hand, so let's see how it goes.
Yep, all right, and are you nervous?
This basket's not working out for me. I don't know what's happening.
All right, well, we have to get it started. Everyone, start your engines. That's the wrong sport. All right, and 3, 2, 1. All right, everyone get hype. I want to see everyone get hype. It's fine. I got it. I am the basket. There is nothing here. wait, I'm gonna cheat. So never mind, I can't cheat. Okay, this is Caitlin Clark would be so hey, we got one. There we go. Okay, yes. Okay, are we out of? No, come on. Okay, yes, come on. You can do it. Okay, this is hold on. This is your last one, is it? Isn't it? 2 more. All right, last 2. Who is the shot for?
It's for my boyfriend. He's sitting up there.
Go.
I love you, Dance!
Competitive integrity. All right, go for it. All right, no, you gotta go. We got last one. Go, go, go. Oh! All right, well, we have a map to get back to. Thank you. Can we give it up for Sam and Jen one more time? That was so much fun. No, we have an actual game to get back to. So, casters, please take it away.
That is excellent. I mean, honestly, we'll give it the MLB a run for the money, I think, with these kind of hits happening in the arena.
I mean, if Sen end up winning this game fairly quickly, we're going to have to make sure they don't trip over just falls over the stage. All right, let's see whether MIBR have got what it takes, though, to make this a bit more of a game. Sentinels stacking 4 players over towards B. Going for the gamble on their pistol round defense. MIBR have got to figure out that it's happening. They've only got 2 flashes to work with out of a possible 4. Bit of an unusual setup for their pistol round buy.
Yeah, just all ghosts online. Tripled up now, out towards B long.
And at the minute mark, getting fairly decent information that it's not going to be a mid-round take of B long. So this is where you start to see Tens moving his way over. Oh, coming back now, actually, towards B. This is probably because Zekken isn't really seeing anything in this sightline that we're now watching on short. But this is incorrect information. I mean, it's correct from Zekken's point of view, but the rest of MIBR not giving things away.
Here we go, sending it flying here with a util. Now, Zekken just pinging the appropriate angle, and that's going to be a rebound nade. That's going to delay the default plant spot, so he sends that one flying along with a snake bite. Cross map, I believe, off the comms.
Nice lineup.
30 seconds left.
And it has bought time for Sentinel, so they are getting themselves now into the side, but not enough to really dissuade it. But finally, plant on, line forwards. Space taken, scaling now, and a flank here of Zilsis. Right behind them! Can't win out the fight. Mazine just tucks it there. Shoulder peeking out, but now a clearance now into Lamps. No connection, not from the flash! RGL! Beautiful shot to the Ghost. Ringing true. Defuse, half from Wingman. Hello, anybody? Is he going to stop this? They do, eventually. Putting a stop to it, but has time been porched on QT? Put to bed here. So, another pistol around for MIBR. Been saying that one quite a bit.
Yeah, the problem is they got the pistol round over towards the beginning of Bind, and they couldn't get the conversion afterwards. It was a heartbreaker for them. So they've got to be able to convert here. RGL hit some great shots on the players trying to come in. What is that? Okay. Great stuff. Reminiscent of what Artazine did actually on Lotus. But it wasn't enough there. And MIBR have got to make sure that it is enough here.
Got to keep it clean.
5-player stack on B. Now, MIBR, they're not going to walk into this.
Wow. Flash. Spotting out the 1 player, seems to get some spam damage there. Now, Tenza's only got the wall to really evacuate here. Look at this guy. I mean, he's a thief in the night. He's getting away with everything. Vacuuming up all the orbs. MIBR, if you had any desire or chance, see if you can build up to some of those critical ultimates on your attack side. You're going to be denied that.
One of the problems as well is, Brent, with Tens going through the teleport like this, it actually makes it feel like there's less players on B. And so I was worried for a moment that MIBR were going to reactively hit B thinking it was weaker.
They spotted 2.
That's part of Sen's eco strat. Yeah, that spot is going to start the acceleration on A. RGL with the plant, looking to try to build up to orbital strike here. Not going to have it for this round, though.
Snakebite dropped to the feet there, and the right click will do it. There was a Dizzy, though, following up, and they are trying to flood themselves into the back. The side of Sentinel, surely. They'll win this one. Been softened up entirely. Plenty of bullets being sent flying into the few bodies that are left standing here from Sentinels, and it should be a clean one. All the more likely here for MIBR. Okay!
Love to see it. So now Artazine and RGL are getting close to big ultimates. This is going to be the first time in the entire match that MIBR actually start to build up some economy, some ultimates, and can try to get momentum going.
Foundations have been set.
Literally every other time, we've just seen it crushed before it could begin. A nice idea on this bonus could give them a great opportunity to come back.
Trailblazer sent forwards here, but a snakebite actually, damage actually clipped through the wall there and pulled him out of the animation of just the dog to clear the way. So, John QT dissuading that take, pushing them all the way back from Hookah, but maybe are going to be setting their sights now onto B long.
Sassy flashed through the teleporter early to allow Tencent Second to set up for Showers control. They got hit by the 0 point, pushed back, and now MIBR have long. Sassy goes for a re-exploration and hits that. Unfortunately, MIBR losing another player that's in that kind of lurk spot, reminiscent a little of Lotus. Losing those players early.
Reclaiming the gun. All that ground has been gained here for Mazine. He's not in a position to go on really any more exploration. There's too much to worry about with the smokes dropped down. Still, Sentinels have plenty of players tucked close to the site. Knife deep and across. Second, though, still has all of his abilities and more. And he's going to be hearing the rumble of the footsteps backing away, but also forwards here, Mazine.
30 seconds left.
Maybe trying to soundbait ever so slightly. Yeah, okay, Zekken thinking the coast was clear. Will get caught and the head clean off. John QT, though, it's a crossfire setup. And him alongside it, Sassy, TP. Reinforcements arriving just to try and help them out, but MIBR sent scurrying. There's only 13 seconds left. Which direction are you going into? They don't know.
10 seconds left.
There's no time at this point. You got too much to get through. And it's a lost round for MIBR. What's on your mind?
That's a puzzling one for me, Brent.
Okay.
Because if the idea was to try to soundbait to work a pick towards short, where's the decision to cancel? You've left things so late, you literally have to knife out run, stomping your way towards Hookah, giving away the fact that it's 100% ending on B. That's just too easy for Sen at that point. They're calling all the rotates.
Right here.
You're not even going towards B long, so you would have any opportunity to use TP. It's just a bit too simple. We haven't seen MIBR lose rounds because they're macro that much, but that's a devastating one.
Not being efficient with the time that they have.
Okay, but listen, does it matter in the wider scheme of things? MIBR still able to get the bye, one away from RGL and Artisan's ultimates. If they can win this round, they can still make some kind of comeback happen. And it's not like Sen are fighting them for ult orb control, at least at the beginning.
Ooh, that's a nice one to find. Doubled up. John QT falling. Real impetus now being placed! Huh? What is that?
Oh, the Thrash opens the door and Zekken topples him over like Skittles.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff. Chase is showing his presence here in towards short with a bit of a jiggle of the movement, and now they are putting that squeeze. But Montezelsus don't realize he is there. Still tucked towards pocket. Time available for him to just drop down that smoke, but sprayed down in place. Two players here. Left standing out for MIBR, and it's 2 versus 2. Taking that backside control, planning for it. Trying to flip the site entirely. It's a silent jump up now, up through into heaven. Trailblazer from Sassy, seeking to lead the way and
he's
clear a lot of that
about
space. Surely he's got to think about it. He is being flanked from FRZ, but no, he's pop flash through now and clearing most of the site, but the Trailblazer not being broken. Painted a pretty picture indeed for Zekken. FRZ, though, he's got to be that difference maker, and he's found the first one, still planted for him. Time is on your side. Just got to slow it down and take it against one of the best players in the world. 1v1 tap from Zekken, facing the wrong direction, expecting that reposition. Zekken again, now which way is he facing? Still expecting it from the spawn angle, and FRZ, it's easy pickings.
Big round for MIBR. They utilize the fact that they were able to get that early pick. But what is that? This is such a lovely mid-round idea from Sen, and yet it still crumbles because Sen had lost Showers control. I'm so confused at the end of this round, though. When Sassy uses Trailblazer in heaven, to me, it's just like instantly you think about somebody flanking you.
Yeah.
Because you've given away your position and you know that you can't move. So your opponent has a timing. I would have thought that Sen would be thinking about heaven more than that, but they were so convinced, both players on Sen, that FRZ was going to peek from pipes instead. Unusual, but a perfect gift for MIBR to get back into this. They didn't even have to use big ults there. RGL, Artisan still has Orbital Strike Showstopper to make these rounds happen. The pressure is finally on Sen. It's the first time we've been able to say it in the match. It's just been clean sailing up until this point.
Sen City team being made to bleed. Saw it in the previous match in stage 1, but this time against MIBR, they are at least holding a candle to them. Obviously, there's a big round differential of still 4 rounds sitting here, but instead of taking a timeout now, they are feeling that pressure. The economy was even in question, but they are scrambling to give her a bit of a buy. It's a judge in play from Zelsis, still opting into it.
Yeah, and there's 2 spots that you're going to normally want to play with a judge, one of which is on top of this box, and the other one's going to be as short where Zelsis currently is. You're playing inside the brim smoke a lot of the time, catching people as they flood in through short. Definitely got chances of catching Artazine because that's one of the most common areas that he would use the showstopper.
One suppressed.
A lot of early pressure there onto Sassy, stopping him from being able to play B long.
Standard combination. Look at all that space for MIBR. Deep smoke contacting through now with the underhanded flash pop in. Along with the showstopper, a bit of spam through the wall. No kill to be claimed here, but it does clear out the site, so MIBR should be happy with that one. Are they going to be ready now for an attempt to maybe flood back out here?
Yeah, what's your setup to stop Zekken's showstopper?
He alerts himself now with the position. There's a nade at his feet, 65. Help! Lets it rip and somehow finds that one. Onto Artazine, close. Corners into the fight, taking it. Picking them apart, it's meticulous in its nature. Orbital strike has to be offloaded relatively early here.
Very early.
MIBR just feeling the heat. And do they have enough to try and stop this one? Tens ready to defuse onto Wingman half. I don't believe they got it. Goes down to the molly, but only 2 players are left standing. And they know exactly the positioning of them. Sentinels going to be ready now to try and face them no matter what. John holding it down onto the diffuser. The rest of his team cleans it all up.
That extra layer, just not quite there from MIBR. They thought if they could hold passive and utilize the fact they had the orbital strike, they'd be able to get the job done. But unfortunately, by holding so passive, you allow Zekken's ultimate to take all of this space. Yeah. Sometimes, the best thing to do against a showstopper is actually just run your face into it. Because at least then you force it out early and you don't allow the other team to take space off the bat. There, Zekken just pops the showstopper and allows all of his team to waltz through. Sure, there's a 0 point, but he even finds a kill off the back. And now, where the pressure was on Sen, suddenly MIBR, they're hurting for money. 3 sheriffs.
Massive answer back on the other side of the timeout. Showers contained and held down here. Defense by Tens. He was a solo player, and there's really no picture in their mind of how they really wanted to try and earn themselves around for MIBR. It's just wandering around the map, hoping that they can be offered a few kills maybe with the Sheriff.
I mean, there was a flash there. Mazin tried to sync it up with a bounce flash off the wall, but they weren't expecting people to be on the off angles. They're thinking they're just holding a default crossfire. Small adjustments, and it gives Sen the round almost assuredly.
Ooh, spotting possibly on the box there. Tens know at least that they've lost control of this one.
Yeah, even if FRZ was able to get a kill, get the plant, they still don't have the spike. Sen get up to match point. Pressured a little more here on Bind, but not much more.
So far, pretty fundamental dismantling, I would say. Nothing been slipping on either of the eco rounds, making sure it's nice and contained. They've got good game plans. This whole series has really just been MIBR, unfortunately, being 1 step behind.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that assessment.
Round 19, here it is. Sentinels
launching smoke.
Chance for them to really close this series out now in a 2-0 fashion. Doubled up out towards Showers. ADS in action. And it's a double setup on top of it, so if anybody does wander into it, RGR Meister
launching smoke.
might have been punished, but just picks that timing here. And with John QT falling, that's really deep into the back of the B side. Seekers had to be popped early there.
Looks like it was a fantastic shot from Artazine onto John QT, who was holding up top. Sassy's thinking that all of that pressure was in Hookah, so he's going to try to re-clear it, almost dies to Mazin. And now Sassy's in a really bad spot.
Yeah, shot from B long, he's really just trapped here. Or is he? I mean, where's the swing, where's the trade? He is just taking these duels, willing them into existence. Wants to try and take the fight. The nade won't clear him. Satchel though, and the what is going on? Oh, it's silly and it's messy. Might even describe it as whimsical, but it does grant MIBR at least access to the site. Second, 1v2 now, 5 bullets left. Gotta play for the reload. Boombot. Believe shot down, so everybody healthy now and slow down. Take a bit of a breather if you are MIBR. It's the series on the line. Second.
There's no pressure on Second.
How he's just taking it in his stride. Crossfire setup. Not sure who will be the first contact. Most likely Mazine here, just holding onto it. No way. Snaps it. Doesn't know where the second player is, but it all comes down to him versus Mazine. Mazine maintains that cool. Will shut down Zekken.
You can see there that Zekken knew there was going to be somebody either like elbow, under hookah, in some kind of position to play off RGL's contact. But couldn't quite figure out that it was that close corner. Did have a nade to play with as well. And there's the entry that we didn't quite spot the first time around. Artesine walking through, catching John Cutie, and then the round went to chaos.
It really did go.
It really went bonkers after that.
One enemy remaining.
Certainly snappy from Zekken.
That shows it.
Keeping the vibes up.
And Sen actually taking a timeout here as well.
Yeah.
And we got a little glimpse there when we were looking at the replay of some of the chat, where they were saying you can just molly orb. I believe that was Sassy who was communicating that. So we'll have to take a look and see exactly what they're going to adjust here.
Maybe talking about the hookah hold.
Yeah, I mean, I think as possible. I mean, I'm thinking more like they're looking to re-clear the short lurk.
Yeah.
You know, when FRZ runs the Viper Orb down into lamps, maybe that was catching Sen off guard while we were watching the silliness on B.
Right, I see. Yeah.
So that could be a possibility, but the teams communicating stuff with each other. There's something that they don't like about the way that MIBR are playing the attack side. And we've seen this a couple of times actually from Sen, where they full gamble on one side of the map at the start of the round. Well, not quite. John just leaning over to throw that line up, and now he's going to be back over towards B early round. But it's still a very heavy gamble at the start here. And previously, we've seen Sen mess with the teleporters in these kind of situations.
Yeah, just throwing that disorder into the round if it comes to it. Pretty passive hold, even though they've stacked it. I mean, they're not making any effort to try and take control of showers early. Just holding with a setup. Most players towards backside, probably a double flash retake. They got both their Sky and the Gecko playing here, but that's not where MIBR are looking to take it. I mean, there might be a chance here. Oh, Zekken. Did they get spotted onto the minimap, maybe?
And notice, no Sentinel's defensive utility to re-clear that potential Viper lurk. So maybe they're thinking about doing it for the second round. Sassy's just egoing it. Hasn't used a flash, hasn't used the dog. They're just, right, there's nobody short. They've gone and contact re-cleared that area. The fact they haven't seen anybody short, I think should make them think that that Showers Trailblazer is a bit of a fake. There's smokes coming through as well. MIBR are trying to sell them a serious A-site hit.
But they have no control of B. Still, it might not make a difference.
30 seconds left.
Deep knife now to no command in case there are any anchoring players. Now we know there's nobody defending this. Center entirely off the site, so it's going to be a freebie for MIBR, but they are fast. Look at it, straight for the TP, and trying to flood themselves right back into this one. Behind them, Zekken and Tens coming together, spraying through, and it's an open sideline. It's not smoked for. That kind of tempo injection into the round here with the Viper's Pit, maybe enough coverage onto the side to try and provide some level of safety. There's a player advantage for Sentinels, and when they're put in this spot, they capitalize. They can feel it, they can taste it. One more round will make the difference. Mazine, he's fully blinded up there. We're breaking it. First layers of it. Still 2 left to stand here for MIBR, and the pit is still up. No more snake bites, though. Another tap. Second. Out in the open. They know where FRZ is.
Do they?
He's made himself noticed, surely. Evacuation, but not enough to evade. Just few stray shots. And it's all Sentinels now. 13-7. Map 2.
Defenders.
Don't get me wrong, they were pushed and tested in various ways, but they got the job done.
Sen with a fairly comfortable beginning there to Super Week. It only gets more difficult for MIBR as they play up against NRG next. But Sen, I think your comment at the beginning of this cast, actually, Brent, well, you were talking about the fact that Sen want to match test some of their ideas. Yeah. They're a team that enjoys playing games and getting real match and tournament experience. They were able to test out some new ideas on Lotus. They've got that VOD footage now to look back on. And I feel like on Bind as well, we saw some new stuff there.
Yeah, making improvements.
Yeah, they're running some of their old setups, but also adding some different ideas into. We saw that really effective Brim Molly from Zelsis on their B exec, some cool hookah crunches on the defense side, and generally speaking, indicating that there is a tier gap at the moment between the top teams in Americas and those struggle. Who knows, that could shift over the course of the week. We could still see upsets, but here today, Sen gapped them.
Yeah, he really did. An expected outcome. Just looking at the matchup on paper as well, that fire being relit here for Sentinels. It's always easy to take a bit of a breather, you know, when you're on the back end of an event where, okay, they won it all. But it really came to play here. The next matchup, of course, I mean, Super Week, it's a difficult one for a lot of these teams in terms of the amount of preparation. I believe it's EG.
For Sentinels,
for Sentinels, who they're going to be playing up against. Yeah. Now they can firmly focus on that target. There's already been a bit of beef stewing, I think.
Potter was giving it on Twitter.
Yeah.
What was this?
Just a ridiculous shot.
What was that?
Send it into the dev team.
Yeah, exactly. And there were some great moments. Honestly, there were some good moments from MLBR throughout this. There were just too few, too far between, and not enough adaptation happening throughout the series.
Yeah.
They've got like the bones of a team that can really hang in big rounds. The problem is getting that consistently and also dealing with stuff like this that Sen are going to throw at you. The creative stuff that other teams do, MLBR are not as good at dealing with it, or coming up with their own counter plans. And that ended up hurting them today.
Yeah, the tier gap on display, I think, as well. I mean, Sentinels can look forward to their next match as well, a bit of time. Not too sure until their next match, maybe a few days, 3 days.
A Super Week is going to end up feeling like everything is happening all at once.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many days until the next game. Yes, it's going to feel soon.
Plenty of Valorant left to go as well. Still, let's send it over to Elizabeth. She's down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
Well, you heard the crowd chanting his name. It is Zekin, everyone. An absolutely incredible performance from you. So I have to ask you, what were the conversations after you lost to Leviathan? You know, that was a crazy game. It felt like a grand final. It was at an international stage, but it was just a simple, not simple, but America's game. What was the conversation with the team after that loss?
It was a lot. I mean, Kaplan yelled at us for like 3 hours, but...
When you, just to be clear, when you say yell, you mean, like, give me an example.
You guys suck. And I mean, it's just that. But yeah, Kaplan was pretty upset with us. We were pretty upset with ourselves, both like individually and as a team. We felt like we really dropped the ball that game. So we came into this week's practice like really hungry to try and improve on our mistakes and show a better version of ourselves this weekend. And I think we did that.
I mean, I talked to Kaplan during the half, and he said that especially John QT, the whole entire team really worked together. And I asked him about that readable Lotus that you picked as your first map. Talk to me about that Lotus and what you changed.
We didn't change too much. We just showed up with a lot more energy today compared to last week. We were all working together a lot more, making a lot more plans, and just had a lot more energy going into that map.
Would you say that last week it was just like foot off the gas kind of type deal, or what would you say happened last week?
We got off to a really slow start. I think we were down like 0-7 or 0-8, and it's really hard to kind of come back from that, especially when we were kind of quiet that day. So I think we came in today, we got a lot of momentum, and we just kind of ran with it.
Well, I have to ask you because you'll be facing EG next. I don't know if you saw Potter's tweet, but she listed out that she, as a coach, has not lost to Kaplan yet. You will be facing them in 3 days. What are your thoughts on that?
I wish them the best of luck, that's all.
Best of luck. A humble king, if you will. Now, my colleague Geek Heavy asked you during Arrivals if you think you are the best player in the world. You adamantly denied that. Now, you and I are both from New Jersey. We tell it like it is, right? Why are you not the best player in the world? Or are you changing your mind? You're like, yeah, actually, the best.
I'm not. I still feel like I have a long way to go. I think I can be a lot better than I am right now. I think, I mean, I'm not humble, I'm just realistic. I think when I do feel like the best player in the world, I'll be able to say it, but I just don't think that's right now.
Okay, just to be clear, you just won Masters Madrid. You have been consistent since you were in high school. You've been grinding. I watch you do your homework on stream. Like, you have been grinding since you were in high school. You are consistent. You are insane. You are considered by many of your professional peers and the audience of thousands that you are one of the best players in the world. And yet, all of that is still not enough to convince you that you're one of the best players in the world.
Not yet.
Not yet. So
eventually, you know, it'd be nice.
I mean, if not you, who?
If not me, I mean, there's a lot of good players out there. Like, Osparos, Demon 1, who's in the other regions? Durke is really good. Like, there's a lot of players out there, I think.
Well, I want you to say, as jersey to jersey, you are one of the best players in the world, and you deserve to know that.
Thank you.
Okay? Give it up one more time, because I can keep on going for a second, but stay right there, because we have Cloud9 versus Loud coming up, but we're going to take a quick break, so stay right there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Loud is one of the top teams, always has been. Sadek's been one of the best, if not the best IGL of all time.
Olha a popada do Manito. Foi buscar o Victor!
É um time novo, com jogadores experientes, jogadores que eu admiro.
que são muito bons. Essa vitória deles contra o Leviathan também traz muita confiança individual para eles, então acredito que vai ser um jogo bem difícil.
Protocol to make them think twice. Rooney with 3.
We have Oxy, the most consistently insane fragger that I've ever seen, a lot of people have ever seen.
But a showstopper out into the back of side. Oxy gets 2.
As long as we just let him off the leash and let him go kill, he's unstoppable. We should be fine.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and day 1 of the Super Week. That's right, we've stretched MIBR off the stage and it's time for our second match of the day. A little bit of Cloud9 versus Loud. I'm Uber, here standing in front of the wall this time with Ender, Mimi, Athena. Great to have you guys here. Really love the suggestion to move around the room, stretch our legs a little bit.
I love
as if we weren't already standing.
One of my favorite locations.
We actually do have legs, chat.
Yeah. That's right. I had to wear actual shoes now. We're in front of this wall. Let's get right into it, though. We'll talk about Loud, right? Because they finished 4th in Madrid, like really strong showing, definitely reminding everybody just how deep the Americas region is. But coming back from that, it feels like they were a little bit lagged. The travel definitely took its toll and maybe didn't have as much prep time as they would have liked.
I mean, they just didn't. It's a fact, right? They were coming in late from a flight, getting back into America, and had practically no time to turn around. A lot of these players talked about being literally jet-lagged up on that stage, and it really showed in the gameplay. They were struggling, especially on the second map. It was a 13-3 trouncing by NRG.
Yeah, I mean, you can always argue that losing to NRG, which is arguably one of the better teams in this stage 1 right now, is definitely a big thing. But being jet-lagged sucks as a player. Not only are you tired, your performance is lacking, your comms are lacking, everything.
It was brutal, though.
Yeah, it was brutal. I'm ready to write it off, though.
Yes, because they just had a week off to prep, and they're coming into a new patch.
And yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? Is we only saw them the one time. It's now been 2 weeks since we've last seen them. And I think that if there was a team that was going to play Clove, this is the team to play Clove. And for me, it's because I don't think Clove has a huge place in the meta right now. I think that Omen sort of outclasses them.
There's some maps you just don't want to see them on,
yes,
right?
But the way Loud play, because they play no Sentinel, it means they have to have players in usually supportive roles like Lesser or someone on smokes playing forward lines to get information, especially on defense. And I think Clove allows you to do that. And then, of course, with the backup smokes, you still have the ability to influence the map.
So you want to see them on double controller maps, maybe? You know, like alongside a Viper, for example?
I mean, they make most maps double controller. Loud is like the team that, even though most people have moved away from it, have really stuck their guns on that matter.
Yeah, and that's why I think for them, that would be my idea, is playing it as a secondary to a Viper. I also think there's some maps where you could actually play double circle smokes and it not be so bad.
I think like we always struggle to get a bit of insight into what's going on with Loud, but we have a secret weapon. We are going to head over to Elizabeth, who managed to get some tidbits out of IGL Sadak.
Sadak, if you can roll over here super quickly, yes. Come on over. Stop. Perfect. So, very quick question for you. You talked about on your stream about giving up some of that power from the team. Can you give me a little more details about that?
Yeah, 100%. Well, this split, we're trying something different. We're giving all the power to the coaches. So composition, strategy, is all going through them first. And they have the final decision. And I'm just a captain in IGL now, which is what I love. Yeah, I mean, it's going super well. We practiced this couple of weeks, and it was super interesting. It was super good for the team. So yeah, I'm pretty excited to show everyone what we've been working on.
All right, well, see you. Best of luck. Now roll away. Don't speed. Roll away.
Look, some people, you just got to be the little spoon from time to time.
I mean,
okay.
Seriously, though, it does feel like maybe that the coaches have earned the players' trust in a big way, which is not always common, especially when you have like these seasoned IGLs, these captains on teams, you can be reluctant to give over the reins.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually am kind of surprised to hear it, because for me, when I had in my mind for this team, this was the year where Sadakis talked about his whole thing was like, I've always hated Sentinels.
This is my read on the game.
The team, the agents,
yes.
Group of
I mean,
agents
actually, in a post-game interview with Kickoff, he did say, I hate this guy, I want to beat them, so you know, put it out there.
That's fair. But yeah, it was like his idea that I was seeing when they were going for these comps with the Phoenix Breach, with these Sentineless comps. It seemed like it was very much his kind of direction. But now heading into Kickoff, they're making it change. And with a new meta shift, with that week off, it all seems perfectly aligned to see kind of a new edition of Loud here.
If you're reading into it a little bit, it might be, hey, you know, after Masters Madrid coming in and then losing against NRG, this team wants to make some stylistic changes. Because I also think the more Loud have been playing their particular style, the more people have been vocally not not loving a lot of like the Phoenix ideas and stuff. And for me especially, like, I need to see this team be able to play maps with a consistently high level Jet, because I genuinely don't think that you can be the best team in the world without an elite Jet. Go down the list of all teams that have won international events ever and tell me a team the last time someone won without an elite Jet player.
We might have a chance to circle back to QCK, because I think that's definitely worth discussing here. I think Les, though, has really been a standout player on this roster. In every single match, he seems to be having an outsized impact on his team's fortunes.
Yeah, I mean, he has been playing insane, and I think a really big thing that Loud has been doing is, even though they stick to a lot of the similar things that they know, they've been working on making their fundamentals so strong. And being the Sentinel, being able to play on that side, I mean, Les has been able to put up these numbers and clutch a lot of these rounds for these teams. I mean, for Loud versus NRG, a lot of the reasons why they actually got a lot of these rounds was because Les was there on this side, just clutching out.
Yeah, and that's the ridiculous thing, that this team wins so much playing these weird comps, playing this off-meta stuff. The reason is because QCK doesn't really tend to be the star in most of their games. Instead, it's the second entry in. It's their lurker of Les. It's players like Cow and Zine who are the guys who are kind of forced to step up and really take that role in these games. And Loud has good enough players to do that. But again, it goes back to the question around consistency. We saw them get outclassed by NRG.
Well, look, I'll give up on the consistency and say the question about Clove, because if there's a guy on this team to play Clove, I think it is Les. That's my hot take.
Do you think he moves away from Viper, though? Because he's a Viper addict.
I know he's a Viper addict, but he also, like, when he plays the Viper, like, especially think the Ascent, he is always in charge of, like, B main control, taking forward lines. So if you want to be taking forward lines on a Smokes agent, I think the Clove makes some sense.
But it's almost always on the lurk when he's doing that. I almost think it might be a Cow and Zine to, or sorry,
Sure.
2Es to kind of pick up some of those ideas, right? Because he was a prior duelist player when he was in Tier 2 Brazil. They switched him over to the controller role when they picked him up. And even when he's playing on the primary Smokes role, he is still hyper aggressive, especially when they play these no dive compositions.
But I think the consensus is we're happy to sort of write off that result against NRG because of some of those outside circumstances.
Yeah.
Still, Loud are looking to rebound after that match and find some strength here in this Super Week. On the other side, we have Cloud9 that right now are very good vibes, right? Coming into this stage, obviously managed to get that win against Leviathan, and I mean here against what was it, EG, they are feeling very confident, very upbeat team in general. Oxy's been unleashed. Seems like things are clicking.
Yeah, I mean, this iteration of C9 has been looking amazing. We know that Oxy has been talking a lot about turning his brain off and just allowing his team to kind of call around what he wants to do.
He's the greatest.
He is, it literally is going so well. These new additions of Rooney and Moose just kind of feeling like the environment has changed, that Oxy feels like he can actually genuinely just brain off, hold W, go do things.
Yeah, and they're like, you've got Vandy dropping him, Guardians in round 2 after they lose Pistols. Like, the team is fully bought into this guy.
Yeah, they're so committed behind this individual, which is such a contrast because you can see, like, all of their comps are built around the dive agent, be it the Jet, be it the Raze. They're putting tons of resources into him. Like you said, they're buying him guns, and that contrasts to Loud, which is, for the most part, stayed away from playing dive agents, from setting up one individual at all. There's a big contrast there, but you've definitely seen it pay off for Cloud9 with Oxy's performances.
Yeah, I love a good stylistic mismatch, and it's for sure present.
It feels like a really intentional departure from that for Loud, right? Who've always said we don't replace Aspas.
They're not like the other girls.
Right, exactly, yeah. Oh, goodness. How could you not be happy, though, when Oxy's on your team? So, like, being set up as well, we saw it a lot on Sunset, even, like, he's running through mid, the market door gets open for him, so he can catch a timing, catch people off guard. Like, so often, he's being sort of set up to do work. But the Rooney and Moose conversation, I think, is an important part of that, because it seems as if the bandwidth strain for Oxy is being relieved elsewhere. Like, Rooney seems always good for a kill, especially on these Sheriff rounds. Yeah. And Moose had some big clutch moments. But, you know, Oxy is still Oxy.
Yeah, no, Oxy, the timings he takes especially is what shocked me, because obviously, you know, he's hunting down for some eco kills on those rounds, but, like, in a round like this, like, he is just blitzing through market. It's freakish, the timings he's looking for, and I don't think that when you go into a professional match, you're expecting a player that is not hesitating to this extreme. Like, he is hitting you so long before you're ready for it.
A lot of teams kind of do the cope of, oh, our duelist player just needs to dive in and be a member of the team and take space. Yeah. for us
gets
and phase, right? And that's true. But what's beautiful about Oxy is he does that, but he's also massively fragging while doing so. And he can take these risks because the guys behind him are so good, Myrna. Like Moose coming up from tier 2, Rooney coming back in. Both those guys are incredible riflers to follow this guy.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to moving up to another tier as well, they have a lot to prove. So Rooney and Moose are out here putting on their best.
I mean,
face.
especially after how Rooney's season ended last time with Cloud9, like 2 really bad chokes back to back.
And now he's just like putting himself out there, making sure that he proves who he is as a player. And I feel like right now, C9 has done a really good job at building around each of these individual players and making sure that they mesh well. And Oxy, I mean, Oxy is just Oxy.
And I want to give a lot of credit in that to Vanity, because this guy's an IGL. He's the one who's taking those sacrifices, not buying himself a gun, setting up Oxy, letting these new players thrive and integrating them into this roster. He deserves a lot of the credit for Cloud9's success thus far.
It frees up Rooney as well. You know what I mean? He has a different situation now coming back into this C9 team. Actually, I'd love to hear it from him. Unfortunately, no surprise to you, we had Elizabeth catch up with Rooney briefly and see what's changed.
How does she do it?
Rooney, if I have a quick word with you, please. Thank you. All right, very simple question. What is it like being back on C9 now that you're not calling, obviously, besides calling?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. I get to shoot now a little bit more than I was before, so we're showing that, and, you know, our firepower is good, so yeah, it feels good.
Well, what's different for you beyond just being able to shoot back?
I don't have to look at my map as much, so, you know, we're looking at the crosshair, we're shooting more. It's nice.
All right, well, best of luck.
Thank you.
And to be clear, with how close these players get to monitors, it's not just a flick of the eye, it's a turn of the head to look at them. And I think Superman, every time he looks at his thing, his whole head
Have you seen the players who like will tilt the monitor down so their eyes don't have to move as much to see the mini-map?
Crazy.
There's a whole metagame behind it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like Com plays with it like down here, no?
It's literally so you can look at the mini-map easier.
Wow.
But not Rooney. No mini-map looking. My real question is anyone on C9 thinking? Because Oxy says he's not thinking. Rooney's like, I don't have to look at my mini-map anymore. Is it just
Meanwhile, you see Vanity's sweating bullets.
The puppet master, you know, pulling the strings on everyone.
Here's the difference. Vanity's telling all his teammates, you don't need to think. You just have to shoot your gun. Guess who never has a gun in rounds because he's always buying his teammates? Guess who always has a judge? Who doesn't have to look at his crosshair? Eyes peeled on the minimap, calling for everyone at once. It's Vanity.
He's the meme with the person like blocking all the arrows, right? It's his thoughts, and that's Vanity.
Everyone's focused on the stars, and Vanity's just... Yeah, I did all that.
Speaking of people who do a little bit of thinking, someone who's kind of escaped our discussion in this pre-game is Kamanzine. Someone who we've kind of been highlighting is stepping up now, you know, in the calling with Sadak, right? Sadak saying he can focus now on IGL, but Kamanzine being able to step into a secondary role there and also having big impact. NRG game that was tough, but there were some big clutch moments here where we got to see, you know, Kamanzine as well shine.
Yeah, one of the hardest things in VALORANT is putting all the decision-making onto one person. The second that you have a secondary person contributing to those calls, they're going to see a lot of things across the map that you will not be able to see as an individual. And I think this new environment of letting the coach kind of be the bad guy is going to make this environment so much better for both these players.
Billie Eilish is coaching Loud? That's crazy.
The guy who was doing that before was less, but now he's allowed to just focus on his lurks, go back to kind of the old like Champs 22 style of less, where he's not picking up that secondary caller role and letting Coward do that instead, which I think is a big boom for this team.
And we've also seen that done in crew. Klaus is picking that role up. So we are seeing some shift arounds of IGL here. Have we seen enough, at least from Loud, you know, over there coming back from Madrid, what we've heard from them here, to expect a strong showing here?
I expect greatness from them. I expect them to perform incredibly well in this match, not because I've seen a lot, but because I haven't seen a lot. And they've had time. They have a meta shift. They've really taken to the team and changed up the IGLing ideas, changed up the coaching. This is going to be a fresh, Loud, ready to prove they're a top team.
Agreed.
You got buzzed.
Wait, what are you doing, production? That was a great
a buzz of agreement, to be fair.
But that was fire. Come on.
What's the Preds?
What's the Preds? It's a Loud 2-1 because C9 always win get 3 games.
They drag their opponents down to them.
Agreed.
All right, let's go to the stage. It's time to get this one started. Cloud9 versus Loud.
Riot Games Arena, put down the nachos just for 1 second and give it up for Cloud9!
Gotta get to the final, take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch, no hand.
Eles vêm descansados e preparados. Com vocês, Loud!
Much like the start of Kickoff, we had very little information on Loud. They were quiet in the off-season. And of course, since Madrid, they've been similarly quiet after touching down and having a bit of a wonky landing. What are they cooking?
With time to prep, with new ideas coming into the team, with a new patch, you should expect Loud to win this game, to be favored here. But Cloud9 has continued to surprise. People did not think this team would be up to the level they have shown thus far, but they started off by beating Leviathan, by playing a close game in Week 2 and winning that one as well. This is a squad that thrives in the chaos, that has some absolutely incredible individuals. If these new ideas that we might see from Loud aren't up to snuff, this is where they get punished.
This should be Cloud9's biggest competitor yet, though, right? This is a huge proving ground for Oxy to play against this Loud, this world-class roster, of course, and a roster that has had more time to prep for Week 3 than they had to prep for Week 1 this stage.
Yeah, I feel like right now I'm kind of looking for Oxy to really bring it together. I feel like this might be one of those games where it's going to be so close. Both teams going to be explosive, aggressive, crazy play styles and ideas. But I'm really looking at Oxy because if he doesn't perform the way that they need, I feel like Loud is going to really run away with it.
I mean, talking to Sadak during Kickoff, he said he loves crafting strategies that shut down star players. He loves to really work around them and nullify their impact over the course of the game. So if not Oxy, who do we have to step up here? How are we feeling about Moose and Rooney? Are they sort of ready now for this next challenge?
I think they're up to it. I think these guys have been steadily improving throughout, and I think if this is a game where Oxy gets shut down, which I think that is a very difficult task, these are guys who can step up to the clutch. But we already have our maps in front of us here. Cloud9 going to start us by picking into the bind. The bind.
The bind. The bind, the icebox, the Lotus.
True.
It's the map. Honestly, I think, you know, when you're talking about especially a guy like Moose, what I saw with this player back when he was playing in Challengers way before this, and then already the couple of games we've seen from him now, he is a elite site anchor. This guy is so solid, especially with limited to no resources. Like, this guy can really hold his own, especially on a map like Bind, where I think it's very important the defenders fight for key focal points on the map. Hookah, Octagon, Showers, those are the primary ones. He's the guy that can hold his ground in there and challenge Loud.
Here comes your Asian select, folks. Nothing too out of the ordinary here for Cloud9. Yeah, sorry about that, gang.
No Clove now.
Yet.
Yes.
This map, it's illegal to pick Clove. Sorry, you can't do it.
I would.
I mean, the Brim Viper.
Too hard, but
think about what you're giving up, though. You're sacrificing either the mollies on your Brimstone or the stim for rotations, and then, or if you pick them instead of Viper.
Yeah.
Like, what? You're sacrificing the wall.
The Breach KO, though, is so strong in XX, though. Like, turning off a Cypher, the multiple flashes, the reach you have, the ability to bring down Viper while Cypher util. That combo is nasty.
It has a lot of the same tools as the Breach Phoenix, but you actually have a dive agent.
All right, Yappers, they're putting us back in our box now. It's time to see if Loud have been able to adjust. They've adapted now. They've been home for a while, had some time to prep against a Cloud9 who've been off to a hot start here in Stage 1. And today, to our casters, Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Uber Dre. I think there's a lot to be excited about for this match. Okay, I've been wondering since we got to the studio, why on earth he's wearing sunglasses. He won't tell me. I'm half convinced it's because of what day of the year it is, but either way, I digress. The truth is, we've got a massive question that has to be answered here, right? Like, how do Loud shut down Oxy if it's even possible?
I think they've had a lot of time to honestly watch C9 play as well and see how Oxy's been performing lately. And he's been unreal. Let's be honest. He had a star performance the last match that he had. And I think that they prepped for this, right? We know that they like to counter teams. We know that they like to run weird stuff. But now we're seeing QCK on the Raze, which is new. And also, Sadhak is on the breach now, and Kawazin is on the KO. So a lot of changes coming out for Loud, and I think this is what they needed to revamp the look that they've had since Madrid.
A heavy push towards B. Everybody playing back by Fountain, taking the space. The Viper wall goes up. The KO knife goes out. And they should be able to fill in on all this space behind. The thing is, they don't have any hookah control at all. But I love what they've done. They tuck behind the Viper wall, they slip back sight, and then they can find the spawn, which is exactly what they're doing. What an awesome pistol.
So convincing, too. They knew exactly what they needed to do, but here comes C9 clapping back.
It's got to be executed. Oxy with 2 big kills. GCK and Les, the only ones that remain, and it all falls down to Les. Again, a sheriff in hand, a nade in his face. Oxy gets 3, Cloud9 with the pistol.
Oh my gosh, and I know it's only pistol right now, but Loud already cooking up some very unique things. It doesn't go their way this time, and Oxy does get 4 ult orbs off of that round, getting 3 nice headshots with the ghost there, and he's got no signs of slowing down right now. To start off like this, you can definitely tell that the game plan from Vanity and Imi has been, how can we enable this kid and just get him going? Get him all these kills, get him ults, and that's why you've seen a lot of times, you know, Oxy getting bought a Vandal or a Guardian in that second round, even when they lose pistols. So it's clear what the game plan is. Let's just see if it can hold up against a team of the caliber of Loud.
Yeah, I think it's really impressive that they were able to handle that. That's a pistol that, I mean, we've been watching Vine for how long?
Yeah.
Now, years.
That's very unique.
Yeah, this feels like something we've never really seen before. It was such a cool idea. Cloud9 weather it well. And oh, what a stun. Out of here. That's from such a long distance. That was from Hookah.
That was very cool.
Or excuse me, that was from short. I trolled. I lied to every single one of you. Forgive me. The point is, it was still cool.
And the heads-up awareness from Vanity to actually step in front of that line, understanding that that stun will come out. He already like did his prep work against this breach. And this is pretty smart here from Loud, just to retake that shower's control, understanding that they heard the smoke there, and it's probably clear no one's holding it anymore. So will be free space gain, but no orb.
Another one over to 2Es.
This is the right site.
Yeah, you're still at such a deficit. The one thing is, Moose is the only one on site, although Vanity is hot to trot close by to judge. 2Es dies on A, or on B. Everyone else crumbles on A. Cloud9 get another. And they do so relatively cleanly. Oxy still has a Guardian, didn't take any damage. Zappa's not going to have to buy armor either.
And he grabbed that orb as well. So clear plans here from the side of C9. Good read, and that's what I was talking about. Vanity stepping in front of that breach stun line. So just already understanding how the default works for Loud when they take that shower's control, getting ahead of it, and this is an early tech boss.
Yeah.
Oh no.
What was the bit they did? They just showed like animals on Twitter for as a tech pause. Get it? Pause, because it sounds like the pause on the. You don't get it, dude.
Bro, oh no. It's going over my head. You know, might be the day. Might be the day.
Quick tech pause. I'm being told it's an audio issue. As soon as it's rectified, we will get back into the action. It looks like Oxy might be the culprit. The scoundrel that he is.
But yeah, for good reason too. You know, he wants to be comfortable up there. He pops off when he's comfortable. So you know, anytime you can take a tech pause, make sure your setup's all good. It's really important to do. You don't want to throw away any rounds for free.
Fist bumps are often good signs, which means we're getting right back into the action. And alas, the good people behind the scenes have told me that that is indeed the case.
Beautiful.
Right on time. Perfect cue. Well done. Cloud9 up 2. We'll see what the buy looks like now for Loud. Light armor on 3 members, but plenty of rifles to work with. Meanwhile, Cloud9, as we mentioned, because Oxy got through that, he's able to carry full armor. He's able to carry the Guardian.
This was just like Pistol. They just dry walk out hookah. And they're going to have Rooney and Oxy take these long-range fights with the Vandal and the Guardian.
2 is spotting 1. It's dropping Oxy, but it's instantly traded back.
Oh, what a stun!
You want to hear what the plan is, what the play is. The Sky Flash is going to confirm some presence. But again, they cut noise. GCK down to 4 HP, takes a ton of damage. That'll do it. That's a sad way to go, but that'll do it. And once again, Moose is going to be called on to hold the line on his own. Remember, in the previous round, Vanity was already on the way there. He had already rotated over. This time, it's going to be Rooney who's joining the fray.
And Vanity upgrades to a Vandal as well.
A little bit of util attempted to clear out U-Haul. Moose dancing around it. Sadak gets the plant down. Now the real game begins. Collinzine getting the best of Rooney. Numbers in favor of Loud. Moose is so weak as well. As the spike ticks away, Vanity's looking to get into a better position. See if he can take off any.
There are ways in U-Haul from that last round as well.
Nice. Moose is down. Vanity left alone. Another molly kill? Surely not, right? Vanity gets one, but that's all it is. Louder on the board.
Wow. Honestly, a really good bonus round from C9 though. Getting the first blood, taking the fight to Loud. They understand that if they stay in their setups for too long and allow Loud to contact certain areas, that breach stun will come out and actually punish them. So I like that they're being proactive in here, and really good heads up play from Loud to already be rotating towards that A side of the map after all that contact was made. Basically gave them a free side against that Cypher who they knew how to judge from the previous round. Very good stuff so far from both sides.
I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of focus around Fountain. Loud for the 4th round now.
They're just running up long.
Yeah. Are intent on controlling this area of the map. Get the orb over to QCK, who's now 2 away from his ult. The spike's not even in tow right now.
And something I want to point out here is Moose with a Cypher setup. He has trips on A. He's been playing A the last 2 rounds, but now puts the chips down, lets Oxy and Vanity play off of him, and then he's able to stack towards B.
Well, I also think, like, knowing that there's a KO on the other side, if they do end late A and contact up like they have been, you don't really run the risk of getting tagged by a knife. He's out of dodge. Everybody rotating A again. Collinzine his knife. Should be up here very soon. It just came up.
What a nade.
And there it is. The knife doesn't tag anyone, so they're still gonna have to deal with the Cypher utility as they try to get out onto the side. Oxy swinging forward with the satchels, less with the trade. Numbers in favor of the defense. The spike hasn't made its way out on site yet. And there's the first. The spam through not gonna connect. I feel like that's so rare these days to see that happen. Meanwhile, Zeppa's still over B, not fully convinced that there isn't someone late lurking. Chewy's had a shot at Vanity. Doesn't connect. Sadak and Les left alone. A 2v3 on the side. Sadak falls, left alone. In a 1v4, quickly turned to a 1v3. But still so much to do. The tiniest of windows. Les gets 3, but so did Cloud9.
I got scared there for a second, Doug. I thought Les was about to do another 1v4, 1v5 scenario.
That little sliver, that little window that he had.
He looks so smooth when he does it, but good job from C9 to get the trade. Smile from Moose. He's chilling. But I really like how C9 is playing this. Like the proactivity that I was talking about earlier. It actually gives them all the info on that long B side. It allows Oxy to stack this A, get back site, be ready for the shower stick. So it was really good from C9 so far. They have a really good understanding of how Loud like to play this map and this default they've been doing. The game plan's working so far, and Vanity actually on top. 5-3 and 5.
Oh! By committee. Sadak can shoot.
That was so sick.
Yep.
There.
And the thing is, it's the same space they've been fighting for every round. This time, some value found. QCK able to upgrade a weapon. Thank you to the observers. That's how you know it's not Prius.
But look at the mini-map right now. Look at how far Vanity is pushed up.
Oh, that molly's good. The satchel forward. Oh, gets 2. Tries to satchel out. 40 HP, stays alive. Gets away with murder. Moose connecting onto 2Es. Loud crumble again. It was 2 rifles in that round. Pistols the rest of the way, but Cloud9 still get it.
Jeez. And yeah, a little bit of a scrappy buy from Loud, but again, C9 with the hard read. Vanity. Oh, timeout from Loud. That's a crazy shot. That's a crazy shot. But to finish my point, after that kill on long B, Vanity pushes all the way outside of shower, wraps short, allowing his team to lean all the way over. And that allows Oxy to, you know, go for a re-clear rocket again, like we've seen them do so many times. Loud really opting to try to cut noise after they take certain space, and C9 is just ahead of it so far, just being proactive on the spots that they like to hold and give when they're cutting noise.
Oh, and
Rocket got 2.
Well, and you wonder here on the other side of this timeout if we see a change, right? If there's no more cutting of noise, if they're a bit more decisive with how they approach taking space and really committing off of that. I think they've done a really good job of trying to play the map in its entirety and really kind of feel out what Cloud9 are doing, but Cloud9 have just been a step ahead of it. And of course, it helps that Oxy's playing as well as he is.
Yeah. And Vanity is calling a really, really nice defense side right now, or whoever is calling on defense for them. I know some teams like to switch the calling, but I think it is him. And
I believe
just the reaction of just pushing out showers there, he knows that Loud doesn't have a Senti. Coach reactions from SDK, the GOAT. But yeah, understanding that Loud's comp doesn't have a Sentinel, and they haven't checked any of the flanks so far, right? So finding the gaps and rotating off of them.
This is an important round here too. You see on your screens 3 ults online for Loud, and the other 2 are just 1 point away. And the thing is, there's a luxury right now, right? Because you can make a ton of a really compelling argument for Kawanzin's being really important. You can make the same case for Sadax. They've got a lot of tools here, and you imagine that's why the timeout comes through. You really don't want to let this opportunity go.
Yeah, they're about to have 5 ults online if they play their cards right in this round. This is that dedicated B-long control that we were talking about. More aggressive of a hit this time.
Formula hasn't really changed. Oh, hello. That's going to do it. But QCK doesn't even get it off. Now they drop the Brim ult, but they've managed to get past it, and it's going to be traded with 1 in kind. Moose has to wait. Now he can push his way forward. Meanwhile, Sadak looking for any sort of space and solace he can find to commit the spike down into the sand. Kawanzin waiting, Moose playing in the smoke. They don't really have anything else to kind of hustle their way out on this. Yeah, and Kawanzin's able to hold the line. 3 on the round. The 4th falls. So does Moose. It wasn't the way we thought it was going to go, but Loud get their round.
I was so scared for Loud in this round because they invested the Brim ult into Hookah early on after that knife tag, once they got the trade onto Zeppa. And I was like, oh no, it didn't get any value. Moose did a great job of just tucking there. But the trades, and Kalazin on that KO playing more aggressive than usual. Keep in mind, he's been on Breach most of the time on this map. So the fact that he's actually able to use his aim, and he's a great aimer, by the way.
Yeah, Boot can shoot.
Is really good, so. They invested 2 ults into that round, but they still have 3 to work with.
And now we see a completely different early approach. And it's interesting, too, from Cloud9, I think, given how much Loud have leaned B, for Rooney to use his pit and showers right at the beginning.
Yeah, we trying to predict a change of pace, and it was correct.
Yeah, they were right.
So. Oh, these trips are still going to be up. I don't think that KO hits all the way in the spawn.
Well, they've been cleared now.
Oh, they took their time on it.
Yeah, Sada committing to the plant. Zeppa's fallen. They've cleared backside, or at least attempted to, but no. Oxy falling. Rooney does too. It's just Moose and Vanity now. Both starting to rotate over while Loud have returned to full force. Cloud9 really have no way to get out through this. They don't really have a way to push forward. They don't have flashes from Zeppa to get past the smokes. They just kind of have to sit back and watch.
Yeah, this is a hard save for Moose and Vanity. You just want to try to get an exit here, try to get a gun, and save as well if you can. Hopefully somebody pushes CT, but Loud, too disciplined. Not doing it this time.
It's been such a hallmark of this team, really from its inception, and you're seeing it there on full display.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
This has actually also been really interesting to see how Loud have approached these ults, because we talked 2 rounds ago about how they had 3, 2 on the other side. Here they invest a little bit. They still have 2 going into the next round.
Counter timeout from C9. Trying to slow down the momentum, maybe make changes of their own, understanding that Loud now, I know you spoke of it, you know, that they could change their play style, and they have. They're grouping up more together. They're more committed on the site hits, actually, and they're just faster with it, and they're doing things as a pack, not allowing Oxy to get 2-3 before he dies. They want to get the trade instantly, and I think they're going to need to keep doing that moving forward. And for C9, this is still a really good half in the making, and I really like the way that Vanity calls attack sides, so I think just anything after this for C9 is a W for them.
Yeah, icing on the cake.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, you're kind of fortunate. You see it on the timeline. or you see it on the score, you understand how this has played out the way that it has for Cloud9, because it's fortunate that they won 4 of the first 5, because Loud have just hit this outrageous power spike where, again, they've been able to roll these ults over 3 rounds now, and they're meaningful ults, they're high impact ults, so they've just hit this sweet spot on their attack side, and you're seeing kind of the benefits of it and how they're able to prolong it as long as they have.
Yeah, and that's really important if you're not going to be running a Sentinel on a map like Bind and not having all the info. You need to make sure your hits are insane. They got to be perfect. They got to be top notch with the utility. And Sodhawk, no slouch when it comes to making sure his team is in check with utility and everything being used like that. So here we go, going into round 8. A little bit of a dodgy buy from C9, but Oxy is on that Vandal again, like I was saying. They like to buy him up.
For good reason. I get it. I'd be buying for him too. We'll see how Emmy controls his troops on the other side of this timeout. Loud have bunched up A, and here's Oxy, the man of the hour.
Oh my gosh, what a molly.
But he still has a lot of space here, and he's got the cam to... Oh, I thought he was going to get more. Oxy just gets one. Cohen's there on the trade. And now they continue to trample forward towards A. You see all of the smokes that have been dropped out onto the site, create a little pocket for them to control showers, to still have a little bit of backside, and to force Loud into rethinking this.
My gosh. Dodge yelling so sick from Loud. Earlier in this round, they threw a knife towards Hookah, and they Roomba'd it, and then they go into an A hit right away, clear out Oxy, and then they tap the bomb and go back. But they're missing their window. They need to go now, and that's why you see them running. They understand the timing. They could be in sight by now.
The thing is, too, for Cloud9, the dodgy buy that you mentioned at the beginning of the round kind of forces them to roll deep, right? They can't really split themselves
30
apart.
30 seconds left.
Much more strength in numbers.
No one likes to get ecoed. I love seeing the utility come out from Sadak here. Flash and a stun, making sure nobody gets cheesed.
Yeah, no stone left unturned.
Welcome to my
Whoa, okay, that's a, I get it, no stone left unturned, but
it's a big commitment.
Yeah.
But you know what? Sometimes it's just worth it on rounds like this. Sometimes rounds like these are the hardest to win, and that's why you invest ults into it. It could turn south very fast.
He's on the, oh my gosh. They keep the pit up. Lets this fall, never mind, they don't. Sadak and Tui's in a 2v2 now. Sadak has his ult.
One enemy remaining.
Sadak's gonna have to do it on his own. The flash up. It's Jazep on the other side, and Sadak clutches it out. Oh, the Red Bull clutch to tie us at 4. That shouldn't have been that close.
Who is this guy? He's a beast on the breach. I feel like all 5 of his kills have been nice, clean headshots. What an animal.
You know, it's funny, we were having this conversation earlier about the breach and the KO and the swap around, and I go, well, it makes a lot of sense, right? You've got Sadak on more of a passive supporting role, let Kawanzin shoot, let him go do his thing.
This guy's hitting shots like that.
It's unbelievable.
Oh! Hey, look at it, even he knows. Like, wow. Dude, I love it. I say it every time I watch this guy. I love watching him play the game. I love his reactions.
It's interesting they haven't tried going pacey off of that fault line from showers, but it seems like they're going to try to do it from short. QCK had already satcheled all the way out. Ultimately, he dies for it, but again, Sadak is there on the trade. Oxy with op in hand. That timing is going to be close.
Dude, Loud have such a good read on how C9 likes to play this backside area. They understand that they like to delay the bomb plant, so they're just waiting out all the utility. But they don't know Oxy has an op, I don't think.
No, he hasn't shot it yet. There it is. Now they know. Oh, down as Oxy gets a second. 2 is just on the other side, clipping the corner and dropping him. Numbers in favor of Cloud9, though. You see him try to commit to the plant. Don't really have that much space. I wonder if they cut noise here. You're already seeing Moose rotate back B. If they can stay concealed, well, never mind. They just give that away. The flash, the molly, let's. Oh, I thought he was going to get the shots onto Rooney, but no. The flash from Zeppo was too good.
Great delay from C9, holding for the backside push, because it already happened, right? Loud, in one of the other rounds where they went fast short A, they ended up flipping sight and trying to trade everybody that was back sight. So this time, holding a little bit better of a crossfire, not allowing Loud to go for that. And I do like the way that Loud are tapping the bomb on this site, but there just needs to be maybe an extra layer towards that B side of the map to give them the option to go back.
I'm gonna take a look at that again.
I thought he was gonna get the third here.
Yeah, I thought so too. teeing off on 2 of them, but I mean, he got his damage done.
Uh-oh.
And speaking of damage done, I have been told there is another technical pause.
Who's it this time? We gotta find him.
This time it's a keyboard issue.
Oh.
So yeah,
that's a fine, surely.
This looks like I take the cues from the producers and from the smart people behind the scenes, and the fact that the camera's on loud obviously tells me that it must be a loud issue. I don't know.
Maybe it had something to do with tapping the bomb so many times. Hey, gotta fix that bomb key.
It's broken. But yes, Tech Pause gear is the culprit this time around, and we'll get back into things as soon as we can.
Oxy is sitting on a rocket. Second one of the game. He got 2 with his last use of it, so we'll see if he does any cool setup here. It looks like they're gonna get him posted towards B long though. I wonder if there's gonna be some kind of showers pinch coming out. You know, after he sees there's no contact, you know, Zeppa flashes down long B. I wonder if they try to pinch shower with a dog, maybe.
Speaking of Oxy himself, you see him recline.
Run all the way down. I don't know. They have 4 people right now leaning towards this B side of the map, Doug. And it's just Moose alone on A, and he's already sitting in the back of CT. There is still 12 seconds for them to walk around after this tech pause comes back, but I think this is going to be pretty committed. They might even just do a B long push. Go all the way down.
Plenty of time to figure it out. Meanwhile, as we see Sadak is the problem. He hasn't been the problem in the server, and we know his mouse works, but the keyboard, something is evidently wrong. So I do want to get your thoughts on this, Dre, as we think about the last time we saw Loud. It was up against Sentinels. They look good for a map, and then they just, crumbled. They, jet lag, exhaustion, whatever it was. What do you feel like you've seen that's been different so far from Loud? Do they seem a bit more invigorated? Do they seem a bit more fresh? Has anything stood out?
Yeah, they have new ideas, and that's really important. Also, players on new roles. I think QCK is struggling a little bit on the Raze right now, but it's still really early on. I think maybe on the defensive side, he'll be enabled a lot more with this comp. Oh.
Dude, they aren't even trying to conceal their presence and down belong.
Thoughthawk's so funny, dude.
Oxy sidesteps the fault line.
He peeks it. He's gonna get
Ooh.
Thought he was gonna get killed.
Instead, it was Oxy who took a little bit of damage.
Oh. Bullet already on the minimap.
Yeah.
Got the spike. Look at this molly to delay the plant. It's a lineup from B site. So reading into it this time, playing for the TP. This might be big brain.
You still have so much time left in the round, too. I mean... Oh, they're committing now. Oh! The party never arrived! Both Moose and Oxy fall. Such strong numbers for Loud. And the Molly did its job. It delayed for a moment. But they have so much control. They have so much room.
Vanity getting this kill would be huge.
You still have so much to do, though. Right?
Oh,
QCK going aggressive here, finding really nice timing onto the caller for Cloud9. They just have to save.
Straight up save right there. That's the explosiveness. Excuse me. That's the explosiveness that Loud needs, though, in order to take this A site. Because if they play this game where it's just, delaying, tapping the bomb, what's going to happen is what happened in that previous round, where Oxy just sits there, delays with a nade. Now the Brim Molly lineup comes in all the way from B site, by the way. Then you got the Viper Mollies that'll come out. It's just too much utility to deal with.
The Cypher trips.
Yeah,
it's miserable.
So you have to take the fight to C9, fight that back site, and that ends up allowing them to kill Oxy, who popped Rocket.
That was tragic. That's always such a bad feeling, bro.
Yeah.
The voice line isn't even done.
I know.
You don't get to shoot it.
He got dunked on. He got dunked on.
Bringing Goomba Stomp. We get to look at it again.
Actual Goomba stomping.
Yeah, that feels bad.
And it's tough because there's so much utility coming in. He can't exactly hear where the Raze is satchel.
Yeah. And it's his job as a duelist to just go, right? You're going to force space. Either you're going to take it or you're going to create it. But his job is to go, and it just doesn't pan out for him. Tied at 5. This time Loud leaning towards A.
Oh, Vanity here.
He's so close. Judge in hand. Vanity again. He's going to get them both, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
This gun is too funny, man.
It's always in his hands, too.
They knew. I mean, they tagged him with the dagger. they understand that Vanity is the type of player that uses the judge quite a bit, especially on Ascent. So,
oh, and the kicker is too. The only other IGL we see use it that often is Sadak, and he's sitting across the stage.
Yeah. They didn't read into it this time. This is such a
crazy trip. Yeah.
Oh, he almost got taken out Zeppa there when he was on his dog. Barely missed.
This setup from Moose has been so good.
Yeah, he's done a really good job of avoiding the KO daggers, especially.
And he's saving his cages, using them reactively instead of just setting them up at the beginning. We saw the first one a couple of seconds ago thrown into hookah, now one towards Octagon.
Yeah.
He's playing his utility masterfully.
They're not trying to give Loud any chance back into this round.
First trip finally cleared.
Cam will be back up too to spot if anybody walks in if he decides to use it.
Ooh.
Doesn't need to though.
Ooh, nice shots out from 2E's.
Are they gonna TP?
Oh, does he not? Okay, he knows.
Oh, no.
He knows now. Oh. He should know. Oxy gets the best of Sadak. Vandy still with judge in hand, isn't gonna get another shot at it. Cloud9 gets to 6.
Clean.
Last
All
round
off of those
in the
judge
half.
kills from Vanity. Makes it nearly impossible.
Yeah, it just throwed like so. It just threw, not throwed. It threw such a hard break on the round. You could see for Loud, the options were taken away from them.
Yeah.
It just made it so much more difficult. The round, honestly, the round was probably lost when those kills happened.
That judge, brother! I'm telling you, bro, Francis.
That judge, brother.
Unbelievable with it. Doesn't have it this time around. Last round of the half.
This breach stun needs to be a little bit closer, I think, if they want. Get value from it.
Managed to get away, just barely. They've taken the space, but the question is, what do they do with it?
So used, Doug. They use so much into that.
And they really haven't gotten much, have they?
No, there's 4 people here, and they're gonna re-clear shower.
TCK's ult. Oh! Kaladin with 2. They tried getting the ult out. Weren't able to do so. He fell for it. 3v3. Zeppa's still on the other side of the map as Rooney tries to dump some mollies and delay for just a moment. Now they rotate through 2P, and the problem just got so much more difficult for Loud. Zeppa creeping forward. 2E's dropping heads.
Holy. A back and forth half.
Switching sides.
C9, no slouches. Going up against Loud right now. What a sick half. Just fighting back and forth, and Kawazine going crazy at the end there. Look at these kills, man.
That was big from 2E's to hold Zeppa back. I mean, if you lose Shower's control there, you're down in numbers. Everything really falls apart.
You're done. You're just going to get choked out.
Yeah. Well, let's actually take a listen to Cloud9, and let's take a listen to Rooney and get his thoughts on playing alongside the future and the truth, Oxy.
Yeah, so Oxy is like the most consistently like insane fragger that I've ever seen, a lot of people have ever seen. Scrims, it's, you know, minimum 30 kills every single game, and we're just trying to find a way to replicate that in matches. You know, we tell him not to think and just shoot and, you know, just run at him. He obviously has like good game sense to where he's not gonna, you know, throw rounds all the time. I mean, it will still happen, but, you know, as long as we just let him off the leash and let him go kill, he's unstoppable.
Yeah, that Oxy kid's pretty good. Rooney knows it. Vandy knows it. I mean, when we saw Oxy play last weekend, the big takeaway, it was from Rooney, actually. When I chatted with him after the match, he goes, we got Scrim Oxy to show up on the big stage. And that's been like the rumor, dude, the prophecies of Oxy about how he drops 30, 35 every single scrim finally came to fruition on the stage. And he's had a great half here so far, too.
Yeah. And, you know, if it was any other team, he probably would have had 20 on the board already.
Yeah, probably.
But Loud have done such a good job of getting the trades onto him, and it's by tiny micro little things like Kawazine crouch peeking that short A that one time.
Right.
And it's just these little micro details to get the trade on him and make sure that he doesn't just get the freest kills of all time. And that's what separates, you know, really good teams from the rest of them. So Loud understand what it's like to play against star players like this, and you know, they're trying their best to shut him down, but there might be a world in which he just runs away with this game if he gets hot on this attack side. So we'll see.
I mean, with how good he's been, I think the question that probably has to be asked is no longer how do you stop him, but more like, how do you slow him down?
Yeah.
Because you know he's still going to find a ton of value, even with some of those adjustments, those little micro adjustments that you're referring to, the fact that you're talking about a world-class IGL and a world-class team on the other side. He still went 12-9 on defense. Like, he still had a great half.
Yeah.
That's a crazy stat.
That was a crazy stat.
623 days, and he's had a good performance so far. Doesn't look like he's going to be tested this time, as there are 4 from Loud B, and that's exactly where Cloud9 are.
This might be crazy, and Les got pushed up all the way to behind this box. They shouldn't be where he's here.
He's alone. He's alone. There's no help. No way. He finds a timing, but now Moose is the one with the timing. One to the back of the head. Les is dead.
Oh my gosh. I thought he had such a good timing, but Moose just 2 steps ahead. Looking so calm up there too on his player cam. Like no doubt in his mind that was gonna happen. What a good little bait.
We see as it quiet creeps over the round. Cloud9 turning their attention towards A, leaving Moose back behind, and that knife tagged what, 2? Maybe just 1. Not enough to draw the rotates, I guess. They want to confirm that that's where the hit is headed. Kawanzi now feeling some of the pressure. He's going to have to get them all again, only able to find 1. 2E's on the other side, deals some damage, and they're flipping back. They're flipping back to 2E's, a flash in his face. He turns it, gets 1, gets 2. The damage has been done. Now Rooney's left alone. He's got the spike and he's got some space, but he's got to deal with QCK and Sadak on the other side, and Sadak has util. He's got a flash. He's got a stun. Rooney's been good. No Sheriff this time. Managing to dodge the first, having to deal with them both, and almost does. But Sadak saves the day for Loud again.
Wow. That was insane. Fight after fight. All started from Kawazine just sitting in that U-Haul so confidently. He actually just stood still for a good like 5 seconds before that swing came on him. Got traded perfectly, but this is where the deal breaker was right here. What an animal.
The fact that he gets 2 there, I mean, secures the round, really.
Yeah. Rooney did his best job. I think I may have found the secret sauce of trading on C9, and that's just crouch.
Yeah?
Yeah, even Rooney at the end there, I thought he had him lined up. If Sadhawk didn't crouch, he probably would have gotten the kill, but just missing by like a centimeter because of the crouch. It's crazy. He was that force buy.
Yeah, and you got the Guardian in the hands of Oxy. Put the game in his hands.
Loud one, none of that.
No.
Let's put our util up. Let's keep jiggling.
It's interesting, too, to see both of the leaders focus on setting up their teams financially. Vanity buying the Guardian for Oxy, and on the other side, Sadak not buying, presumably to get an op online early.
Oh my gosh.
Oxy has to be the tip of the spear, though. And it's tough with the Guardian.
Stuck back sight. One nade would do so much good.
There it is. Oxy's down. The Guardian gets picked up in the hands of Zeppo, who's had a quiet game so far, and he's going to fall. Less with 3, Loud with 8.
Woo. Well, you can't forget that Les is probably one of the greatest. Yeah, he's probably one of the greatest players in the game. So if there's someone that you want taking duels against Oxy, it probably is him. And he got the better Oxy that time, just holding the angle, Guardian v Guardian. He just sits him down.
Both of them, Les and QCK.
3 one-taps, too. Man, he makes it look so easy.
They're going to have so much money to play around here. Loud are.
More of a spread default this time from C9. No hookah control, and they're just watching it, holding it. And Loud's setup on this defense is so annoying. You have to go through 2 layers, maybe even 3, to take any type of B long space. You have the orb, then you have the breach stun that'll come out from Sadhawk, and then you have the Viper wall right after that for the rotates to flood in.
There's the fault line that you're mentioning, tagging all of them.
Wow. I might know a little about this game.
Maybe. The jury's still out. The dog forward. And Les having having to turn and take a step back on some of the utility headed his way, but it doesn't seem like Cloud9 are fully sold on this. You see, you mentioned it earlier, the map is still so spread out. Wonder if the intent here is for Moose to take a lot of space showers and then they can flip the map to do TP, but Kawanzin's there. And if Kawanzin gets this kill onto Moose,
they're doubling up now too. They're gonna re-clear it, but he heard a footstep. Moose heard the footstep. What can he do off of that?
It's a game of cat and mouse.
30 seconds left.
They're gonna hard clear him, so he's gonna have to.
Oh, they're committed to this. Sadak falls. Kawanzin trying to control, and he can't.
Smoke's down.
Cloud9 have created so much space. Less than 2Es are gonna have to figure this one out on their own.
Spike planted.
And 2Es doesn't really have anything less. There's 2 spits, but that's it. And look at how paranoid 2Es is. Playing back in spawn, convinced that there's going to be a flank, and what, you have 5 up. Yeah, it makes sense.
That was a sick round. You know, I spoke about Vanity's IG yelling on attack earlier. And, I mean, this round is a beautiful masterclass of just how he likes to call, you know? Doing a spread out default, showing that early B long that they did. Any kill from Loud right now is good just to do damage. This is their bonus, keep in mind, everybody. Nothing too crazy here.
Okay.
C9 will clean up the round, but just a heads up play to just TP there, understanding that they're probably creeping up on Moose and just cause that little bit of chaos. That found the opening for everything. And not only that, but Rooney's able to kill somebody in hookah off that timing too.
Yeah.
So it's just so many layers to that.
One enemy remaining.
It's just such a strong understanding. Yeah, look, even if we have lost showers, even if there's someone creeping, I mean, we've got numbers. If we take this TP fight, that's what they do, and it goes in their favor.
That was sick. And an up online for QCK. Light armor across the board, though, and he has no armor himself. Looks like he's going to take this B-long angle, and I don't mind this because C9 walked into B-long the last couple rounds.
The op is posted up long, as you mentioned.
I have a feeling that C9 are reading into this, though, because usually ops don't post behind smokes and shower, and they short. They're about to get info here very soon.
Yeah, especially with that Viper wall up in particular. Right? If you're doing the TP wall, it's because you don't want to have the line showers. Flash forward, Oxy's gone hunting the satchel into Sadak's slap, and he drops him.
What an entry.
Now they turn their attention back over showers. Kawanzin takes a lot of damage, but he's gotten out. The Molly gets Vanity. Oxy pushing forward, dropping less. And at this point, you're probably just saving the op. It's a glass cannon. He's got no armor. You want to carry that thing into the next if you can.
Oxy's a menace.
See if Kawanzin can take care of it.
Oh no.
30
He's been
seconds
spotted.
left.
This is so awkward.
Was it the Rise the Rocket, wasn't it?
I know exactly where you are.
Oh, this will be it.
Well, that's uncomfortable. He's been watching you the whole time. Oxy gets his third. And again, I think for Loud here, QCK is not interested in taking any fights here. They're doing a really good job of buying all of this time. The freeze there from Cloud9 was great. They just now got the spike down. And it's been a 4v2 for like 20 seconds.
This is definitely Scrim Oxy right now, Doug. He just pushed into U-Haul against a guy that honestly wasn't blind at all. And then decided to push into CT spawn, take a 1v1 against Les, who sat him down a couple rounds prior. And wins it. And then he goes heaven and he plays it so smart, and that's the difference, right? It's Oxy go kill, but he actually has a little bit of a leash. He understands when he needs to just stop and just chill and waits for that Cypher ult.
Oh, it might be Rooney go kill here. He's hunting 2Es.
Oh, he's got him.
He's gonna get him. Oh! We won't see it, but trust me, it happened.
It wasn't a headshot. I'll tell you that right now.
And so we're tied at 8. The op has been carried into the next. Les was able to carry a rifle too, but this entry from Oxy was just beautiful.
That was a crazy shot on Les.
Yeah.
And then the discipline to wait for the Cypher ult to come through. Chef's kiss. The question is, does Oxy run away with it from here on out? The buy is bad again from Loud.
Yeah, 17 and 11 for Oxy, 1 point away from having his ult. And they're going to continue to set him up. The dog to pave the way.
Oh, great breach. Utility to delay. Do they still commit on this is the question.
So they got an aid. It was one more satchel. So you can still create a lot of space here.
Oh, they're going for it.
Oh, you've got less in a world of hurt here. 2E's getting the first onto Oxy with the Ghost. Les is clear, taking some space. Collinzine creeping forward, 41 HP, and he's going to try to get away with another cheeky one. Surely you don't expect him in this position, but Zeppa drops on him. 2E's there on the trade. Moose and Vanity left alone. It's dropped into a 2v2. QCK now rotating over. Les falls, Vanity with 3, and Cloud9 presumably with the lead.
This is so hard. 1v2 with an AWP.
Does he go for this?
He's sick of saving, Doug. What a round from Vanity. And it's tough. It's tough. I mean, he doesn't want to save the AWP 3 rounds in a row. I don't blame him. It's a 1v2. There is a chance. But Vanity played it perfectly.
Yeah, he had 4 on the round. We'll take a look at it again. Sadak has so much utility to dodge shoot. They flushed him out backside. Cloud9 really, I mean, they knew exactly where their soft spots were on the map off of these execs. And it was just too easy.
Jeez. Must be the stash buff. Guy's looking good out there. Timeout for Loud again. Second one. What are they going to do to change anything here? I feel like they had a really good read into that round. They just kind of lost it amongst the chaos of C9 running out of hookah. And honestly, I didn't expect them to stay there and commit to that because, you know, you had 4 players allowed there. They honestly should have probably held that down. You know what I'm seeing so far is a lot of on-the-fly ults from 2Es, and they're not really getting much value. I don't even think I've seen a singular kill from that Brim ult, so maybe they need to start just using it earlier, maybe in the chokes even, not on the fly to help teammates on site. But a lot of ults online here for C9. We got Rocket, we got Viper ult, Brim ult. You're one off a Sky ult, so you're gonna see heavy showers control here, I believe, but a walk down short on the other end.
That's not even for the pit. What are they trying to do here?
Trying to grab Sky ult, I believe.
No, for Loud down short. Look at what they've set up. It's gonna be another firefight. Oh. It's just chaos. He tried to get ahead of it, but Oxy's ult and Vanity's ult find value. This just gives Cloud9 so much room to work.
Yeah, they understand that only one is going to be on B, especially when you commit a Viper ult like that into showers. That Viper has to be so worried about his back, but Loud reading ahead into it. Sadhawk calling over for 2Es.
Well, what's more interesting here too is I wonder if they know it's showers. I don't know that there's been a cue on that.
They saw it earlier. Zeppa and them, because their plan was to take showers control, and they were actually still ready for that short push, so it was really heads up play from C9, a hard read actually.
Oh, Zeppa dog too, you're right. Yeah, that's probably how he saw it. Sadak with the salt line. The timing is pretty, but he can't land the shots.
Got your trail.
Now they've invested Seekers too. He has to give it all the way. Tries to turn the flash and drops Oxy. Manages to do so. Vanity weak, but 2Es is as well.
30 seconds left.
Has to try to get a spam kill here.
Oh, he also has to try to stay alive here. I mean, Les is so far away.
So far. He just got a rifle in short.
And he's really got nowhere to go. But now that they've joined up together, if they're gonna have an attempt at a retake here, it's gonna be soon. The problem is, 2Es has no more util.
This is so hard.
This is borderline impossible.
Camera taken out.
They have no idea where Moose is. And he's gonna get one, Vanity gets the other, and Cloud9 gets it 10.
Freelo. And yeah, that was a hard read. Vanity was ready to Brim ult that short A. Had any contact been made from Oxy and Rooney there. And then on the other end, if they didn't invest that Viper's Pit onto Shower, they would have just gotten a free Sky ult. Wow. Super cool.
One enemy remaining.
And I like the way...
Not one
Let's go, baby!
It's a scary sight when Cloud9 are vibing the way they are and having fun doing it.
That Oxy smile is something else.
He's got plenty of reason to smile. Up to 19, if I'm not mistaken, off that kill on 2Es.
Even the fact that he just bought this gun. Right here. The Outlaw.
Yeah, there's plenty of money here. Moose has 7,100 credits.
I'm a big fan. He knows that everyone's going to be a one-shot kill on the other team.
Yeah.
Why not? Got taken down really low, though. No heals up.
There.
I feel like C9 have had the advantage in so many of these rounds, especially early on.
Les and Kanzine both with Guardians. QCK with the Judge.
Les should hear all this utility being used at Belong. Should be calling his team over right now. Now,
they thought about it.
Does C9 overthink now because of that KO dagger they saw on the minimap? Doesn't look like they will.
You see the pings on the minimap. Concerned about someone potentially dropping out of hookah. The smokes go down and the execute should follow shortly thereafter.
Yeah, just secure the round win right here.
Yeah. There's just enough of a hesitation, but now Loud committing to the rotate. They've invested the pit too. They don't really have anything to clear this pit out. They just kind of have to use their bodies.
Oxy still has name.
Oh! He pushed out forward.
How did he get that? Just spammed him through the smoke.
2v2 now. QCK still with the Judge, upgrading it to a Phantom. Remember, we talked about it. Oxy is nothing but an outlaw here. Les still has his wall. Oh, there it is. As the wall goes up, Oxy goes down. Moose is left alone. A 1v2 with the molly in his lap, gets the first. The room better buy some time. QCK got into half.
The mind games right now.
It forces the swing, and QCK gets the kill, gets 3, and the defuse. Loud get to 9.
Oh my gosh, C9. That's a tough round to lose. They had the advantage the whole way through. They just get spammed by Kawazine. To the Viper's pit.
That's
so
tragic.
Insane. That's so insane. And that's such an important round. I mean, if Loud lose that round, they're just basically out of it, I feel like.
Yeah.
They're never out of it fully.
3 ults to work with here.
I wonder if you're going to see a lot of heavy delay on this A side and maybe wait for the breach ult for the retake. It's a fast walk up into U-Haul.
I understand they've lost some of the space. QCK going forward, dropping Oxy and Moose.
Whoa!
That was labored. Not able to
check him
get the third.
PC. Check him PC, man. A little tech timeout after this one, maybe.
Nah, come on. You can't speak that, bro. 4v2, Loud up on numbers. And it's only getting better. We're tied at 10. This back and forth affair we talked about in the first half has persisted.
Yeah. That's why you can't be giving scrappy round wins to Loud. They'll string a couple rounds together. Right on cue.
How does he get 2 there? Where was it? Moose must have been right under him.
Yeah, Moose was right under him.
Oh, that's tragic.
There's nothing you can do about that if you're Moose. That's so tough. I'll tell you what, my rocket does maybe 20 damage there.
Yeah. Exact same spots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Timeout from C9.
Amy's last, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. It's been a crazy fight so far. Both teams swinging round after round.
Well, and I think as we started the series, mind you, this is only map 1, but I think there were a lot of questions on both sides, right? Cloud9 coming off of a couple of big wins. How good are they really? Right? This is a really good litmus test. And then for Loud on the other side, we haven't seen you play since Madrid. And yeah, they had their one series, but there's an asterisk all over it. So you kind of wondered who we were going to see here. I think we were going to learn a lot from both teams. And I think, Dre, if I'm going to be honest with you, 20 rounds in, I don't know that we have a ton of answers.
Yeah, it's tough. It's still tough. And you know what? For Loud, like, they are a team that usually tends to start off slow on the first map. Yeah, they had a great first map when they came back, being in the air for multiple hours.
Yeah.
But usually they tend to start off slow and then heat up more towards like the second, third map. So I feel like C9 have to win this map. They absolutely have to win this map. Otherwise, I have a feeling that Loud's going to come back really strong on Icebox, and they're really good on that map.
Vanity 1 point away from his ult. We've seen how good he is with it. It also feels like he just had it. He just had that ult like 3 rounds ago.
He's been playing really well.
Yeah.
This map so far, and calling a really, really good map.
And there it goes, online. So now they've got the Orbital Strike they can play with. And this feels a lot like how Loud approach their attacks have. Like, everything is slow. They're waiting the map out. They're waiting the round out before they decide where they want to go.
Poison's off.
And the difference is Loud isn't as proactive in re-clearing this B-long space, so that allows Zeppo to just stay here and maybe throw a feint with this hookah pressure.
Oh, that's big. Vanity's dead. The ult no longer online.
Those are the Brim smokes, too.
And this almost forces them towards Rooney's utility.
Run, brother. It's like you heard me.
You've got to be careful here.
30 seconds
They have no idea. The showers isn't theirs. Moose falls. A great shot from GCK and the potential for more. On the other side with the flash, he has to get away. Still 2 satchels. So he's got the get out of jail card.
Oh my gosh. He's just running around all back sight.
The guy just wants to play the game. Not able to land the shot. Zeppa punishes.
10 seconds left.
Number still in favor of Loud. Oxy not able to connect onto anything. Tui's cleans it up. Loud take the lead back.
Oh no, Doug.
And I think the other thing, very quickly, Sonic has had this ult for what feels like 3 or 4 rounds at this point. It feels like an insurance.
It is.
The later you get into this half, that you still have that card in your back pocket. It's almost like the value goes up over time.
That kill was so crazy from QCK onto Moose in the shower.
1 enemy remaining.
Felt like I had a triple kill right there, no lie.
Maybe a little bit of nerves out of Oxy there. Definitely probably could have gotten 2 there cleanly had he had the confidence in that peak that he took from U-Haul.
And we normally see him hit him.
Yeah.
But on to the next. The timing there is crazy. QCK's internal clock going off. Backing up. Great. Oh, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. Vanity finding value. Rooney was there to clean it up.
Oh, no!
Uh-oh. That wasn't the intent. This is big for less. Yeah. I mean, that's huge.
That's
the problem is
mistake, Doug.
Yeah, and you've got some space here. It seems like Cloud9 are still going to be able to fill in behind it. Tap of the spike. They're trying to get out Tui's ult or Sonic's ult here.
But they can just rotate utility, save the ult till the absolute end.
Yeah. You see what the plan was there for Vanity, but Loud not taking the bait.
You still have KO Molly here. That dagger gets info. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Moose not able to land a shot with the op. And now he's getting pressed. He's getting pushed. And he's the one who punishes.
There's just no way this is happening.
Zeppa gets another. They're going to snatch this thing back.
There's no way this is happening.
Les has gotten 3. A 1v2. He's healthy.
Spike planted.
The reposition around the box. He sees one getting away, not able to land the shots. But continuing to push forward. The Molly lands. Vanity confident about it. Doesn't check it.
Poison orb emitting.
And now he's got a little bit that he can use to cover his own. Both spits through, but that's it. That's the last bit of utility they have. Les playing this thing so carefully. Surely they double phase here. Surely they don't give him the ones. That's exactly what they do. We're tied again.
C9 stole that round. QCK overstaying. And this is why you just don't play that U-Haul area when Brim has ult. I mean, it's very basic stuff here. That's tough. And Oxy, with the mistakes that he made, his team just brings it back for him. All off of Moose. That kill from Moose on a Kawazine was everything, actually.
Yep, him being able to alleviate that pressure was huge.
The fact that he lived for so long, being util bombed, and again, Sadhawk doesn't commit the ult. Maybe that's a bad thing now. Maybe he should have committed it into that round.
Hindsight really is 2020.
Yeah.
So you see the buy, not great. They're saving for next, but they've been able to muster up a little bit here. Les has a rifle, Kawazine has a rifle. The idea there was cool. As soon as the fault line goes out, Les swings behind it, tries to get a pick. Cloud9 lettering it well once more. Oxy aggressive, and there's that Vandal.
I don't know how he hit that. That was crazy. There's the rotate in already. From QCK.
Got a lot of space here.
Yeah. Let's just stay. No more flashes to get him off the line, so there should be free love for him.
There's heavy threat on the other side, and there it is! He's hit a ball! Les with 3. Rooney now waiting on the other side. It was such a perfect setup, man. Now you got Sonic hopping. This was supposed to be a save, and they were supposed to be looking to tie it up next round. Now they're the ones who are going to have a lead going into the final round of regulation.
It doesn't get much better than that when it comes to breach ults.
Dude, what a call from Sadak.
Yeah, that was great timing.
And honestly, for as much as we've talked about Les and how good he's been, how good Oxy's been, how Moose has been so impressive and continues to deliver, I really feel like, as we see some of these tracks come through, robbed of another. Les gets 4. I really feel like this game has been decided by Vanity and Sadak.
Yeah.
Both in their calling. Yeah, both in their calling, but also the impact plays that they made. Vanity's got multiple multi-kill rounds. Sadak won that round with his ult down B long. It was perfect. And then also, yeah, Les hits things like that.
And the reason why he's committing ult onto this B-long area after Noise has been cut for so long has been because in previous rounds, C9 has honestly been depositing players there after all the utility.
Well, and the truth is Loud did it too.
Yeah.
Right? That's how they played most of their attack half.
Yep.
Cloud9 looking to force OT here. Oxy's on a Spectre. Wow. QCK is on another kill already. Oxy pushing forward, rocket in hand. Kawanzine dead. But it's instantly traded back. Numbers in favor of Loud. Les is already starting to rotate over as well. The spike not committed yet. In the safe and steady hands of Zeppa for now.
No way.
As we've equalized things at 3. Rifles up for everyone. And it seems like it's turning in favor of Cloud9. Can Les and Tui's bring this thing back? Can they put him away? It's all on to Les now. Zeppa weak! Zeppa's dead, and that's a spike!
Spike down.
It's out of reach! Rooney has so much work to do, and Les delivers for Loud again! The Red Bull clutch as Pine goes the way of Loud.
Wow. In this specific round, Loud had a hard read. They actually had the Viper wall already geared towards that A side of the map. They knew it was going to be an A hit. And yeah, it got scrappy, but when you have a guy like Les who can close out rounds like that, man, does it look beautiful.
And so many things go well there for Loud. Yeah, you mentioned Les closing out rounds at 1v2.
Yeah.
QCK getting the pick with the op. There were just a lot of things that went well, and ultimately they went well because of what you were mentioning, right? They knew. They had the preparation at the beginning of the round. They knew where they wanted to go, and they reaped the benefits of that.
And they looked good, Doug. They looked really good. I think QCK still needs a little bit more time on this Raze roll, but other than that, I mean, first time on this comp, new role changes. It looked clean. It's only up from here for them.
Yeah, and I think the thing for QCK is we've talked about it every single week, but the truth is he doesn't have to be a ridiculous pop-off performer every single time. He doesn't have to be an Oxy, right? He doesn't have to be an Aspas. That's in the rear-view mirror for Loud. I think for Loud moving forward, you know that you can do it by committee, right? You know that Les is going to deliver. You know that Kawanzine's going to deliver. And yes, QCK is not going to drop 40, but he's going to have high-impact kills throughout the map.
Yeah, and just making sure that they're doing their jobs at all times, even if they're not playing the best or whatever it may be. And that's the thing that Loud has over a lot of other teams. They're a one hive mind. They really buy into the system.
13-11 bind in favor of Loud. Icebox on the other side of this. Keep the cheeks in the seats. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So far forward with it, but a showstopper out into the back of side. Oxy gets 2.
Poldoro, vamos ver o Crash, já desarmando metade, Leias pega o primeiro de lado, Tutu!
Here with the coach of Loud, Payu, a very close map, but a crazy last round to close it out. Now, I talked to Sadak earlier today, and he said that he's kind of relinquished a lot of the control to you guys. Where did we see that today?
I think that we changed a little bit the way that we played in all the maps that we are going to play today, and I think that's most of these our characteristics inside the game is like much different. We changed a little bit the compositions, but most of like my finger on the team is on the play style.
Best of luck on map 2.
Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. We have a chance to take a closer look at the map that just transpired, because STK is saying, you know, we've had a chance to have a look closely at these maps and play our own style, but it really feels like Cloud9 force you to play their way. They force you to turn every engagement into a no-holds-barred brawl, like everybody piling in.
I mean, they grab any team in front of them and they pull them down into the murk and force them to play their fashion. Across that game, for both teams, only 30% of man advantage rounds were won. That means 70% of the time, a team that was getting a first kill was losing that round. So much this was coming down to the clutches and also to just the wild, like, re-clear plays in the mid-round to turn back tides that never should have been won.
But there was no round more important than this right here. It's 10-8. Loud are on an eco, and QCK clutches it up. That's the one that swung it, because, look, C9, they're supposed to win that round. They go up 11-8. this game's
Probably
in the bag
close
for
it out,
them.
right?
But then they win that round. They've got the momentum going for them again, and then they're clutching it up at the end
Immediately after that, yeah, it's less again to win another clutch. It was just back-to-back, Myrna.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of rounds turn the momentum in such a big way that all those rounds before that were so back-to-back, back and forth. Every single time it felt like it was kind of like a fest of just like battling for sides, battling for space, even like each team pushing into different spots on the site. And it just felt so wild. And all these trades were just going back and forth. People were in places they shouldn't have been. I mean, Oxy getting into heaven half the time, getting into spawn. It was so crazy.
And Les here to clutch it up is just absolutely fantastic to bring that game completely back. But I think, like, what we're saying, like, the game didn't feel like, to me, it was like the battle of the mind so much as it was the battle of the brawl. And it was whoever could sort of like see through it in the moment and win out in the fight. You know, you pinpoint the location of all the players, because let's make no mistake, both these comps have so much utility that when you can see your moment to take a timing and swing into a line, those are the players that were popping off. And you had guys like Les especially taking it.
Do you feel like it's less macro-oriented, less mid-rounding, and more just like those individual moments when to take these pops?
Yeah, I think what's really interesting, because these two teams have a really distinct similarity in how bought in they are to the squad's idea, right? You watch a team like Loud, and every idea in the mid-round, Les is going for a play. Sidak is immediately behind him with a fault line, immediately ready to set up, to change up on the fly. But Cloud9 is really the same way. When you play, they're so chaotic. They go for so many risks, but I think they've done a really good job at figuring out their comms, their ideas in those super chaotic moments and thriving at them, actually figuring out ways to still set people up when they're going for wild stuff like that.
I 100% agree. I feel like the setups have been crazy good. But one thing I do want to point out for Loud is that Les was playing really well on that defense side as Viper, because not only was he just holding down the site, making sure that no one was in there, he was taking those aggressive lines and taking even those 1v1s. Like, he was not scared to just walk down long B, get all that information and causing the rotates to go crazy. And actually, earlier in the game, when he was on that attack side, he wasn't scared to walk up down short and take that space either. So it felt like Les kind of held a little middle ground, and then plays were made all around him, and same with C9.
Got to check in with the Cloud9 engine room here after losing a map that they brought into the game. So let's head down and hear what our jolly and effervescent C9 coach had to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here with Amy, the coach of Cloud9. A very, very close first map. Could have gone anyone's way. And also a very exciting map. My colleague said in the green room that Cloud9 has a very proactive, high-risk, high-reward play style. What do you say to that?
Proactive, yes. I'm not sure if it's high-risk, high-reward. Like, one of the things that we lacked in the old team is we weren't going aggressive, we weren't taking back information, and we were just sitting too passive. So that's something that we worked on and we changed. But I don't think it's high risk, high reward. I think it's just the way you should play.
So aggressive, but not risky.
Yeah.
Well, best of luck on map 2.
It's important how he almost puts it that, you know, not being proactive is more risky when you're denying yourself that information.
I think that's the thing. I think it is risky the way they play, but I think there is always inherent risk.
Yeah, that's Valorant, bub.
Yeah. You get shot, you die. There's a million abilities at all times. Anything can happen. You have to be proactive. So doing something that could seem wild on paper, but doing it together is less risky than sitting back. I think that's kind of what happened to MIBR sometimes, right? They're a team that'll oftentimes play very safe, not take those risks, and then you get owned because of that. Cloud9 is so proactive. That's why they're so good, even against our best teams.
Yeah, again, like you're on a clock sometimes in some of those rounds. We're heading back into the arena here. And so we're heading, of course, over to Icebox. Loud's map choice here. And again, this is a map we've seen them with some pretty strong showings as well, right? There's always, I think a lot of discussions been around like the role of the duelist on this map. Some teams going without, you know what I mean? And we've sort of seen the Jet mix back in for Aspas, for example. We are going to have Oxy on that particular role here, the Sage for Zeppa.
Yeah, a lot more people have been liking the Sage on this map. You'll see the tweets like, the Harbor map win rate is not looking good on Icebox, down way below 50% here. And that's usually what Loud have been playing, and they aren't making switches on their side over there.
But the exception to Harbor having a bad map win rate on Icebox is Loud. They're the one team that is still making this comp work. They're one of the squads who innovated it. They've played it for so long. They are the best in the world at this comp.
Yeah, I'm having the feeling that both these teams, regardless of comp, are still going to have that crazy, wild play style that we kind of saw, where both teams are kind of pushing to each extremity and trying to get as much map space as possible, even when they really shouldn't be. So I'm curious to see if there is going to be a little bit more risk for reward ratio here. I feel like for C9, they really have to step it up. Again, this is not their map pick. So I don't know what they have cooking. I don't know what Loud is going to bring to the table, knowing that they're kind of running the same comp. So.
Yeah, I think the main reason that Harbor Viper has been struggling has been the basically mass adoption of the KO Gecko comps. They really punish these heavy smoke control comps because you're just flooding in with tons of utility, fighting through those walls. Cloud9's comp doesn't have that same potential. Your only go button is that Sova Dart.
Well, these two teams have loved throwing haymakers at each other so far on Bite. I'm sure that's going to continue as we let them out of their corners and head back to Doug and Baby Bay for the call.
Thank you so much, Uber. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be excited about for this next map. And a lot of it, in my opinion, I'd love to get your thoughts too, centers around this idea of Harbor Viper. And does it work? Does it not work? What are your thoughts on it? I think there has been a bit of a peel back, but for Loud, they're fully hell-bent on sticking with this comp.
I mean, I love it, especially the way that they play it. Using the walls on the hits and actually fighting into sites and stuff like that is really nice to see. And we're going to have to see QCK step up on this Jet to silence the haters that he can't play it, because I know he can play it at a very high level.
Yeah.
But the problem is most of the time we see him do really good on Jet is usually on Breeze, right? So I'm looking at him to be a guy that does something a little bit more, because at this point we've seen this comp so many times from Loud, so many different rosters of Loud as well, that I think he's going to need to be a little bit more of an X factor in this, and that's why you see him already leading towards B with this Deagle. I mean A, my bad.
There's got to be so much pressure on this kid's shoulders. But it's actually too easy. Oh, hello. As the wall goes down, the kills are up. And they're traded in kind. Oh, Moose goes aggressive right into the lap of 2E's, gets the kill. 25 HP as he's looking for another. The clip runs dry. KCK gets away.
So awkward.
I mean, the boldness, the gusto, the other word I don't want to use, of Moose to just challenge him up. It's just crazy as he goes to Bros. Now Sadak has a really good line here, but no real idea that Vanity is close. He's so weak, and there he goes. Vanity falls, Oxy and Moose remain. With Spike in hand, they creep out towards A, where there is no resistance right now.
I got the spike.
Moose in these moments has been so clutch for C9. And I know he's sitting on only 25 HP, but
he also has his 2 mollies, so he should be able to help.
Huge from Oxy.
Yeah. These two, this tandem of Moose and Oxy have been so good together, and they have a chance to do it again. QCK is just so weak, man. 30 HP, yeah, Moose is weak, but Oxy still has so much health, and they're playing this beautifully.
It's over.
Yeah, there's no way for QCK to do this. He's gonna get taken care of assassination style. Oxy with 3, Cloud9 get the pistol.
Another 3K from Oxy on the pistol round. C9 opting to just walk behind that early Viper wall on the A side. Get pushed all the way up. So when the wall drops, there's 3 different angles that Loud have to look at.
Yeah.
And they actually end up catching out Kawazin on a weird timing when he's trying to take his dart out. This is these plays from Oxy where he pushes so far up and actually takes fights deep into spawn or mid in that scenario. He gets so much value against Loud when he does this. And I think he needs to just keep sticking with that game plan until he gets fully punished.
He's got a rifle this time. No buy on the side of Loud.
He's already farming that Jet Knife ultimate. If he can get enough kills here, maybe a bomb plant, he'll be able to give somebody that Vandal for the next round for the bonus.
The Sage Wall has been problematic before, but
they didn't get the bomb down.
Yeah, but there's really nothing to punish here, I don't think.
Oh, there isn't.
A minor mistake, but one that's going to go without consequence, it seems.
Oxy wants all the smoke right now, Doug.
He's going to be the one handing it out, man. There's just nothing really on the other side.
He's going to keep peeking.
I think the problem here, too, for Loud is not only do you not have guns, but you don't have position. You've got the Sage Wall you're going to have to get through as well. And at this point, it's just damage control.
Oh, no.
Well, nah, surely not.
No.
There's just not enough time.
No. Moose is in mid, though. As everything was going on, he had the reflank once that KJ went down. But that was really costly for C9. Yeah. 2 rifles invested into that round.
Well, I think the benefit for them, though, is because they've been handling the buy that way, where they only buy 2 or maybe 3 rifles, but then other people don't buy at all.
Yeah.
They still have a bit to fight back with here in this next round.
And Oxy's only 1 off of the jet knives. Oh, this is that delay on the plan. He thought he got the bomb down already. And yeah, you know, it didn't make that much of a difference into the round, but you know what? Maybe that extra couple seconds on the bomb timer could have secured an extra gun. Who knows? You know what I mean? When it comes down to VALORANT, small things like that go a long way. And it looks like they're going to try to get this B orb onto Oxy. And they're giving him a rifle to try to get an entry first, just in case there is any struggle of a fight here. This is the duel that we're going to have to see. Oh, they didn't break the drone.
Yeah, so QCK is likely going to get spotted too.
Oh, big fumble from Tui.
He has dash. He's going to get away. But you're right, the orb goes in favor of Oxy.
Get out of my way.
Now Blade's online.
Oh, he's going to jump on a yellow.
This is the same pathing he took last round, but this time he doesn't have dash. Oh, but he does find Tui's. Clearing back yellow, looking for QCK.
Tui's is stuck.
Hey, he's got 1 HP. QCK has nowhere to go.
Oh! Run!
Finally falls. Oxy's not much better off at this point.
He's alive, though.
I don't know how.
He was 1 HP. Now he gets healed, I believe. Wait, what happened?
Moose is still playing back by A, and I wonder if they call the rotates back. Or they just cut noise?
Spike dropped.
I think they're trying to see if Loud tries to aggress anywhere else. And there it is, but Sadhak wins it, and that's
30
gonna have to
seconds
force C9 to full commit onto the site.
Which is exactly what they do.
Spike planted.
3 rifles for Cloud9, but almost all of them are weak. Bruni's the only one who's healthy.
Heal should be coming up any moment now. And you know they're gonna slap that right onto Oxy if they can.
1 HP for Oxy, and he gets a kill onto Sonic anyway. Finally falls. Zappa and Vanity, weak. But Rooney, the one who's healthy, trying to find value. Kawanzine has to do it on his own, and he will fall. The bonus in favor of Cloud9.
Rooney played that perfectly. And you saw it. You saw the idea, right? Let's let Oxy buy him the rifle. If there's anybody up close and personal, he can take him out, get the knives that way. If not, we push him back, we get the jet knives, and then we just go crazy on him. Oxy, just the fact that he lived for so long after doing this whip.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
And then gets another one on a Sadok at the end.
With 1 HP.
Yeah, that's nuts. Rooney played the back of yellow perfectly too, jiggling the guy, walking up close sight, and then fully committing on the left in the back. And another early B default here for C9.
I love what they're doing with the harbor wall on B, right? You're denying any exit out from garage without having to use unless you use util. But then they're also getting the tail mid. That allows Sadok to get so far up.
C9 are just reading into it as well, not trying to go out before that drone comes.
Yeah. It's like a really complex team of rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Essentially, if you use you all, then we'll use the drone.
And this map can be so hard when you play against a team that can just take B like this, and then they just parade into sight.
And even knowing that there's an eco on the other side, they're so careful. Cloud9 are with how they're approaching this. The dark to make sure Oxy has a lot of space when he hits back yellow. We haven't seen that on other instances in other rounds where it has been a bit more aggressive. What a shot from Tui's.
Cool, man.
You get shot, you die. Oh, he's got a lot of space, and they don't know.
Oh! Oh, no!
Well, Tui's hits those. Tragic from Sadok.
That should be a free plant.
Kawanzine's gotten one back. They're not out of the woodworks yet. Oh, are they gonna pull this thing off with just sheriffs? The Reckoning. The Reckoning invested. Vanity playing close. Not giving the sheriff any chance to work. Vanity with 2. Looking for the 3rd.
No way.
Connects. They avoid disaster and they get to 4.
Vanity is so good at disrupting the enemy team. Last map, it was him pushing past the stun line of the breach from Sadhak. This time, it's pushing all the way into sight once that harbor ult comes down from Tui's. If he does not make that play and just stays stagnant and sits back, it's over.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is he knows what it takes to win.
Tragic, dude. Sadak, just like us. He's just like us. That's brutal.
It'd be like that sometimes.
It do. There's that harbor wall again we mentioned.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it. They're just still doing this B default.
And again, it goes uncleared. So you get so much more value out of that drone because of it.
Whoa!
Oh, he hits that shot.
That was really nice.
And then he resets. Uses the orb to find safety and cross. Rooney gets rezzed. And now the round resets.
Oxy got all the way pushed up behind this box. So let's see if C9 now decide to clear the back of yellow and then maybe just cut noise and go back to A for once, because they've full committed onto A or onto B most of the round. QCK tries to re-clear. Oxy again too far pushed up.
It's another really good wall, and the spams through it punish Oxy.
He got spammed twice.
Yeah, that's just unlucky.
Times in a row.
Honestly, that's part of running as Harbor Viper comp, right?
Yeah.
When the walls go up, you just spam through it, and sometimes you get lucky. Moose is now trying to rejoin the fray. The alarm bot's going to give him away. And he's not able to find that space.
30 seconds left.
Very deep wall.
Yeah, it's super deep. 100 Fury out from Valzine. It's going to be traded back. Vanity gets one. They both go up high. Rooney wins out the duel.
That was so sick.
They have 15 seconds left, and they still haven't fully committed to getting spiked out. That's the third harbor wall we've seen.
10 seconds left.
They still haven't gotten it out. They burned the clock beautifully, and Loud get on the board.
There we go. And they should be able to pick up that off as well. And now it's broken, right? So what does C9 do now into this round to adapt? That was a great job from Loud to set up QCK with that op. And this kill was so nice, so patient on it. Super nice shot. Almost turned south when Oxy gets the kill on the re-clear, but you know, I guess Oxy's just gonna get spammed if you can't kill him 1v1 straight up.
Yeah, just don't give him the fight back.
Just spam him through the wall. Things like that get into your head as a duelist. You're like, oh, I'm getting the entry, but I'm not even seeing the second guy when I'm dying.
It's just I'm unlucky.
Yeah, right? What do you do?
It gets into your head for sure.
Now you see Loud already trying to play 2 steps ahead. They understood that the B default probably won't happen again. That's why you see the op on the A side of the map.
Toxin screen down.
Les has a lot to deal with behind this wall.
He's so confident in these spots, though, when he's anchoring alone. It doesn't matter if there's 2, 3, 4 people.
They bully him off of the line. They get the orb for Moose, who's now 2 away from having his ult.
Good to be.
And you see the walls instantly go up. Also, note where Sadak's Molly is right now.
Oh my gosh.
Back yellow.
Oh my gosh.
No way. As soon as the wall goes down, it's going to be chaos. Oh, they face it. Oxy gets 3. Magnetic looking aim. And he's going hunting. He's looking for more. The Oxy special. Meanwhile, QCK with no real options just has to save the op. Kawanzine not nearly as fortunate to be able to get away. He's surrounded deep behind enemy lines. And the turret gives him away too. That's 4.
Ace, ace, ace.
Oh, he's gonna try. He's gonna find it. The eye by power ace for Oxy as Cloud9 get to 5.
I need that oxygen. 13-4.
Not bad.
6 rounds.
We're gonna take a look at that one more time. I mean, the trap behind the wall, and then that third kill is just crazy. How does he get away with that? The 4th and the 5th were for the culture, for the people.
That's my goal right there. I have a shot.
Yes.
Friendly reminder, for those of you who are following along, follow at iBuyPower on Twitter. They give away a PC every single time a VCT Americas player gets an ace. Maybe it'll be you. 13-4 for the kid. And he's good.
That's a good timeout. That's a good timeout. Try to calm him down a little bit, but if we've seen Oxy do anything, it's keep the momentum going. And at this point, it might just be try to find Oxy and spam him again. Spam through all the walls. Sadhawk tried. He just a little bit of whiffage going on at that end. But again, sometimes it just be like that. There's nothing you can do. And this is the Oxy that I like to see. You know, I went to the bathroom during the break in between maps and I saw Oxy there, and he was like, it's just a scrim. Just gotta treat it like it's a scrim. And scrim Oxy he's different.
Scrim Oxy is becoming stage Oxy at this point. And again, that's a terrifying prospect.
He gets so much value when he actually just keeps holding W.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And we've joked about it. Cloud9 have joked about it, but it really is like turn his brain off, just go fight and kill, and it's worked for him. This time disrespecting the tail of that wall, where Sadhawk has been able to find a ton of space. Rooney hopping and landing that shot onto Sadhawk was filthy.
I love this Oxy. Pushing all the way up, still going.
I thought he was going to snap on a Cohen Z, and I really did.
Me too.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
They understand here they've lost some of belong. The question is, how much have they lost? And for Cloud9, now that there's that other wall in their faces, it's interesting they aren't really using util to clear this out. They're just contacting through.
Yeah, once this turret goes down at A, though, that will be the indicator, or that jump spot will be the indicator that all of C9 is towards this B side of the map. And that's why you see on the minimap, Kawazine pushing through A, Viper ult coming out prematurely onto the B site.
I mean, they have 2 Guardians and then Sheriffs.
Oh, one more bullet and that would have been
30 seconds
What
left.
a smart play to flip.
They've pushed into spawn. No. But the thing is, QCK's here with Blades. If he bides his time right, you see both pits overlapping one another. The defensive one's dropped, just 2 E's and less fall. Now QCK is gonna have to go aggressive. Can't find anything in the pit. And it's all into Cohen's now.
Wow.
What a call from Cloud9.
So smart to flip site there. And commit the Viper's pit too, just to secure it.
I was surprised to see Loud invested.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely understand the idea. It's like they know that their whole team is leaning towards the B side of the map. I put the ult down. Maybe I can delay the plan a little bit more, make it a little bit scary, but the heads-up awareness of Vanity to call that flip off of that Viper ult is honestly the perfect play. And I spoke, you know, like QCK has to step it up for his team on this map if they want to win, because you know, Loud have played this map so many times before. There's so much footage on them. And this is not one of the maps where, like, you know, they're probably focused on changing things up too much. So that allows C9 to have these hard reads into the rounds like this. They understand the reactions that Loud have.
They've looked so good doing it. And really, the timeline tells the story.
Dude, they've ended 6 of their round wins at B. I don't think they've gone A. What, besides Pistol, they haven't gone A.
They really haven't had to.
Yeah. But that's scary, because now, once they start dabbling in with it, the mind games of Vanity can come through and he can start throwing some feints.
He is the op, by the way. Attack side Viper op. That's how you know things are going well in the Cloud9 camp.
Oxy with the judge and knives. This is the deadly combo.
It's every rank player's nightmare.
The deadly combo.
Revealing area.
Seems like Loud are content to give up a lot of the space. It makes sense too. Sadhawk has his ult primed and ready to go.
Is Oxy gonna go over screen? This is what I'm looking out for right now. He's gonna dash in his screens.
Both ults invested.
There it is!
Diagramming as Oxy goes forward and finds a second.
Yes!
Tries to upgrade a weapon and get away, but Cohen's punishes.
Scanning ahead.
We got 2 members who have been caught from Cloud9, but they still have so much cover. Vanity with the op over the top. And as that dissipates, the round continues. Loud with so much to do at a numbers deficit. QCK's weak and have to take the site back. Cohen's not going to find any value, any space. And it's only getting worse. As Zeppa's heating up. What a shot.
Foolproof post plant there. Viper mollies an op on belt to secure it if anybody else goes down. KJ mollies on it. And Oxy, He's going crazy right now. He's going crazy.
We'll take a look at it again. You wondered, where is he going to go? How aggressively will he go? That was it right there.
Amazing.
The dash into 2Es. And yeah, ultimately he died for it, but
he did his job and some.
Yep.
Getting 2 there, and that causes Loud to use a timeout. Is that the second one? The second timeout or the first timeout?
That's the second timeout they've used.
Second timeout. It's slipping away like crazy right now. Oxy's having another Oxy performance, and Loud need to stop the bleeding. They understand. SDK understands. We gotta stop this here and now if we want any chance of coming back, and they can still do it, to be fair. But they need to find a way to shut down Oxy so he can't get 1, 2, 3 before he dies on the post plant. He's been doing a really good job of disrupting and disrespecting the Loud players.
Cloud9 have such luxury right now. They're up 6 rounds. They haven't used a single timeout. Oxy's 15-6. I mean, they have so many things going their way here.
Now Moose has the op in his hands.
They've got so much money too.
They might give it to Oxy though. I think Oxy's trying to ask for it potentially for an updraft here maybe. No op, just a rifle though.
What's the response from Loud on the other side of this timeout? It seems like they're going to go back to the harbor wall they've been using.
Yeah, and getting maybe less, a little bit pushed up, trying to take favorable engagements.
It's the same idea. It's the same harbor wall. It's still Sadak playing mid. QCK has an op, glass cannon. And there's not much backing it up. Got a couple of sheriffs, some guardians. He's going really aggressive here too. That's what you want out of your duelist. Wow. Dashes away, stays alive. But now they know an op's on the board. Cool, that's big. Can he get anything else? Tucking, peeking behind the wall and getting another. QCK taking matters into his own hand. A third? You can tell he's feeding for it. Instead, dashes away to safety.
If Vanity just killed less all the way on the flank, that opens up the entire map for C9.
Oh, he's ahead of it.
Oh, he got him actually.
But it's traded. And now
I didn't think he had that.
I didn't think so either. The question is, does Tui's pick up the op? They have no idea Colentin is here. They also don't really have anything to clear that he's here.
Left.
That's going to give his position away. The spike hits the ground.
Spike down.
And now Vanity left alone, an op in hand. Week 2, and you imagine Loud are going to want to hunt this one out.
Oh.
You know where he is. No point in trying to hide it now. With 13 seconds left, Sadak's on the prowl. Oh, the op battle of the duelists goes in favor of Sadak.
Oh, he BMs him too. It's not every day you see 2 IGLs, one on Senti, one on Smokes, have an op 1v1.
I also think, I mean, while it's, you know, fun or whatever, and ultimately the round goes in favor of Loud, that's important because the op is now in a position where Loud could not pick it up. They couldn't carry it into the next.
Yeah. And he's gonna have to force again here and have no armor. QCK played this round really well. And also, in general, Loud did make the adaptation that they needed to make. They realized that C9 has this entire half just been show and go. Yeah. There hasn't been many other layers to it. It's been where the main pack is where we're hitting. So they actually had 4 people on that A side already.
Right here.
And now, does Vanity understand that and read into it?
Dude, this no armor op is such high risk, high reward. And yeah, it worked out in the previous round, but can he do it again?
Oxy knows.
Oh, they saw him.
Scary scenes.
Here.
QCK with a dash proc, the op still in the hands of Oxy. Or excuse me, Vanity.
No way.
And this time it goes the way of Vanity. And again, the investment is outrageous. Oxy's holding forward. Colentin is down. He was slowed, he was darted.
He just spammed a guy that was tagged back sight from top bomb site. That was so cool.
Found them.
He's so hungry for more. I don't blame him.
Blocking sight.
Go for it.
I mean, you might as well. Smell blood in the water. Oh, pushing forward.
Player standing.
Sadak wasn't able to beat Vanity in the last round, but he could Oxy on this. Now with the dart in his face, he has to swing forward. He falls. Cloud9 get to 8. They continue to roll. And again, I'm concerned about the finances for Loud, man, because these like back-to-back rounds of glass cannon ops and them not netting round wins, them not being able to carry the weapon into the next gets very expensive.
It does. I mean, QCK is going to have no money right now.
I think there are a couple that don't.
And there's a big difference here in how QCK is working the op compared to how C9 has been working the op. Vanity is taking angles with this op. He dropped it now, but he was taking angles with the op off of the drone. Whereas QCK is dry swinging into the enemy team. And it worked that round that Loud won, the second round they won, but this time C9 was aware. And the util advantage was too strong.
They've quietly crept forward, only a footstep.
And I don't even think anybody was close enough to hear that, but they should hear the Sage Wall come out behind them.
What?
It doesn't even matter. C9's just rolling right now. Just too confident.
They're doing everything they want, and they're getting away with it.
Kawazin's still somehow not aware that they could be flanking him, even though 2 of his teammates went down from mid. Just a huge gap.
I mean, they're having their way with Loud.
Yeah, this is rough.
Chewies has to save. And the finances, the snowball, the momentum that Cloud9 have been able to amass over the last 11 rounds continues.
Dude, they're a team that once they start going, it just seems so crazy to play against. All of a sudden, all 5 members decided to just start shooting.
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect accuracy. Look at this.
Exactly.
Moose just one-tapped him.
And I think as we compare what we just saw in Icebox to what we saw in Bind, right? For it to be 6-6 at half, for it to be back and forth was kind of expected. Maybe we expect Loud to pull away, but this level of dominance from Cloud9, this is impressive. Remember, we had the conversation during the last map about what are we going to learn from these two teams? Because I think going into the series, there are a lot of questions left to be answered. This is quite a resounding Cloud9 or the real deal.
Yeah.
Type half so far.
When they turn it on, man, they're unreal. And this is a fast pace in this round.
That's dry.
Another first blood. This time it's Zeppa. Yep.
Kawanzin has his ult. Chewies has his ult. Maybe that'll be enough. But here they're desperate for anything they could possibly get. I mean, a morsel of crumb for Loud here. They've invested the Reckoning. They put down the Sovol too. And no real value found.
Spike down A.
Finally starting to see some of these kills come through. The Spike is sitting harmlessly. Top nest right now. That's all right. Scared me too. Sadak pushing forward, trying to find some space behind the drone. Rooney's left alone. A 1v4. Sadak weak. Chewies is 2. Rooney, I thought he had a shot at that. But no. Loud get their third.
Loud right now are praying for the 9-3 curse to work in their favor. And it just might. Loud, Sidehawk, known for how he calls on attack. I like to pride Vanity with his attack side calling as well. And finally, utility being used correctly from the side of Loud. I felt like a lot of these rounds, they didn't even get to be in a spot where they could use utility like we know them to use, and how they used it when they won the rounds they won, like the B delay and everything like that. So
Loud styled, or excuse me, Cloud9 styled on Loud. We're gonna throw it down to the desk to break that first half down.
JR, talk about a response from Cloud9. After a disappointing showing in map 1, Icebox looks pretty darn one-sided, and we're doing it. Sorry, QCK, we're gonna have to compare our duelists here to set some context up, because Oxy, he's popping off.
Oxy is frying right now. This guy is a literal paid overheater for Cloud9. Like, all he does, entering the site, get his first skill, and then keep pushing towards the other spawn, and he's always good for that second. He has been taken over.
I mean, the best part, too, is he just has a smile on his face the whole time. And earlier, we were talking about how C9 is full of vibes, and I feel like that is something that is kind of emulating in this kind of situation, because Oxy has just been going crazy. He is smiling having a great time.
What is this wall? The harbor wall there is so abysmal. It's actually so garbage, and Oxy punishes it. Like, it gave him that little pocket to play in, and then you've got this insane...
You've seen a couple of these walls that you just haven't liked at all, Chrissy. Like,
yeah.
What is it about them that just throws you off?
So they're kind of improv walls, because like that round, for example, the harbor was playing from Snowman, and then they're getting split onto the B site, so he's trying to throw it so it cuts off that line. Unfortunately, because he's got to curve it, he can't quite get it perfect on the run.
Pocket,
so it gave that pock out for the walkout, and that's what Oxy abused.
I mean, playing harbor, you need to be consistent with your walls, with the angles of the walls too, or else that kind of stuff keeps happening. And that's another reason why I feel like it's a little bit scary to start having harbor on that attack side too, because then you can give the defense side some little plays that they could go through.
These guys are like one of the last teams that are still pushing that harbor on ice.
Yeah. And into his defense, he is the harbor GOAT. Like, he's the OG, right? I think that was just an unfortunate situation that it panned out into and cost him a round.
There you have it, 9-3 at the half. Cloud9 looking hot. Let's see they keep the heat coming in the second half. Let's head back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Uber. Yeah, I mean, Oxy's doing his thing. Loud look lost on a map that they chose. 4-1 record. Their only loss against Gen G. That's not bad.
Yeah.
But I mean, it seems Cloud9 are just making a mockery of him right now.
That's what I'm saying. There's so much footage on them on this map, though, and if you don't come up with new things,
yeah,
it's just tough. Speaking of new things, this is something new. Harbor pistol to go fight into spawn, but Rooney repositioned very well here. Just playing right under all.
I mean, what a wild round. What a wild approach, and Rooney and Oxy are able to get some. Can Oxy get another? Oh, too easy. Has like negative HP. Zeppa finally cleans him up.
Oh my gosh, C9 are so clean right now with their reactions.
Hey, and this feels very reminiscent of Bind, where it feels like Loud have a very cool idea on a pistol. They're going to do something different, something to kind of catch Cloud9 off guard, and Cloud9 receive it well.
They actually almost countered it straight up. Rooney went under that little platform, and then Zeppa actually walled off all of mid, so they didn't have to look any other way, and they just needed to have a crossfire right there, and it worked out perfectly. This should be a wrap, unless Les can go crazy here against Vanity.
Hey, the spike's nowhere near him.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
Oh, turret battle?
Yeah, a little turret. I mean, Sonic has so much to deal with.
Oh my god.
Nothing is found.
No kills going his way. He's just having a rough one right now.
No, and I know there's still a couple of rounds to be played, but that feels like a must-win pistol if you're Loud. If you want to have a shot to get back in this thing.
Yeah. If I'm Cloud9 right now, I'm fully investing into this round and doing whatever it takes to not get eco'd, because the only way you lose this map is if you get eco'd right here. This has been so one-sided so far.
There's just really nothing Loud were able to do on defense, and then that pistol not going their way almost puts them 6 feet under.
Yeah. You see Vanity instantly running away after hearing all those footsteps.
Yeah.
Don't give him anything, and he almost went down.
It's KCK who falls, though.
No way he spammed him through, right? Little revenge.
Good chance, yeah.
Little revenge for Oxy.
It's a real good chance. Only Sheriff in the hands of Kanzine.
There's a gap in this wall.
Oh, it's the tiniest of gaps. I mean, look at how respectful Cloud9 are playing this. They're playing this so intelligently. There's nobody up anywhere. They've got the turret. Yeah, they've got the alarm bot. They've got people playing super safe. You're right.
Like I said, the only way this comeback can come to fruition is if Cloud can snag this round away from them, ruin the economy of C9, and just snowball out of control, but
Spike planted.
I don't think that's going to be the case here.
Cloud9 did such a good job this round of just not giving anything. And as I say that, Oxy gets caught lacking.
Yeah. It's kind of caught in transition. Remember, this is just pistols here. They managed to get the spike down, but you imagine the weaponry will become a factor here. No more utility to speak of for Loud. Vanity falls, Moose trying to creep forward and get the kills, and he does. Zeppa will get the defuse. I lied. Rooney will get the defuse.
Yeah,
it's 11-3.
He picked up quite a bit of kills there. He's already close to result. I wonder if he tries to grab orb here on A. And then, yeah, I mean, must win round here for Loud.
No more.
Just anything that you can string together from this point on would be good. I mean, even the retake, right? The slow coming out, everything like that. The utility clean for C9.
Yeah, it was pretty.
They're good on this map.
The problem with this score, though, is that Fnatic has scarred all of us. Not just once.
Revealing area.
11-3 in favor of Cloud9. Cloud with, as you mentioned, a must-win round. Sadak with an opener. That's certainly going to help, though, as he gets 2. Nah, it's too early to say there's still too much time.
Might be onto something here.
This looks like it should be pretty clean for Loud, all things considered, and I think that... So, obviously, this round needs to go their way. But more importantly, well, maybe not more importantly, but they have to do so as cleanly as possible, right? They've got to be able to carry as much armor into the next, as many rifles into the next, because I think the only real way for this to come to fruition has to be through a pretty big snowball.
Yeah.
And if Sadak continues to farm, that'll help. He gets 4. It's a flawless round. He's got his ult online.
And even at the end, they're just going for, honestly, confidence kills.
Yeah.
Just pushing all the way deep in the spawn. And I mean, he needed that, right? When your IGL pops off like that, now he already has a KJ ult.
I think the one thing we've learned about Loud as we've watched them play over all these years is even when they're down big, there's never any real concern. There's never any real urgency or stress or anything. I think their game plan and their approach to the game doesn't change.
You could never count them out, truly.
Yeah.
Toxins going up.
Oh, this is really
grabbing that orb.
Oh,
almost gets taken out.
They've inserted Oxy too. Do they know he's there? They know now. He's gonna try to get away. Zeppo over the top will help. How much more can he find? It's layered, but the kill comes through. Rooney helps, as now QCK is left alone. I don't think there's any hope for Magic here.
I got the spike.
Great support from C9 to just help Oxy get one, get out. He stays for longer. Zeppa staying up on that pipes area is really, really good to help him. I think he expected Oxy to run away, but when he realized that Oxy was committing, the fact that he just stayed with him there it was everything.
This would be a ridiculous round for QCK to win.
Yeah, and also to just start heating up in this series in general. He's been relatively quiet all game long.
Yeah, he has.
C9
left.
Just willing to play the retake on the A. Why even give any 1v1s? There's no point of trying to hold it.
These rounds are the most tragic because they build all the suspense and then QCK will, like, the player gets one tap usually. It's just tragic. And the thing is, now they know. Now they're creeping in on him, and there we go. Yeah. Brutal.
One tap indeed.
Rooney gets his 3. Cloud9 gets a map point, and they've rolled Loud on their map pick.
Super impressive map so far from C9, having just really good reads on their attack and then setups on defense and synergy between Zeppa and Oxy so far. It's been nice.
Well, I think part of the problem too is Loud just dug themselves so deep a hole in the first half that you have to play perfect Valorant, and that's just too much to ask for against a Cloud9 that looks this good, and with Oxy playing as well as he is.
No util used from the side of Loud besides that turret, which C9 don't even see, so that's going to cause them to already lean towards this B side of the map. But it looks like they're going to re-clear mid first.
You should run.
Make sure there's no lurks going on. That's why you see this early drone from Rooney. They don't have to worry about this mid lurk anymore. Now it's just delay the bomb plant.
Feels like Cloud9 are trying to play this.
Oh, he's in the air.
Yeah, he is. Really high too.
No value this time.
The wall's blocking the view.
I say that, and he's going to go crazy.
There's the first. No dash, no updraft. Moose gets his 2. Sadak and less. The only things keeping Cloud9 from taking us to I spot, or Lotus, excuse me. Moose has almost 3,000 credits, has light armor. Vanity also has light armor. Oxy has blades. And they're all falling apart. Yeah, they just get destroyed.
Defenders win.
That was such a convincing map win for Cloud9.
It was like I said earlier,
They're no
Cloud9
joke.
they just made a mockery out of Loud.
Yeah, they're no joke.
On their map pick.
I know that there's a lot of people in general that had their doubts. You know, yeah, the Lev win. Like Lev wasn't really on point. You know,
Yeah, it was
the
scrappy,
EG went
ugly.
it's EG. Like Oxy just went off, but
Yep.
to win a map like this against a team like Loud, who've only lost the map in a very close series against Gen G this year so far, this is really, really impressive to me.
It really felt like Cloud9 could do no wrong. I think the only disappointing thing was Baby Oxy didn't get more kills. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, but he got an ace.
he didn't drop
7
40, so
first
it's
bloods.
disappointing.
7 first bloods for him.
Yeah. He played outrageously well, and I think, as the Des mentioned it, we kind of have to draw attention to the fact that Oxy, 21 and 14. QCK, 6 and 15.
Yeah.
I mean, the duality of man in the worst way possible. Lotus on the other side of this break. We'll see you guys there.
So far forward with it, but a showstopper out into the back of site. Oxy gets 2.
Moldoro, vamos ver o Crash, já desarmando metade, Les pega o primeiro de lado, Tutu!
Welcome back to the post map, folks. Cloud9, a striking win in that second map of Icebox over Loud to take us to a third. Maybe in the fashion we expected, but the cleanliness of this, we talk about those analogies. The cleanliness of Cloud9 there was quite striking, but it definitely kind of felt like stylistically, they were on the same page as they were on Buy, and things just went a lot more in their favor. One of those parts, again, we're going back to it, has to be Oxy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, map 1 was an oily, messy match.
It was
Map
slick,
2,
yes.
this was a lot cleaner. I think they were doing a lot of the same things, and I think the defining factor of Cloud9's gameplay is Oxy and how often he's fighting forward and pressing these advantages.
And this is what I'm saying when it's professional overheater, because C9 fully unleash him to go for peaks like that, where he's pushing all the way into enemy spawn and getting in crazy positions. And that, of course, is from game 1, but this is a consistent thing that he was doing as well on that Icebox map, where he's dashing up onto Rafter of A site, peeking into spawn, and he's catching Loud in angles where no normal player is doing that. This is professional Valorant. You get your kill and you back away, but C9 say, no, actually, just keep going.
Just keep going. I think the thing that Oxy does extremely well, which we actually saw today, was him finding those weaknesses and pinpointing those little gaps that he can kind of abuse to push forward. A lot of duelists aren't able to just see a gap and kind of have the full confidence to kind of full send, make sure they go through it. But Oxy, he did not care.
And that style that's so innate to Oxy and Cloud9 is exactly how you beat Harbor Viper when you're playing on your attack side. You push forward, you don't play off site, you press your advantages, because if you play back, if you kind of hunker down, you're going to get overwhelmed by Harbor Viper utility, and then they're going to flood back in on the retake and stick onto that spike. It's absolutely how to beat them, and it's all the better that this is how Oxy likes to play. But, I mean, we have to turn our attention to Loud, because some of the things they were doing were ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, well, before we get to Loud, I just quickly have to highlight.
Oh, sorry, this is the other mid-split round.
No, this is the actual mid-split round. There was a crazy Loud mid-split.
Yes.
This was a C9 actually execute a mid-split nicely, and it was using some of the ideas. Like, you used to see plays like that with the Sage walling her team up onto Boiler, like way back in the day when Sage was the de facto pick on this map every single time. And I like it because instead of running through that choke on pallet where you have to look to the right because there's players that could be screen, you have to look to your left because they could be Boiler, they could be coming out of kitchen over in the back there. Instead, it helps you isolate your angle. So you do Boiler first, then you can turn right and actually deal with the screens player before eventually looking over to the left. So in a usual position, like, no one can A-split on Icebox because that area sucks. But with the Sage wall, actually opens you up to be able to do it.
Okay, can we talk about the round, the pistol round in the second half where Loud just like
spawn.
walled and full ran into spawn? I mean, some of the ideas they had were crazy that game. It felt a little desperate towards the end.
Yeah, definitely a couple moments right. I feel like they were really undone because Cloud9 is also still trying to fight them whenever they possibly can, right? I think, like, we talked about Oxy, now we're talking about Cloud9's wider style. Seems like he fits into that really well. This still feels like a chaos team, even on a cleaner map.
But they're so good in the chaos.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, I feel like C9 thrives in the chaos even. Like, they see the other team, like, pushing through spawn. They're like, oh, nice. Yeah, let's go for this. I like this. And Oxy's just like, yeah, let's open up. Let's go. I think both teams thrived in chaos today, but I think C9, that Icebox just came out on top.
We're going to, of course, revisit our map set here and set our sights on Lotus for a finisher here. This is going to be Loud starting on defense. And what's standing out to you at the moment, especially now how we've had the tone set over the course of this series already?
Honestly, I think that Lotus plays more similar to a Bind in the sense of, like, the brawliness of the map, right? Like, Icebox is a very, like, jet-dominated map. You can take much deeper lines, whereas Lotus, similar to a Bind, you're fighting over very specific areas of the map. So I think Loud need a bit of a reset after that second game, but this should be much more equal footing.
Yeah, one thing we talked about for Bind was that Loud's re-clear on their defense side, and the fact that they could just take space, even if it was solo, was so prominent. I think going into Lotus, we saw Sentinels do a really good job of pushing those lines and taking those lines by themselves, solo aggressing, and I feel like Loud is definitely the team to be able to do that, and I think it's a lot more team-centered and a lot less Oxy go kill centered. So
Still, when they're on the attacking side, I think his style of fighting forward into the post plants and preventing set retakes is really important on this map. Especially on C and A post plants, you need a guy who's going to either push heaven or push spawn, and he'll do that very well.
I just think that Lotus is a map that is not so defined by like actual site execs as it is fighting over space like
It's
Mount
those early
and
fights that make the rounds.
Exactly, and that's the place where you can sort of contain a little bit more. Loud are going to be playing a very heavy util comp here. As no surprise on this Lotus map, it's all about dominating that early space.
Mirna, what are you? Oh, I was going to talk about that comp. What is this? Deadlock for Sadak. So they have no
first
real
thing,
Sentinel
lurks are in because there's no real Sentinel info. But what Deadlock does do is shut down heavy execs very nicely because the sensors are actually pretty nasty when you are satcheling into a play. But that's
the wall too is ridiculous still. I'm so excited.
I mean, you just buy an Odin and the wall is. Like,
I mean,
really
this is what happens. You give the keys to the city over the coaching staff, and Sadak says, "Yes, sir. I'll have 3 bags full. I'll play this composition." It's map 3 time, folks. Can Loud bounce it on back and pick up their first win of the stage after a rough start? Let's head back to your casters, Doug and Baby Bay.
This is madness. I thought Deadlock was going to visit us on Icebox a couple of weeks ago, courtesy of EG, and then we'd never see her again. But alas, lo and behold, we've got Deadlock on Lotus. I don't even know what to say here. This is insane.
I know exactly what to say. Somewhere, some stream, Baby J, aka Now Inspire, is just fuming. He's like, it could have been me. It should have been me. Shout out to Inspire. But yeah, this is going to be crazy. And you know what? They definitely cooked on it, for sure. If they're going to be willing to play some things like this, I expect to see them probably more dialed in on this comp than what we saw in the last map with their default comp. I don't think they spent much time working on their Icebox. I think they thought that it was so secured in the bag since they're 4-1 on it that they didn't need to improve too much, and they got exposed. But for this, they probably put a lot of their focus onto this comp, so let's see what they can cook up here.
And you know, we spent so much time thinking and theory crafting about what Deadlock would do on defense on Lotus. What does Sadak do? Just run out and fight. No utility setup, no nothing.
Yeah.
He just goes. I guess that's how you play Deadlock.
It's actually pretty smart that he's doing it towards this A side too, because he actually used his little nade to see if the Viper lurked through past that wall. There is an audio cue that happens once it lands, and it did not.
Well, those shots landed from Kalanzine. He's gotten 2. I mean, if memory serves me right, Loud haven't won a single pistol this series. So this would be a massive start for them.
Yeah, that would be nice. Pistols are kind of good in this game.
Yeah, they're okay. And now we're already seeing some of the value of the Deadlock.
I like it.
The wall is just miserable to get through. Moose is going to be there for a little while.
I like it. And once the economy gets rolling a little bit, you're going to be able to put down those traps.
Somebody help the man.
Oh! 30 seconds
Finally.
left.
We celebrate everything here.
Yeah. Breaking a Deadlock wall. Oh, Sucker with the God timing. Oh, and this is a B plank right off of that.
They're making a run of this thing. I thought the round may have been done and dusted.
Oh, and we're depositing Rooney. Oh,
a classic at that distance is tough to find value.
Look at the mini-map. Look at Zeppa. He's so pushed up. He's got a wrap already.
He's going to find an insane timing. Kalanzine with 3, but again, Zeppa could be the difference maker.
One enemy remaining.
They know where he is. The snap from 2E's is clean. Loud will get the pistol.
Good heads-up awareness from 2E's there. Understanding that once the person in Baby Door, Broken Door got taken out, since there wasn't an automatic trade from anybody in water, he's probably getting wrapped. So that's why you saw him take a step back there and just wait for that wrap. Yeah. Timing ends up perfectly for him. And Kalanzine, what a start. And this is all because that Deadlock controlled that entire A side of the map.
Thank you. Thank you for showing us that.
Yeah, for real.
Sorry, you were saying Deadlock controlling all of A.
Yeah, all of A. Yeah. And now a new setup already from Loud. Bringing the Deadlock over towards that C anchor. I like the way that Sadhawk is deciding to use the wall. He's actually just holding onto it for quite a bit of time and using it late.
Cloud9, expected Cloud9 approach. They get a Guardian in the hands of Oxy.
Yeah.
And let him hold W and go kill. We'll see if he can find value this time. Les has been flirting with danger.
Yeah, I wouldn't jump spot that again. But he knows that. That's why he's backing up. Whoa!
Oxy tried, or excuse me, QCK tried finding a timing, and he did.
That was super risky.
It was.
QCK.
He had a Spectre.
Maybe he was getting spammed or something from a Deagle. Had to go for the peak, potentially.
So they bought a Vandal and a Spectre into the round and then just pistols.
Sodok's only here with a Ghost and Light Armor. This is actually the right place to hit.
Paranoia, he's been able to dodge it.
Oh, he broke the trap. Oxy broke the trap.
30 seconds left.
Oh, that's going to buy some time.
Oh, the perfect nade. And Molly.
He's not getting out of there. He's dead.
Wonderful kill.
Not again. These force buys that C9 do, Oxy just gets so much value. It's like he turns into Superman.
Whoa.
10 seconds
That
left.
was risky. He still punishes less. Oxy finding another with the Guardian, looking for the last, and it will fall.
And I'm just so curious as to why Loud only invested two guns into the round. They had 3 ghosts.
Yeah, they had a Spectre and then the Vandal.
That was it.
And that really isn't that much more of an advantage when.
But did they do it on purpose? Because look at their money. They
They almost full save. Yeah.
Did they almost full save? This is so unique. Is this a counter strat to the force buy that C9 like to do? But why?
Maybe. I don't know. I'd rather be
so
up
many
2-0.
questions.
Yeah, I'd rather be up 2-0
as to why this is
1-1
happening
with money right now.
I'm so confused. But they have pretty much a full buy into this round. This might be the craziest chess match of all time. I mean, we're predicting the force buy without buying, hoping that you win it.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is something else.
I don't know. Either way.
Early C default from C9, but they are going to come back to A. And once this wall comes up, QCK should take a step in front.
He's ahead of it with the judge. They know he's there. He finds one. He gets a second. With the Paranoia setup too, yeah. And Tui's is still hanging around. Should find some space B, or at least they think it's safe. But the thing is, Loud have already filled into the space that was previously vacated. Sadok gets his 2.
Spike down.
That's a spike, and Vanity has a lot to figure out here.
Nice round. I guess the buy worked out.
No, stop.
For Loud. A new meta. A whole new world.
That's a first.
But
I'm pretty
C9
sure.
still have a full buy into this round too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. QCK getting 2 there is huge.
Man, I was really hoping they were going to catch you singing in the background of that one.
Right?
Let's make some chaos.
All right, we'll see what the plays here. Zepez is ult online. Seems like they're going to try to go fast there towards A, at least fight for the space. The Dizzy goes up. Oxy smashes his face into the wall and still gets a kill at QCK.
QCK just got caught out there by that flash, got distraught.
Does he wrap back with this? He does.
Yeah, definitely.
A little exploratory mission from Thrash.
Is the door broken?
I don't know. No,
Not
it's
broken
not.
this time, so.
Sadok is waiting on the other side.
Yeah.
He's got the sensors, he's got the wall B, and Les is in a really good position to play contain here. So they've got him corralled and controlled towards A. The thing is, both Kawanzin and Tui's are in a tough spot. Tui's went forward. Tui's TP'd in, but he gets spammed by Vanity. Rooney cleans him up as well. This thing fell apart real fast for Loud.
That was very ambitious. From Tui's, the little guy got the plant down. That was so ambitious.
Shout out Wingman. Yeah, that was super ambitious. I loved the way they were playing contain, right? Again, Les was up really far. In fact, he hasn't left that position that he's in right now for like a solid 45 seconds to a minute. They had contained mid with Sadok. It was just Tui's and Kawanzin who were playing really far up on door, and they got punished.
Yeah, and had Tui's decided to maybe TP back, further back into A, he probably could have protected his teammate.
Well, I don't know, because then maybe he gets farther enough away from Coenzine that only one gets tagged, but he's in a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
That is true. And it was good from C9 to keep tapping that door, keep baiting out the utility, keep baiting out the smokes, wait for that Thrash to come back up, and then re-exec onto that area. It doesn't matter that there's a one-way up when you have a Gecko ult running at you.
God, he was cooking.
I mean, Vanity knew as soon as he saw that nobody was protecting the guy on site. Yeah, he's like, wow, that guy really did that?
Yeah, he tried that.
That's crazy. I mean, that was it. Like I said, ambitious TP. But since Loud have been doing these weird buys, they still have a gun round. Full light armor. There are a couple Phantoms out of the side of C9 though, so that will be a one-shot kill onto every single player from Loud. And that's scary.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not and how Sadak uses his ult. You know, we've had so many conversations about how Deadlock will play. This is another, I mean, unexpected thing that if you're Cloud9, you're going to have to figure out, right? Because like, you're likely not scrimming against a Deadlock on Lotus very often.
Yeah. This is something that you see out of ranked. Does this wall block the rocket satchels?
I don't know.
Does it disrupt Oxy's movement? Looks like it won't even have to.
Oxy satchel forward B.
Oh, that's... What?
Oh. He took some damage, but it was not enough to get the kill. That aid might help. No, he stays alive through all of that? Tragic, tragic scenes. They've got the Nightfall down. The spike is sitting out in the middle of nowhere. And now Loud can fill the space. This feels like part of the issue with... QCK ulted
30 seconds left.
It feels like part of the issue with this Gecko approach, right? We see teams in running Gecko a lot. But if you just send Wingman in to die, you have to regain all the space that you've lost.
Yeah.
And Loud are happy to hold this.
One enemy
Yo,
remaining.
this guy is locked in right now, Doug. Oh, that was so close.
Yeah, he almost did that.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is he's not going for body shots. Like, he wanted to line up that headshot.
Yeah.
That's how confident he is right now. Yeah. Like, he could have probably easily killed him if he just shot the body, but this guy's like, no. I'm trying to one-tap everybody right now. This was it. Yeah.
Oh,
really
the
nice
nade
shot.
wasn't deep enough. I was wondering where the nade went because I knew he was weak.
Aw. Don't beat yourself up too much, Oxy, in this timeout.
Still top right.
I'm sure he's fine. Yeah, I'm sure he's fine. And you know what? Sometimes it's hard to hit that nade. You got to like do a jump spot nade on it. By the time he re-peeked, he realized he was just like a little bit off. Didn't go quite deep enough, like you said, and he gets punished for it. I mean, really nice shot from Kawazine, though, to punish that. And still, light armor across the board, except for QCK. Which is ironic, because he was glass cannon a lot of the last map.
Amy calling a timeout for Cloud9, which we haven't seen since map 1. Managed to get away through all of Icebox without having to press that button.
Yeah.
You want to hear what the conversation is too, because it feels really early for a timeout.
I'm going to assume the conversation is, let's start going somewhere other than B. Because honestly, C9 has dabbled with B almost every single one of these rounds. Again, much similarly to Icebox, right? They went B so much. Obviously, this map has 3 different sites, but you could see C9's game plan is to condition a certain site, and then that will open up the other avenues of going to A, going to C. So maybe a change here. Maybe they won't end B this time, but still try to probably finesse it.
Uh-oh.
This is right on the mark.
Yep.
Bye-bye. Oh, so close.
He's down to 50 HP.
Oh my God.
He's gonna get more. How has he gotten away with this?
So much damage.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, Vanity did all the work. Rooney gets the kill. It's the life of an IGL, I guess.
Yeah. C9 has been so good at getting the first blood in this series in general. Last map, they had 13. This map, they just got 2.
He's so
unanswered. 3 unanswered kills.
They handle the pressure A, and then they respond in kind with pressure C. Kills all over the place.
Yeah. No way they're going to go and B again. I guess this time it's good. It's a 5v2. You got the wingman to plant for you.
They're careful with it.
Yeah.
Satcheling across, the nade, the spit, everything. Well,
Spike planted.
maybe not careful enough. Oh, that sucks. Les is in a 1v4, which turns to a 1v3. Spike just planted, but he's getting surrounded. Has to take the fight in front of him, and Oxy's there to greet him. We're tied at 3 apiece.
So you saw it in this round. C9 just playing a very, very slow default. Pretty much just like a 2-1-2 in a way. Yeah, 2-1-2. There it is. Finding kills in every lane.
Yeah.
It's very, very impressive. That's something you see every day.
And
it all happens from that A kill.
Yeah, it's just so hard to state the advantage you have when you're able to win every single lane at the beginning of the round. I mean, it's almost impossible to lose. The light buy from Loud forces a little bit of pace. The paranoia hits almost everyone, but Oxy still spamming, getting a kill on a Kawanzin. Oh, that's a terrible pose to TP. Manages to stay alive. Tui's eventually falls. It was a bit labored, delaying the inevitable.
Second Gecko ult of the map so far. It's really stressing orbs on the Gecko, getting plants on the Gecko has been the name of the game so far. Sadak still hasn't used this ult.
No, he's been holding on to that thing.
And to be fair, there hasn't really been a moment where it's been like, okay, yeah, you can use the ult now.
Yeah.
I think if they really wanted to, they could do something really cool with the deadlock ult towards the A side of the map, but who knows?
I think part of the thing is, too, is with Cloud9 rolling in bunches, even if you do get tagged, you're going to get cleared. So it's a...
Oh,
yeah, you're right,
Molly.
I think it's a tough situation for him to find space to use it. QCK falls, Sadak and Let's remain. And that quickly just turns into Sadak, who's gone exploring.
Oh,
that was a classic. Moose must have been weak.
Sentinel diff? I mean... Nah,
he's just getting out.
I was going to say, there is a world.
Grab that weapon and get out.
Kills the 2 1 HP players. Pop salt against Rooney. That'd be something special.
I think this is the first round that hasn't gone back and forth. This will be the first time either team wins 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah. Just going for exits here. He has a full buy.
No charges.
What is he up to?
Everyone's low here, though. Just damage.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah,
Can't get the transfer.
And he dealt a fair amount of damage. Only 1 rifle carried over. Cloud9 get up to 4. And I think we have to revisit, what tools Loud have at their disposal and when they're going to pull the trigger on it. I like the idea here. It was really aggressive. They TP forward, they paranoia'd, and I mean, it was just all of the spams from Cloud9 that proved it to be too much for Loud.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you ask for? You know, you're on Eco, you have a scrappy buy. The fact that they even got 4 kills in the round is a W in itself. Maybe Sadak needs to just fight for A more often and just lock that side of the map down for his team. Another 2-1-2 start. Deciding to put an aggro turret into B main.
Tui's is so far up with the op.
Yeah, he should be getting punished right here.
Oh, that one way keeps him safe. Blinding. They wait out the paranoia. Oh, I thought he was going to go forward. Oxy's the one who goes up. Yeah.
I mean, he really greeted that for way too long. I even said it. You know, I was like, dude, you got to get out of there. C9 have been doing that C side default with the same utility. Nothing's really changed. Should have been aware.
QCK can't find the kill onto Oxy. It seemed like he had the jump on him too. Kawanzin pushing forward, waiting on the other side of the ult. Sadak gets caught, but they have no idea where he is. And maybe that gives Kawanzin a little bit of room to work, but look who's waiting on the other side. A tap at the door. Moose feeling pressure from either side, looking to find the target. It's just Kawanzin now.
He needs to go.
Oh, he finds it. Moose falls. It's a 3v3. He's finally going to use the ult. and it's nothing. Yeah, it doesn't connect onto anyone. So it's still up, and they're just going to rotate away.
Are they going to A?
They're not going C.
Oh my gosh.
13 seconds left. They should be able to get towards A and get the spike down.
Oh! Oh, no, they got it. They got it. Would have been something special, though.
About half a second.
Jeez.
Skanzine is disposed of. Numbers in favor of Cloud9. Oxy so weak. Sadak and Les now arriving at the scene. Cloud9 have already set up their positions. They've already established themselves. They've already taken the control they want. Filled the space. But Oxy falls. A 2v2 now. How much more can Les find? Nothing. Can Sadak be the hero again for Loud? Where rounds have been so hard to come by. This feels like a must. He's gotten it down to 1. No idea of where Zeppa might be. And look at him buying his time. Sadak reads him. He gets his 3. And he gets Loud to 4.
He's a one-man army right now. IGLing, fragging. He's so in the moment right now. He's dialed in. Yeah, he had some whiffs. But he's recovered so well.
The Red Bull clutch to keep things close. I guess once you realize that there wasn't anyone tree, there was nobody backside.
Wow.
It was just process of elimination at that point.
This guy, man. Really keeping his team in the game. 4 rounds on the defense is pretty good, too. Like, this is a good half right now for Loud. If they can scrap another 2, that's phenomenal.
11-6 for the deadlock.
Yeah.
Oh, this is actually really nice.
Learn from his mistakes.
Yeah, I like what they tried doing there. The one ways. Oh, he still gets a kill. That's insane.
I mean,
I got you.
that puts Oxy on 11 now, too.
The fragging battle everyone expected going into this series. Sadak versus Oxy.
This might be one of the first times we see an early wall come out from Sadhak, so that's something new to look out for. And Moose is wise to that.
Tui's is just getting destroyed on Mound.
Yeah.
And I mean, I like what they're trying to do. They're playing on the other side of his one way. They're trying to control that area, but Skanzine feeling a lot of the pressure, has to give the space up. Cloud9 happy to stroll right in. Now where do they go from here? Do they even attempt this? They don't have a ton of money.
Les is so far away, and he has a judge. I don't know, I feel like a part of you kind of has to, right? Except for maybe Sadhak, who has the Vandal. Maybe you save the Vandal, you try to get upgrades if you can.
I guess.
Staying on a judge, especially when you're a player like Les, isn't like ideal, I would say.
Maybe they swap things around. It's not even like they're going to have the pit in the next round. Use the judge well.
Yeah.
I think the one, I guess, maybe benefit to give to this is the fact that these rounds have been so close. This map has been so close, right? It's been back and forth every time that it's not like you're forcing your way back into this, right? You're staring up a deficit that you have to somehow find a way to overcome.
It reminds me a lot of the first map that we got to witness.
Yeah.
It's like the same exact scenario. Both teams just not really getting a lead. It's not a blowout like the second map. That's a crazy kill.
With a Bulldog, no less.
Wow.
It's very impressive. Loud calls a timeout. And actually, I really like this because these discussions have been taking place for the last 20, 30 seconds, right? From when the round ended, they knew they were saving. So, you know, the conversation has been robust, I'm sure. It goes straight into a timeout. And this feels like a moment for Loud to try to find their footing here.
And like, it's so tough to call into this round because there's another Thrash online.
Yeah.
And you can really go anywhere with it. And the way that Zeppa's been using it is he always brings it back to himself so he can re-pick it up once he clears certain space.
I think the other thing that's tough about this is I know the score is very close. I know Cloud9's just up 1 round, but it feels like the score shouldn't be this close. It really feels like Cloud9 are in control here. Tui's has been getting beat up on C almost every single round. We've seen some cool stuff with the deadlock, but really not many. The person who's top fragging for Loud is Sadak. And that, I mean, that's a tough ask to like, yeah, we need you to continue to deliver. If it was less on top, sure, right? You can ride that all the way to the end, but it's a lot to ask Sadak to continue to frag for Loud the way he has. So again, I know the score is close, but it really feels like Cloud9 are way more in control here.
Yeah, and the C default just seems like Loud has no answer for it.
It seems like they're going to try to fight for A instead. C wasn't really working for him. The smoke, they get QCK, a little bit closer to having Zolt online. They've got to understand here the approach is different, right? They haven't seen that one way that they've seen every single round. Meanwhile, for Cloud9, again, the respect that they're showing. Look at how far back they're playing. They have 2 members in spawn.
C9 are playing really good reactionary Valorant right now. They're doing a spread default across the board and just reacting off of what utility is being thrown from the side of Loud.
I mean, that really lets Vanity call the game the way he wants.
Yeah.
Right? It's just feeding information to the brain, and the brain decides where to go from there.
Yeah, and in this round, you saw them just spotting the A very safely from the back. They were actually worried that there might be a trap play in the actual A main area, so they played in spawn this time. And once all that utility came out at A, they took the C space. And now they're going to be creeping up B after that I.
Yeah, they also just draw out the paranoia from 2Es, so they're not going to have to worry about that anymore. Now the Thrash invested. Is that a spot? Anyone know? Oxy gets punished, actually, as they try to funnel behind it.
Finally, by the way. Finally gets punished on the entry here.
The wall's waiting on the other side. Les is not far behind. He has that judge. Can he find value? Oh, I thought he was going to whiff. Gets a kill onto Vanity. Where do Cloud9 go from here? 13 seconds left. They haven't found any space. I don't know that there's anywhere to get in.
Yeah, this might just be a hard save. Huh. So Loud making a great adaptation there. Having a C hold with a judge's back sight. Deadlock throws her little cage there, allowing the rotate to be. And flooding out before the actual hit comes in. That Thrash sometimes can be so hard to clear out everything on a site like B. You know, you can't just exactly jump up into that heaven area for free. You got to do a whole process going into that. You have the door that you got to worry about, and then the people in water, so.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
and Sadak actually throwing the nade there too.
Yeah. You wonder here too how, because that's been a lot of the excitement around the deadlock pick, right? How do you stuff the hard execs? How do you stop the aggression that you know we're gonna get from Oxy, right? He goes forward, he holds W. That's the first time we really kind of saw it play out.
Toxins going up.
Rooney just got this kill on a jump spot, I think. Just one tapped him out of the air, and now they're gonna go straight into a C hit. Full aggro.
Dude, as soon as they know, Oxy's trapped essentially. He's got nowhere to go. The only way out is, well, he's been joined. Vanity clears it out. Now they have a little bit of room to work, and they've been stuck again.
Whoa!
They just can't find any space.
I think Sodhawk thought that there was still smoke up in that choke, but there wasn't.
They finally get past that pesky wall.
That was a big misplay there from Sodhawk, who's honestly been taking the game into his own hands. Good job, little buddy.
The tough thing is, too, is he did everything right up until that point.
Yeah.
Right? He had the 2 nets, whose names I'm forgetting. He had the wall that went up at the right time, too. I mean, he played that well. You can tell what the plan is. As soon as you know that Oxy's going to go, drop the net, throw the wall up, effectively box him in.
Yeah, and he was boxed in. He actually got 2 players with that nade, I believe. And you even heard Oxy taking it off on Sodok's POV, so I don't blame him, but maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Maybe 2Es didn't have a Omen smoke up in time, or they thought that the Viper orb would last a little bit longer. I mean, something small like that honestly would have made the difference. I feel like Sodhawk kills 2 there. He kills Oxy and Vanity if that main has a smoke up. So that's a weird mistake that we don't normally see a team like Loud make, which is kind of scary. But this is still a good half. 5 rounds on defense Lotus.
Oh, wow.
That's how he got the kill. That's cold. And you see it, right? Like,
yeah, as soon
once
as
that orb goes down, he's like,
yep.
Uh-oh.
No real ults to speak of on the side of Cloud9 as we enter the last round of the half. Meanwhile, Loud have a couple to play around. QCK is one away from his. Kamanzine and Les have theirs too. They've learned from the punish on the spam.
I think this should be a straight up C hit here.
Straight into the pit. But the thing is, they're just going to bully through the pit.
Yeah.
Unless Les can hold things down by himself.
The pit was
in
too
his
late.
Pit, it would be insane. He's already gotten one, and it helps off of Sadok's utility. He falls. Vanity repositions. They're buying time here. They're throwing the hold on this. Les has nowhere to go. That's tragic. What? We just saw 2 Viper Molly kills.
He got boxed in by Sadok.
Who was dead?
I think he actually jumped from the top and landed into that Viper Molly from Rudy with nowhere to go. That is so weird. What a weird interaction in a game.
So through all of that madness at the beginning of the round, everything goes dead silent. They're starting to rotate A, and Tui's is ahead of it.
No way.
Moose decapitates him. Numbers in favor of Cloud9. Space to be had, but QCK with ult. And again, they slow things
30
down.
seconds left.
Realizing they have so much time. They're sending Wingman on a suicide mission. QCK is there for it. Now uses his ult, tries to find some space. Holds the trigger for just a moment. Zappa's getting away with it, finally falls. Now Moose is left in a 1v2. He can't get in. He's not even gonna be able to get the spike, much less plan it at this point. Has to frag his way through and the kills will not come. The fights will not show up. A 6-6 half.
Nice last round from Loud.
Switching
I mean, it was
sides.
scrappy when the C hit came in.
It was a mess, man.
And C9 did a great job of actually getting out and going towards the A side of the map. Also catching Tui's, who... Oh yeah, let's see this interaction real quick before I continue. Look, he's just trapped in here. That's so unfortunate.
That's tragic.
That is a tragedy, indeed.
It was such a messy round. But honestly, when it comes to really high-level Valorant, the messy rounds are the ones you got to win.
Yeah.
Right? And if they're able to pull those out, who knows what happens. It was a formidable show from both sides, but we're tied at 6 apiece. I'm being told that the children have taken over the desk. It's just me and Ender. I'm terrified to throw to them, but that's what I'm being told to do. So take it away.
Don't be scared, Doug. We're just gonna play some Valorant. Look, we've got the computers here, and we're gonna walk you through a little bit of what Sadok was doing on the deadlock. Now, the first thing is that Sadok was just doing a lot of fighting.
He was killing a lot of people.
He was killing a lot of people, but if you want to incorporate the deadlock and play a little bit more passively, this is the place to be. So first thing first is, what is the setup on defense? Basically, every round, Sadok was placing his sound sensors in front of B and also in front of C, in these main sort of focal areas where you have to come into a site. And the important thing is he was always playing off of that C sensor, or he had a teammate playing off of the B sensor. And really all it does is, well, it doesn't give you perfect info against the lurk. If you play off it, and Mimi, go ahead and walk in against me here, like all I have to do is see one bullet fired from Mimi, and then the trigger is going to be pulled on that sound sensor. She's going to go. Come on,
if
Mimi.
I'm slowly scaling, so I have a lot of angles to clear. The second I make noise on the walk to try and expedite here, I get stunned.
Yeah, and if we're playing back bend or we're playing closer, like we can go ahead and get an easy kill off of that. And the same thing, we saw a ton of play from inside of baby door area.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you actually do contact into this, you're trying to watch this angle, you're trying to watch from someone swinging you bend. And then if you're clearing closer, you're worried about this angle, you're worried about here, and this sonic sensor, which is really a pain to deal with. So it basically puts like these kind of faster plays towards C off the table.
Yeah, the other thing he was doing was putting down this wall here. Now look at the positioning of this wall. If you can get the orb here to be like as far on that side of the wall as possible so it can't be seen from main.
No angle I can get through.
Yeah, you can only spam that. And then if the spam comes in, like Mimi walks into the open and I can instantly trade a kill, either playing back bend or playing top site, kind of like
It's
this.
even hard to like path with satchels and get through this one.
Yeah,
I just
stuck.
caught in my
Owned.
little prison, instantly owned. That's part of the reason why Cloud9 was very rarely going towards this C site. An impressive half already there. 6-6 for Loud. We'll have to see if they can close out as we hop back into things with Doug and Baby Day.
Thank you so much, guys. One half to decide how this series plays out. I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't know about you, but we've had a little bit of everything.
And if it's anything like the first map, this is going to be a 13-11 or a potential OT.
Start to see some of the utility go up. I think we need to turn our conversation over to what the deadlock looks like on attack. I think we saw a lot of cool stuff on defense.
Yeah.
But you wonder here, when you have something like this special cooked up, I don't know if 6 is enough on defense. All right, I think you'd expect to be at a bigger lead. Either way, we'll see what the attack looks like. A little bit of exchange of utility early on. No damage dealt, no kills found. But misdirection really everywhere. A tap of the door, you see smokes going up C, but the spike, unbeknownst to Cloud9, is headed A.
Yeah, and Sodhawk's only job here is to try to keep as many people as he can around this C and B site.
Well, I think the timing's already been found.
And he did a great job doing it. Just that one little door tap that he did right there made 2 people rotate from B to water. And now this A site's for the taking.
I mean, they're making noise. They've got to know now.
How many can Rooney get?
Can Rooney get any? He's got light armor.
Oh, great delay from Rooney.
Oh, he's surrounded. He's got to know he's dead. He falls. That was well handled by Loud, understanding. Oh, but how are you going to deal with the Gecko utility on the other side? Zeppa's already got 2. Third. The 4th will not fall, but Oxy gets him. It's a 1v2. Can Tui's get it? Yes, he can. The Red Bull clutch for Loud. We were just talking about how he's had a slow map.
Literally. I can't believe it. During the halftime, me and Doug were saying how unconfident Tui's looked. Getting off of certain angles at the wrong time. But now coming back clutch, getting the 1v2 with this last kill onto Oxy. Nonetheless. Huge pistol round win for Loud. Now, do they actually invest?
Yeah,
they invest this time.
4 rifles. I mean, it couldn't be any further from what we saw last time. See the dog go up. A tap of the door A, and all of Cloud9 is here. You wonder if they choose to stay here. I mean, they've put the wall up, they've dogged, they're walking into a death stack.
The util's got to be perfect.
This could be disaster.
Uh-oh.
So much spam already, and I think they've realized, there are way too many people here. We've got to leave. But the question is, much like we saw on Bind, what's the play here? Because Loud or known, we've seen it all series. They'll cut noise, they'll slow things down, and then they'll re-hit.
And re-hitting is the correct play right now. They're so worried about the flank.
I imagine there are going to be a couple of seconds of silence. Right on cue, the door's hit. So much for that.
Beautiful.
They're creeping up behind it. There's a little gap in that wall. Vanity can see all of backside.
Yeah, that ultimately has Tui's having to smoke heaven, allowing the wrap for Kawazine.
He plucked him out of the sky.
Way cleaner of a anti-eco this time around, but also not a force from the side of C9, so maybe they were wishing they would have because they had the right read.
Yeah, I do think the Loud played it well, right? Just in like the minor, just the half pause. Once they realized the stack was there, they cut noise just long enough for a couple of members to leave, and then they re-hit. So yes, there were no guns on the other side, but I think the call was very good.
It was really good idealing from Sodhawk on the re-hit, and like you said, the timing was near perfect. 2-3 players already leaned away from the A side of the map. Another front B heavy default from C9, but or from Loud, but this time having the fade, pressure C. So 1-3-1. This looks like it's going to be a hit.
There's really nobody B. As soon as the wall goes up, you see they try to spam it out and clear it. The paranoia from 2E's pushing forward up into heaven.
It's a very early
Oh, he ulted.
Nothing there.
Nothing again. I'm just kind of excited to see how it's responded to. Smokes drop. Sonic still dumping utility as best as he can as Oxy dashes forward. Finally lands a shot onto Sadak. Gets a second with it too. They're all on the other side of the smoke. Can 2E's get any more? Oh, the clip runs dry. Vanity at 5 HP. Rooney was so weak as well.
That was so scrappy, and honestly, Sodhawk just kind of fumbling with his utility there. I think he should have gotten both of those trips down on both chokes, one in heaven and one close like he did. Instead, he picked one up and then ended up getting flashed and allowed this retake to come through.
Screen down.
Yeah, dude.
I thought we lost the round.
Yeah.
Same.
Honestly, they should have. Had Sadok gotten those trips down.
Probably.
That would have been a very hard retake, especially with all that utility. And a very early paranoia as well from Tui's. I don't know. Maybe a little stress. Maybe thinking that C9 was going to flood faster than what they did.
They're going to try to go faster, eh? The eye goes up. Look at the dump of util.
I like that. I like that set utility that we just saw from Loud. Had C9 actually tried to push up into that area,
it's chaos.
That deadlock nade would have made everybody crouch.
Yep. Nade on the other side of the wall, off of the Dizzy. Oxy goes forward, ult in hand. He lands the shots on Go. From up top, gets a second to less. 3 on the round. QCK and 2Es remain. Oxy's been dealt with. Spike now scoop back up and attention turned towards A.
That was so fast. So explosive from Oxy and Zeppa.
The thing is, for Loud, there's no explosion left. QCK doesn't have satchels, 2Es doesn't have TP. All it is the Roomba and Vanity feeling the pressure, takes a step back.
Oh, they're walking out.
Oh, surprise. They're close. Rooney from up top, though. The cover he needed. Is he gonna make it out? He is gonna make it out. 2Es with a position to pull off a ridiculous 1v3 if he can find enough space.
Oh, he's not ready for Moose.
Nothing found. We're tied at 8.
Of course we are, Doug.
Yeah, good point. That's a very good point, yeah.
It's bind all over again. This is that explosiveness from Oxy that I was talking about earlier. Off the back of Zeppa. Such good movement.
Who could have predicted?
I mean, C9 do a lot of things right in these rounds when they're up man advantage. Like Moose getting pushed all the way down C there, allowing his team to take all of that A. Stack it heavy. Rooney covering for Vanity once he got that contact. It's really nice to see.
That spam on Oxy, he gets tagged.
This turret at C, I know we're all at A, but this turret at C gives so much info for C9 and allows them to actually take the A fights like this.
They invested the Thrash here. Zeppa's gonna get the kill onto Oxy. You imagine others will fall shortly thereafter. Really no bite behind the bark for Loud here.
Oh, wait.
Last player standing.
Nah.
Nah.
I don't think there's really a shot here.
I'm gonna be expecting a Loud timeout here very shortly. If not, the next round, the one after. Because this turret on C is getting so much info for C9. They're putting it underneath the one-way, and it's really simple to break. But Loud aren't actually fully checking the C area of the map. So even though they're using the Fade Eye and the Fade Prowlers to clear it out, C9 know they're not actually walking into any of this space because that turret is not being broken.
Yeah, it's a passive info.
And that allows them to lean heavy B, heavy A, and take these fights and engagements that they know Loud like to walk into.
I think they've also been aggressively putting up the alarm bot too, towards C. So right on cue, as you mentioned, timeout called from Loud.
Yeah, this is a perfect timing. I think they need to stress this C default a little bit heavier. Make sure they actually push Moose all the way back into sight. Maybe give A space early on and then re-clear the A after that. But right now, it's not a lot of layers to the attack. Loud, they think that they're clearing C, but they're not, and that's where the gap is. They need to pick that up. So I'm assuming the coach of Loud will rail that into them.
Oh, false sense of security. Meanwhile, we haven't really talked about him a ton, but once again, he's putting up a very impressive performance. 18 and 12 for the Star Duelist on the screen.
Yeah, and honestly, these kills on defense have been looking like he's playing attack.
Yeah.
Because he's retaking certain space, but it's just so aggressive. And with utility, he's not really doing it dry. I think that's the key difference in this matchup is wherever Oxy is, he has a lot of utility with him. And that's what you want. You want to enable him. And when this guy's feeling these timings, his mechanics shine.
Whoa, very different Viper wall. Out from Loud this time.
Yeah,
it's a fight for C.
It's kind of what I said. Like, they need to do the C. Now, investing an entire Viper wall to do it.
Is that too much?
It might be overkill, but if they are going to shift their focus over to the C area and not have an alert as much anymore, then maybe it'll open up more gateways for them to just manipulate rotations.
The alarm bot finally gets cleared out.
Yeah.
What's the response from Cloud9? They don't move. I think it was the tap of the door and then the clearing of the alarm bot was enough for Cloud9 to stay put.
See, there it is. They finally cleared all of C, and that keeps 2 players of C9 there. But Zeppa spotting this orb up should get the info pretty soon. You're going to see Oxy start shifting over to his A side of the map. Right on cue.
And the tap of the door gives away presence that it seemed like Loud were trying to conceal. Because they dogged their way up too. Yeah, I think you're right. But the door isn't broken yet. Now that should be the cue. With Oxy dead and a kill found on the site, that should be enough for them to go. And that they do. Trampling forward onto B. You see Cloud9 starting to rotate in. You've got a couple of members back cut. You've got one up heaven as well. Zeppa with utility. He's got Wingman and he's got Gecko. Or Dizzy, excuse me. There's the first. The Paranoia. Counting in a world of hurt. Utility all over the place, but somehow manages to dance around and stay alive. Play its life. Ultimately falls. Meanwhile, they're getting pinched in on. QCK less than 2 with so much to do, and they all fall. Cloud9 with a beautiful retake.
Wow. They're so patient too, like baiting out all the utility from the attacker side and then going in off of 1 Omen flash from Vanity. And Zeppa right now has been actually insane on this map. And the last map, actually. He played great on the stage too. But him and Oxy, this 1-2 punch on the retake has been so good.
That was a 4v5 with so much space.
Yeah.
I mean, they had Mound, they had B.
Yeah, that's a brutal round to lose. You could see it on the coach's face.
4 rounds in a row for Cloud9. That's the most we've seen all map.
Oxy with an operator.
They've taken a lot of space mid, though. I don't think they know. Rudy's here! He gets 2! The satchel in the face as Rudy claims a 3rd! What a setup! Effectively using Oxy as bait. What a play from Rooney.
That was such a good bait.
Drop the spike.
And they're just willing to give all of this B and A space and just play the 4v2 retake. C9 are so disciplined, really showing that they can compete with the best of the best. And we're going to need to see Les and Tui's have some heroics here. Yeah, I wonder if Les is going to grab this orb. He's not going to grab the orb, so he won't have Viper ult online yet.
Well, the thing is, even with them toggling that Viper wall, see, there's so much utility that it's not
30
selling
seconds
anything,
left.
but they're still respecting it so much. I think they're more paranoid of a hit being B than they are of it being C.
Poison's off.
But the spike goes down, and now they know where the hit is.
And Thrash is online for Zeppa. This is going to be used on the retake. They're just going to group up.
Not just Thrash, too. Again, they have Wingman. They have Dizzy. There's the first.
Oh,
he's so dead. Done. Yeah. What a tragic way to go.
Super nice play from C9. Super nice play from C9. They didn't care. They didn't care about B. They didn't care about A. The whole setup was to not let Loud get any kills to bring it back. That was the whole point. Just playing, really disciplined, playing together, and trusting the fact that they'll have each other's backs on the retake.
What a round from Rooney, man. Unreal.
This kill
Spike.
on the raise. Nuts.
Nice. Good job, Dylan. Let's go. Roll that.
Come grab it.
They can feel it. The win is within their grasp.
Just 2 rounds away now. 5 rounds in a row for the defense. I don't know what the answers are for Loud here.
Yeah, and like, what was the point of using that seawall the last couple rounds? You're just going to bring it back to A on this round? It's Rooney's not buying it at all. He does an aggro Viper ult on A. That's going to allow them to stack B and C.
That's so far up.
Fire in the hole!
A decisive hit towards C. QCK trying to find some space, and Vanity greets him between the mollies, between the spam. It's all too much.
It's crumbling, Doug.
They still have so many members on the site, too. The only person not here is Rooney. And he's going to join the fray here in just a moment. Things are falling apart for Loud. Talk about feeling like you can smell it, you can taste it. It's all coming together. Cloud9 gets a series point.
Match point.
Cloud9 are so good. Way better than I think a lot of people thought they were. Probably better than they thought they were going to be themselves.
It's just so many things going their way. Everything.
Nice, boys! One more.
This team is so scary when they get momentum, when they string rounds together. It just feels like they just run away with it.
That's 6 rounds in a row. Oxy at 20-14, Zep at 19-11. You're finally starting to see some of what the ideal was on the counter to fight for a main, but they still get the space.
It's deadlock. Although Sadhawk's been honestly owning on the character, the utility hasn't been the best, I would say, or the most ideal.
Yeah, it really felt like they needed to win more on defense, and they did. And Cloud9 have capitalized on it. They've pounced.
Look at this, even Rooney just holding this entire C line. This is why C9 has been 4 people on every single site. That's a great ult.
But Oxy's there on the counter. He tries to get aggressive. He's traded. QCK pushing forward. Vanity cocooned to death. As numbers in favor of Loud for the first time, really, in a very long time. Moose not able to steady the aim.
I respect it, though.
And it seems like Loud will stay alive for one more round. Zeppa's done and dusted as Loud gets 9.
That was a cool little retake there. I mean, Loud does have the ults. If they don't get first blooded, they can actually make their way into sites. They have the ult economy to actually bring this back to at least 11.
This would be a ridiculous comeback in the face of 6 rounds. Cloud9 with triple map point, triple series point, excuse me.
A lurk smoke used this time towards C, but that turret is still up. And they're doing a bait and switch setup here.
Yeah, Moose is
much like we saw Sentinels do.
Moose is so far up, but they're gonna hit B.
Uh-oh. That is not ideal, I don't think.
Oh no.
Is he trapped in there?
Yeah, they're trying to get him out.
And that's the fatal.
He stays alive. QCK takes some damage. The pit invested. How much can they find? They're gonna have to pay attention to so many fronts. The pit's down, but so are Rooney and Oxy. Cloud9 falling apart. Can Moose and Zeppa do it on their own? It's all on to Moose now. A 1v1. Sadhawk sweep! And Moose delivers. All of the questions about Cloud9, they've been answered. They're just as good as they've shown the last couple of weeks. Oxy isn't the future. The future is now. Cloud9 take down Loud.
What a moment. This is crazy. I don't think anybody expected this outcome. C9 deserve it all. They grinded, picked up 2 new players, and the team chem is all coming together now, enabling Oxy to do whatever he pleases. And with that, Zeppa supporting him, allowing for Rooney to also step up to the plate. Vanity having his moments. Moose with the clutches. He's been very stable for them.
He's been a rock. Nice. He's been incredible.
And 7 first bloods again for Oxy. This guy in this series must have had at least like, if not 20, 17, I would assume.
He was outrageous.
He's crazy, man.
And again, all of these questions, because I think this was a very good litmus test for both teams. I think we learned a lot about where these 2 teams stand against the field. And I think what we learned is that Oxy is so real. Any questions about whether or not he was real, they're done. I mean, you got to get rid of them at this point. Those are a distant memory. I think Cloud9 are as cohesive as we thought they might have been.
Yeah.
You're right. Vanity's calling looks incredible.
It's great on attack.
And the truth is, I mean, he's been on the receiving end of a lot of criticism in the past about whether or not he could hang, about whether or not he could call effectively. He just outcalled Sana.
He truly did. It's really impressive. But I mean, he's played at an international level before. So this is nothing actually new. It's just been so long since he's had the light again.
An outrageous performance from Cloud9. I think, again, the additions of Moose and Rooney have to be celebrated. We talked about them a lot, and they've delivered every single time they've been up to the plate.
Yeah.
There really doesn't feel like there's been anything lacking from either of those guys. Moose just 4K'd to put Loud away.
He's been waiting for his moment for a very long time.
And he's seizing it.
That chem he got. Playing on Shopify with Vanity. Bringing him back to C9. Rooney coming back to C9. A lot of players on this roster that have a lot to prove, and they're hungry for it. You could see it in the gameplay. You could see it in how they disrespect teams that a lot of teams in this league right now wouldn't have the gall to do. They wouldn't have the sheer willpower to even go through with that and to take fights as they take against like less. You know, you see Oxy pushing all the way into spawn on Bind, disrespecting everything like that. Even on this map, he was going crazy with the explosiveness.
Cloud9 do it again. They take down Loud. We're going to throw it to Liz down at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
The Moose is usually loose, but I've managed to corner him for the post-match interview. Give it up for Moose, everyone. What an incredible day. You won the game for your team. How do you feel right now?
I don't know about that, but I feel really good.
Last round?
Yeah, I had to step up eventually, so.
Eventually. Well, I mean, you have been so consistent and so good. You've been grinding this game since I even entered the industry. I've seen you play for so many teams. What do you bring to Cloud9 specifically?
I mean, I'm a fifth player. I have a nice spot in Oxy's backpack for most of the games, and then, you know, some rounds I can, you know, pull it through for the team like the last round.
Well, talk to me about, like, you know, Oxy, because the desk was talking about it, kind of the people are talking about how you guys set Oxy up for success. You know, Oxy go kill. You know, you are a Sentinel player, so how do you set Oxy up?
I mean, on Bind today, I saved a gun. I was the only one with a gun. He goes, yo, Caleb, let me get your gun. So it's like when Oxy asks for your gun, you drop it and don't ask questions.
Simple as that. I know Oxy says, like, I want this gun, I want this skin. You're like, yes, sir. Anything you want, sir.
Exactly.
Completely fair. I do have to ask you, and I did talk to you about this before the interview. Your girlfriend, Alexis, is currently in London, and there was a photo of her on the internet. I have permission for her to ask you this, where she is crouched in the streets of London at 2 a.m. watching your game, very, very stressed out. 1, Lexi, stand up. He won. 2, would you like to say anything to her?
I love you very much, and I was also stressed, so we were sharing it together.
So who do you think was more stressed, you or Lexi?
Probably her.
Well, now she can stand up, now she can relax, now she can get some sleep because it is 2 a.m. Going back to the Oxy thing, the Oxy factor, kind of what the people are talking about is this defining factor of C9 is Oxy. From kickoff to now, obviously you joined the team for stage 1. What is it like playing with a player like that who gives away PCs on the reg, apparently?
I mean, for me, it's like a little bit of a change because obviously there's not as many kills, so I'm ending scrims and matches with 10 kills, and it's like a little change not to be down on yourself because he just has 35 kills every game. There's not as much to go around, so you just gotta play your best, and when he wins rounds for you, you just say good job and move on to the next one.
I know, so it's like kind of like that mental game of like, I'm doing good, but Oxy's doing great, and we have to set him up.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even really need to set him up. He does a lot. Like, he's just incredible. So we do what we can, but he deserves a lot of the credit for himself.
Well, you deserve credit too, because you've been playing fantastic, and it's an excellent talk to you, Moose. Thank you so much. Give it up for Moose one more time, everyone. But we have a treat, because Oxy is actually at the analyst desk, so we're going to throw it to him and learn what exactly the Oxy factor is.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Yes, Oxy, trying to give him a little bit of time to think, a little bit of time to soak it in, but man, what a great moment for you guys. Yeah. The reactions at the end of that game, there's desk slamming, there's super saiyaning, there's all of that. Looks like this win meant a ton to you guys today.
100%. Well, Loud's obviously the world champions. They're insane. First time, like, I've played basically a world-class team. So, I mean, I don't know. We beat them, so I guess I don't know what to say.
That's huge.
Did it feel different going into the game against a team like Loud versus the squads you've played thus far?
No, honestly, I like to keep the same mindset, which is not to think at all. So, yeah.
I wanted to ask you about it because you've said you don't think. Rooney in an interview was like, I don't really have to think anymore. I'm not the agile. Who thinks for Cloud9?
Who thinks?
Who's the thinker?
I make jokes. And Vanity, I guess he thinks a little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just enough?
Yeah, just enough to IGL us around.
So how does that work when you're actually in the server? Is he calling a lot of just like the pre-rounds for you guys? How much of like the actual macro is he calling? Is he like very much like controlling everything or?
Not very micro. Maybe like more of the bigger picture, like where we start, and then Zeppo or Eric will just like control us around, and then I'll just do whatever I want, basically, with no thinking.
I noticed there was a few rounds in both Bind and Icebox in particular where you would like, get a kill on attack, like entering into the site, and then push pipes on Bind and go into spawn and go for a kill, or dash up onto rafters and look into spawn. Is that like Sinar so chill with you to like go look for those like deep kills?
100%. Basically, we were playing 4v5, so if I get a kill, we're basically up. So
love it.
That works.
Yeah.
That works indeed. On top of that, I want to ask, you've had these 2 new additions come into the team, but the other 3 of you have now been on the team together for quite a while. During the offseason, you played a lot of events together, traveling all around the world, hopping on over to different locations for games. I want to ask what the like personal relationships and like the vibe in the team is. How close are you to your teammates? How have they kind of brought you into the fold now playing in Tier 1 in Americas?
Well, I'm very talkative, so I like to make a lot of jokes, but Eric is basically like a bigger brother to me. Vanity, maybe we call him like an uncle.
Okay.
I'm like an uncle. Envy is
he
like...
a cool uncle, though?
Yeah, he's like a cool uncle. Like, he lets me do whatever I want.
uncle.
Yeah. Envy is dad. Who is mom? Googly is our assistant coach. Basically,
your mom?
Yep. And then Dylan is like the middle brother, and I'm probably like the smallest. And then Caleb...
Dylan Rooney?
Yeah, Caleb's like... Rooney. And Moose, she's like a cousin. Basically right now.
It's a whole family.
Yeah, it's a whole family.
Oh, we thought this out. Everyone has their kind of role in the family. I just want to quickly bring it back. You guys on Bind, that's like a really volatile map. You guys are fighting all the time. You're like getting into lamps, like you're getting through into vents, like this crazy timings you're finding. Obviously, probably frustrating to come out of that map with the loss there as well. Like, how do you guys sort of bounce back into Icebox?
To be honest, we expected to win that map, so we weren't really like sad about it. But we're like, obviously, we made mistakes ourselves, so. The loss is on us, so we just kept going. Just played the game.
And then Icebox is a wash. You absolutely rolled them on that map.
Yeah,
What's that about?
We're Icebox players, basically. No one knows.
I mean, it looked like it. Was there any specific adjustment that you called out between games going from Bind to Icebox?
Well, one, we gotta play like it's a scrim, because hey, that's how we usually play, and then 2, just swing. That's all we gotta do. Stop thinking and swing. That's it.
Have you felt no pressure? Playing Tier 1, getting up on a bigger stage, ascending from Tier 2? Has it just all made sense? Because it seemed like you got out the gate swinging. Your debut match in Americas.
Come a long way.
You're screaming, you're popping off. You seem so comfortable up there.
I definitely got a lot of my confidence from the off-season like tournaments and stuff like that. Yeah. But I mean, honestly, I'm just like a happy little dude, and I just swing. I just have fun.
It shows.
We got a question coming in from Twitch chat here, Oxy, from Stephen Meister. We kind of talked about it a little bit as well, but there has been a change in this team. You're already talking about these teammates as a family, right? Are you surprised at how quickly you've been able to come together?
Honestly, for me, no, because I'm very talkative. I like open up everything, so I get really close to people fast. But for everyone else, I don't really know, but it just feels like a family to me.
It feels like you guys really meshed straight off the bat. I mean, look at this, like 3 wins in stage 1. You guys are looking really, really good.
Yep.
Now, thanks for your time. It's great to have a chat with you, man. With the day starting to come to a close, let's take a look at our standings in our Alpha and Omega groups respectively, because this is going to really set the tone for the rest of this Super Week. How about that, your boy? Charlie 9 is up the top, 3-0 for Cloud9 with 3 championship points in there. Got to feel pretty good to sit at the top of that group.
100%.
And elsewhere, of course, like, Loud, obviously with 0-2, like, is there they don't make playoffs?
Yes, there seriously is. So the remaining schedule, I believe they have Crew, Sentinels, and G2. So if you assume Sentinels are beating them, you have to have 2 wins to have a chance of qualifying for playoffs. So if they do not perform in a game against Crew or G2, it is dire. There's a very high chance in that world that they lose one of those games that they don't make it.
Okay.
That's scary stuff. I want to ask you though. You're a confident guy. You're the one player who will answer this. No one's ever thought of that before. Where do you place Cloud9 end of the season? Where do you see yourself?
I don't want to answer this question because I'm good at jinxing myself, so I will not say anything.
Okay.
I see a smile though.
We do get you talking in between rounds, right? We can hear that. Yeah, we had like. I think I'm the best player in Valorant, bro. Love that vibe, love that energy. Keep that confidence, man. Don't be afraid to say it. Super Week continues tomorrow, of course, with 2 more matches. First up, it's the undefeated, yeah, you heard me, crew, they're on a run, taking on the winless Evil Geniuses. And then it's a certified grade A USDA Prime Gigabanger NRG versus Leviathan. Demon 1 versus Aspas. Leviathan, of course, got to be feeling pretty good. In decent shape at this stage, but, NRG looked absolutely terrifying coming out of the gates. That's definitely going to be a game to watch.
How do you rate NRG right now, Oxy? A lot of people are saying that they're the best team in Americas.
I think definitely top 3. Sen, well, obviously they lost the first game, but honestly, they're still at least top 1 or 2. 1 or 2, I don't know.
They look great in their game this morning.
Yeah, and NRG, top 3, yeah, probably.
I wonder who that third team is.
We're curious. We're keeping that one close to the chest, apparently. Well, everybody, it's been a fantastic kickoff to our Super Week. And as I said, we've got more coming tomorrow. So we look forward to seeing you then. But for now, good night. And we'll see you when the sun comes up again.
Thank you, Oxy.
Yeah.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
User. You might be. Will it signal the go button? Yes, it will, but they're being blinded up and just sprayed down. Postman, though, Tens can play this position. He just needs to isolate these fights. It's tucked and well, hearing that sound. No way! Such over the top! Do they made himself noticed, surely. Evacuation, but not enough to beat. Just few straight shots. And it's all Sentinels now, 13-7, map 2.
Judge in hand, Vanity again. He's gonna get a both, isn't he? Yeah, he is. That Judge, brother! It's all on the left now. Zeppo weak! Someone's dead, and that's a spike! Spike down. It's out of reach. Ruby is so much work to do, and less delivered for Loud again. As soon as wall goes down, it's gonna be chaos. Oh, they face it! Oxy gets 3! Oh, he's gonna try. He's gonna find it. There you go. Yeah! And they're all falling apart. They just get destroyed.
That was such a convincing map win.
The fourth will not fall, but Oxy gets him. It's a 1v2. Can Tui's get it? Yes, he can. I don't think they know. Rudy's here. He gets 2. The satchel in the face. Rudy claims the 3rd. A 1v